Hello, everyone. Welcome to week number 2 of the AWC Shadowlands Circuit. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host this weekend. Once again, I'm joined with Zico, Venruki, and Supatiz. I'm super excited to get started with these games here. Last weekend's games, we got to see a first look into what these players are going to be bringing out onto the table for the circuit. And now we're going to have a whole nother weekend of European and North American teams, Zico, battling it out this weekend to try and get those points to make it into the Grand Finals.
Yep, another week here in the circuit, and we're going to have some exciting matches today. We're going to start off, as we always do, with the 4 European teams playing, and then 3 North American, and then tomorrow 3 European teams and 4 North American teams. And we have the standings right here. KUNGARNA leading with 2-0, tied up with SK. And then we got Casual Dads there in 3rd, and then everyone else still falling a little bit behind there. We have some really awesome games today. Actually, I think KUNGARNA today will be going up against LF Org, which I'm definitely excited about. I think that's our 2nd game today, and obviously we can see already here in the standings those are kind of 2 top dogs. So I'm really excited to see the result of that one.
Yeah, I am as well. And we'll get to that in just a moment here. We can also look at the North American standings. We are going to see those teams play out today as well, the second half of the day. Just like Europe, Venruki, we've got some really good North American teams as well. What do you think about the current standings for this region?
Well, I mean, you have Team Liquid. I think a lot of teams or a lot of players would have expected them to be doing very well so far in this circuit, and they haven't disappointed. They're up 2-0 right now, playing all different kinds of meta compositions. So looking like a really strong contender. And then you have 3.5 Men as well, who are also undefeated, looking super solid on that Rogue Mage Priest. I would say they've kind of earned the title as the best Rogue Mage Priest in North America so far. Any of these teams can feel free to prove me wrong, but they have been on an absolute tear. We're going to see KAWHI go up against Cloud9, and that's going to be a difficult matchup for Cloud9. They're already down 0-1, didn't have the best performance last week, and now they go up against what I consider the best team in North America, KAWHI. So definitely going to be a difficult matchup for them, but really curious to see if they can pull ahead in that one.
Yeah, super curious as well. So, we've mentioned quite a few games that we're all excited for here. Here is the schedule for both Saturday and Sunday. And after this weekend, Supatiz, we're going to be halfway through the AWC circuit and halfway through any chance for these teams to collect points.
Yeah, this is kind of the weekend for teams to start securing their positions if they can keep that perfect record going. Teams that are like KUNGARNA, this is kind of where they can solidify their spot for the Grand Finals. And this will be really interesting if they can, because I feel like we are highlighting LF Org as likely their kind of next biggest opponent, and they face them right now to try and solidify their position, especially with the changes that came through. I think that it could assist them. But it might be a double-edged sword because with those nerfs to Warlock, a lot of these teams that were relying on it, I think are going to have a much harder time. That's teams like Casual Dads. That's teams like the Power Men. Honestly, even teams like Cloud9. I feel like this could be a really heartbreaking week if you're a Cloud9 fan. Like, you got to fight KAWHI, which has just almost won basically everything in North America for like the last 3 years. Then you got to fight 3.5 Men, which is really leveled up. That they completely dumpstered Golden Guardians last week. Like, that was a really quick 3-0 that they got. So you're gonna have to fight some of the hardest opponents this weekend. If you're a Cloud9 fan, you got to be sending them your energy right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, it sounds like Supati's like, you know, we were expecting a lot of these teams to level up, and we have seen that come to fruition. I feel like it's obvious that a lot of these teams have been putting in the work between the last time that we saw them in the cups and the AWC circuit now, but there are definitely some teams that I think all of us here on the desk are, you know, looking to see them still continue to step up a little bit, because they need those points. They got to make it in top 4, and this competition for both NA and EU is very, very stiff. So we're going to get this first game of the day started. It's just No Money, Just Funny versus Delirium.
No Money, Just Funny. Probably going to be going with the RMP, and look at that. We got Acro here on the Curian Subrogue, and then we got the Red Warrior Shaman here of Delirium, Shaman did get some buffs here in this most recent patch, so this is going to be our first kind of look at those changes for Shaman, those buffs. And also we're seeing Acro on the Subrogue. Usually he's been playing Outlaw, so Outlaw getting a few nerfs. Let's see what they can do here on the Subrogue. Game number 1 is live.
Here we go. Let's see if they can make it work here. Delirium and No Money, Just Funny have no points in the circuit just yet. Now they're going head-to-head to Dodge being in last place with this series. We can see Acro immediately opening up onto the Retribution Paladin Scarlet. How is he going to deal with this? He's just going to go down.
Whoa!
Immediately crushed by No Money, Just Funny. And those Shaman buffs aren't going to matter if you can't get to press any of the abilities that got buffed before the game is over.
I really don't like this opener that we just saw from Delirium. I feel like they need to like be together. It's just such an awkward start where the Warrior, the Shaman run in, they get double crowd control. They just have the Rep Paladin behind a pillar by himself. And I mean, we have seen him survive this situation in the past, but it was a little bit more cooldown usage than just just using that Aegis. So I think that's really the big thing, is try to get greedy with the Aegis. Maybe he thought that he had to hit something else as well. But unfortunately, No Money, Just Funny is just going to be taking that quick victory. Game number 1 on the Grand Arena. 25 seconds. That's about as fast as it can go. And Scarlet, unfortunately, not going to be using nearly as many cooldowns as was needed there.
Yeah, you know, actually, before the show today, I spent my morning with Waz. We sat in a nice call and just hung out for a couple of hours. And we talked, you know, all things about AWC, about the meta, just basically everything. And one of the things that we talked about is actually Subrogue. He said that, so first we're going to see Scarlet here get stunned on his trinket. He trinket Aegis. He doesn't get the shield out, though, the red shield.
Shield of Vengeance.
Yeah, the Shield of Vengeance might have been kind of clutch there, but I'm not sure if it even would have saved him or not. He kind of just instantly got stunned. But I think the trinket is off global cooldown, so you can press both with your trinket.
Yep.
So maybe you needed to spam those a little bit better, but either way, it's going to be 1-0 for No Money, Just Funny. And what I was talking about is he's saying that Outlaw Rogue is way easier and like kind of more forgiving because you're really tanky, and it's kind of easy to do well with it right now because it's super strong. But he said that Subrogue is really, really good because of their 4-set, and that some people might even play sub. Like some people might be playing sub this weekend. That's what he was saying.
That's kind of the debate, right? Is sub better than outlaw? That's what we were trying to figure out in the first week. I don't think we've hit enough data points. It might be an ever-evolving thing as well. Like certain teams playing sub RMP differently than other ones, and certain outlaw teams playing differently than others. Might be a strategy thing, a targeting thing, a game plan thing. There's so many different avenues to run down, even just within that one specific comp. Regardless, though, I think the importance of having Rogue Mage or having an answer for it is clear at this point. And right now in that first game, Red Warrior historically has not done well in this matchup. And even after the Shaman changes, I'm not sure if it's going to be in any better of a position. So this might be time for Delirium to play the double outlaw, like we saw them play it last weekend.
That was that game was an absolute blunder. I have to see that matchup.
Okay.
If they threw in the towel there, I would be so I'm not gonna lie. I feel like if we go back in the VODs, we've seen this exact situation, this exact opener multiple times with Scarlet. What he did is he used the Aegis as well as the Shield of Vengeance, and then that would be his trade in order to survive. And I think if he had gotten them both off, he actually would have lived there. The big changes. I have a lot to say about what you guys just said. So the big changes for the Rogue Mage team, obviously Shaman got some healing buffs, and then Fire Mages who use the Echoing Resolve aren't going to be able to rely on that. The Echoing Resolve trinket has been heavily nerfed. I think it's going to be very unlikely that we see anyone really use it this weekend. And that could play into Delirium's favor. I think in general, that trinket was really difficult for Shaman players to deal with. So that should be better, but obviously you have to survive the opener. I feel like Delirium still has what it takes here. And yeah, there's no doubt Subtlety looking very strong here in game number 1.
Yeah, and I feel like Delirium in general, we were talking about this last time when they faced an RMP. It wasn't like their gameplay was really good. They had some good pressure on the Priest. They did some pretty solid work, but they just couldn't get those kills, and it just doesn't seem that that good of a matchup. So I don't mind that they're going to try one more time with their Red Warrior. It looks like they are going to go after Squarlet. They want to stab Squarlet and go after him, but it doesn't appear to be possible. Queen with a nice war banner right there. Now they're going to hodge JJ, going after Acro here. War Stomp, not going to catch Acro there. Nice Vanish and Evasion coming out from him. Acro still has the Shadow Blades. He gets disarmed here, so much slower opener so far from the RMP. And I think they're actually trying to set something up on Squarlet here finally. Gonna get a Ring of Frost into a Kidney Shot, Mind Control onto Queen, Blind onto Panther. Squarlet trades Trinket and Shield of Vengeance, and another Trinket. Squarlet has to use his bubble as well, so I guess that answers the question. And JJ with a beautiful massive spell there onto Squarlet, but now Squarlet should be completely fine after that attack. And now he looks to get aggressive. Who are they going to go after? It looks like Acro is going to be the target. Nice sheeps from Titari onto Squarlet. Queen wants to go after JJ here. I think JJ should have been the target there. Usually the Red Warrior is really nice at going after Priest, but now Squarlet in big trouble. Intervene coming out though from Queen.
Oh, no.
The Resonators, Mind Control, and they get the Spirit Link. The Trinket Spirit Link gets dropped from Panther, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. They have still more crowd control there. Finally, Panther coming out of crowd control now should be able to keep his team alive, but no money, just funny. Just one setup away already from just straight up winning the game.
Offensively, Acrolol is likely the most susceptible target. No evasion, no Guardian Spirit from JJ, so a swap to the Rogue would be really nice right now, but Acro saw it coming. He pre-feints the stun and was able to get saved by JJ with that life grip. Now they're setting up. Squarlet's going to bop off. They're purging. They're spamming Purge on the bop. Are they going to remove it? Doesn't look like it. Squarlet is getting lucky in this position to keep that Blessing of Protection. The only reason he's still alive at the moment. Now he's trying to turn the tables and get aggressive once again onto Acro to close out this game. They need to win it soon, but I think the Earth Elemental for Punter has faded, and he's playing the Earth Elemental Legendary, so all of that offensive pressure has been lost. He's not going to have the extra healing from the Earth Shield. It's just going to get harder and harder for the Ret Warrior to find a win here, as we see another setup incoming. A pre-Stormbolt onto Acro, into a Trinket, a Fear on the Trinket. Nice play by Queener right there, completely saving Squarlet single-handedly, just preventing Acro from getting to his target with the Spear of Bastion now as well. Insane plays from the Warrior here in this position. Hunter trying to pre-Fleshcraft, trying to anticipate some crowd control, but I think he was still in diminishing return, so it might have been a bit premature. Now they're just polymorphing Squarlet. They're just buttering up Squarlet right now, getting him ready to serve for dinner, but he's got his Trinket. He might actually have a way to save this. We see Punter pre-Healing Tide Totem. He's still anticipating the attack. Has an Earthen Wall Totem. He's going to pre-Earthen Wall Totem now as well. Is he inside of it, though? I think it's on the other side of the pillar. Squarlet is so far away from it. I think he thought he was getting swapped to. Squarlet's going to Trinket, but it might not matter. He's just dying through his Trinket. Massive damage. There is nothing that can stop No Money Just Funny, it seems.
Yeah, that was pretty dominant. I mean, I would say Delirium, they did a good job surviving. I mean, maybe a few overlaps here and there, but this is a lot more standard to kind of how this matchup plays out. No Money Just Funny did excellent crowd control, a lot of control throughout the match, and it just seemed like rinse-repeat setups over and over. They were getting the cooldowns when they needed. We did see some really good defense from Queener, but at the end of it all, they just delayed the inevitable setup, which ultimately closed down the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think It was pretty clean defense, but this is the opener right here, and you can see Squirrel here. He had to use Trinket, Shield of Vengeance. He had to use his Eternal Ages as well, and he still had to use his Divine Shield. And I think that's really where the windows of opportunity kind of happen. Is once you force those two cooldowns, well, the next time then Punter has to Trinket Spirit Link, and now you're in that situation that you don't want to be in, where Squirrel has a Trinket, but no Blessing of Protection and no Divine Shield, and they have a full blind for his Shaman. They got a full Sheep onto Queen. Squirrel can Trinket. He's just going to get restunned, and Combustion is rolling. They can Sap or Sheep out of the blind. They Sheep out of it, and Queen comes out, but it's already too late. So it just, I think the opener really is what set them back here, that they had to use Divine Shield plus the Trinket. You never really want to use both of those. If you can avoid it, you prefer to just use either the Divine Shield or the Trinket.
I think they just miscalculated who they were going to attack. I think Punter thought they would go him because Squirrel still had a Trinket. That's why pre-Earthenwalled himself. But I don't know why they just weren't both inside of it. I want to just pre-Earthenwall both of you. It works on both of you. Squirrel was on the other side of the pillar, too far away. I'm pretty sure if he was in Earthenwall and Trinketed, there's no way he dies. On that
Shaman
side.
was in a full shape when he died.
I want to see them just go full NA. Just like go for it. Go after the mage, play as aggressive as possible, trade out your cooldowns, try to keep him on the back foot. I think that's how Ret Warrior wins. Like, it's very rare where like I'll fight a Ret Warrior and I'm scared when they're just hiding behind the pillar. Like, the thing that's scary about Ret Warrior is when they are charging at you, they're putting out the pressure, the rock elemental is down. That's when the game gets unstable. I just want them to trade out their cooldowns offensively. The trades might not work. They could end up losing, but I'd rather them play kind of more like a risky, aggressive game than what we're seeing right now, because this obviously is not working.
Double Outlaw.
Yes, I think it's time for the Pirates, sadly.
Yeah.
I don't
You're
think
really
we're
done if you guys
getting any,
believe, huh? I still believe. I still think they could win. I want to see the mages pressured without that Trinket. I don't know if it'll actually work. It definitely, yeah. I want to see the interrupts. Like, I just feel like right now Tidori's doing whatever he wants, but the problem is, I mean, here's the big problem if you go after the mage, if you be real, is like, all that needs to happen is you just double Dragon's Breath them, and then they can't do anything, and then the healer gets stunned. So it's like, Acro goes and stuns the healer, they get double Dragon's Breath. Oh, 3 versus 1. They can set up on anyone they want, crowd control anyone they want, and that's the scary thing about RMP. And it's the big difficulty. It's a big question mark for a lot of these teams, and maybe the Retribution Paladin just doesn't have the disruption to really throw them off. They don't have the protection. I'm really not sure, but this matchup is not looking good for Delirium, even after the changes.
I think we're going to see a double Outlaw come out. I think if they look at it, the first game, you can be like, okay, well, that was just a random loss. But the second game, it was like, okay, they could have had a little bit better start. But outside of that, it was a pretty decent game. Okay, they're going to swap in the Holy Priest. So I feel like it's better than the Shaman, but it's still bad.
Is it better? I don't even know if it is.
I mean, at least you get Holy Ward, you get like Fade, you can avoid some CC. It's like a lot more annoying to CC a Holy Priest. And yeah.
No wind shear.
I like the hard stops as well. Yeah, that's true. You lose the wind shear. You lose offense.
Like, Punter's just going to die on Holy Priest.
Maybe.
Possible.
You just double DB, double ring, double fear, and kill the Holy Priest every go. And it's like 2
I didn't say it was a good matchup. I just said I like it more than the Shaman. Shaman seems horrible, man.
Well, I feel like they're not using their cooldowns correctly. The first go of the game, Punter pre-Earthenwalled before the sap, I think it was, on top of the tomb. So Squirrel's just sitting sap while Earthenwall is down. And then Earthenwall fades. Then Punter pre-Healing Tided, I think, before anyone had opened. And then they killed the Healing Tide, I think. So they open on Paladin and get his bubble. If he had Healing Tide and Earthenwall or one of those, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have had to do both those at the same time. So I don't think it's as bad. I'm also not sure about the value of the Earth Elemental. I mean, maybe he's just worried about the Earth Shield getting purged on the go anyways. But it's a lot of healing loss, and that Earth Elemental legendary is not scaling as well as other legendaries. It's still doing basically the same damage while everyone's health is 30% higher.
I feel like the problem for Delirium is their damage. Like, it's their offense. I think it's what Ben said. It's like you can rotate your cooldowns perfectly, but at the end of the day, you're just living. You need to go in, make an early trade, and like have pressure when you're making the trade on Priest or Mage, Rogue, whatever it is. If they can do that, maybe they can fight back. I think that is easier to do with a Holy Priest, because with a Shaman, you're just like, am I fine? Am I not? Can I go in? Should I stay? But with a Holy Priest, it's like, all right, I got Guardian Spirit. We're chilling.
Maybe they need the new tech, the new NA tech with Vesper
Yes!
Totem. The Vesper Totem Resto Shaman.
Oh, I thought you meant the trinket.
No, what trinket?
Oh, yeah,
they do need
quantum
that.
device.
Yeah.
Wait, why isn't he running that?
Because it's on Outlaw Rogue. I thought that you only did it in Outlaw Rogue.
Why?
You do that into Sub Rogue, you just die, don't you? Your trinket's a 3-minute cooldown. I'm pretty sure you just die.
No,
you'll trigger a blind and then you'll die.
You have a ret that can bop you. He can sank you. Like he can. The ret has a lot of trades to make. Like he can trinket sank. He can bubble bop. You know, it was scary to do, but I don't know. That just seems really, really good. But yeah, I want to see some Vesper Totem Shaman. It's I don't know if it's going to help in this matchup. Honestly, I'm kind of just like grasping at straws right now. I don't know what this Ret Warrior is going to do. This is just, it seems like a nightmare matchup for them. They're going to try with the Holy Priest, Hunter on that, and Night Fae Holy Priest. I don't think we've seen him on the Priest just yet, but he's going to be abandoning the Resto Shaman Dream. No Money, Just Funny, one away from closing this series out, earning a point. And unfortunately for Delirium, the same is true for them. They are one game away from losing the opportunity to earn a point. There's a lot on the line for this one, and it's going to be Punter on the Holy Priest to try to make the difference.
All right, let's see. Match point here for Delirium. Can they do something? Can they get something going here onto this deadly sub RMP from No Money Just Funny? Acro looking for the opener. And right now they're going after JJ. They're in combat. Punter did get a dot, I think, there onto JJ. Sheep onto Squarlet. And they do get off the Holy Ward there from Punter. What are they going to do? War Banner coming out. Acro gets gripped out. So right now they're getting rid of all the pre-stops. You know, Holy Ward, Disarm, War Banner, Intervene, these type of things. Oh, Acro though, getting absolutely blasted. We got JJ flying up in the air, and there's a lot of pressure so far coming out from Delirium here in the opener. But now finally a setup coming in onto Squarlet, but there is not a lot of CC going out here. Squarlet will trinket though, up the wings. Can they burst through them? Doesn't look like it. Squarlet will be fine in this situation. Actually, Acro gets a sap there onto Punter, but it doesn't seem to be amounting to too much. And as a result, it looks like No Money Just Funny. They will get the trinket of Squarlet, but they don't get the Divine Shield. They don't get Punter's trinket, which is kind of what they wanted here. They already invested the blind too, so a lot of offense being invested here from No Money Just Funny, only getting them the trinket.
Let's see if they can snag more cooldowns here in the next setup. We see Punter pre-holy warding. Looks like Tittery got it off, looking for Polymorph, fakes out the Shadow Word Death. JJ, though, caught into a Chastise, but Squarlet is hesitant to make a move here, even though the Priest is in a fear. They stun up Acro. Big damage incoming. Hammers down onto JJ. Decides to break free of this to stabilize Acro throughout this assault. Now turn it around with a Polymorph onto Punter. Mind Games connects onto Squarlet. Is he going to go down? It's match point! And he will be dominated by No Money Just Funny. The Holy Priest swap is going to be all for nothing here in this series, and this means that No Money Just Funny, they dodge the bottom of the barrel. They will not be the last place in points for now.
For now, but yeah, No Money Just Funny. Really good performance, honestly. I would say maybe a little bit of a slow start to the circuit, but this is solid going up against this Ret Warrior. Great crowd control, great burst. And let's see if they can kind of continue that momentum as we move forward. But yeah, the Holy Priest, at first it was like, oh man, they have so much pressure here on Acro. Can they just take him down? He goes down to 10% health. But I think that was mostly just a huge Divine Toll from Scarlet that did come in that caused that really, really scary kind of panic. Well, here it is. There's a Divine Toll. Acro's just almost dead. But he vanishes out. He's going to be invisible. No one can see him. And then it's ultimately just these rinse repeat setups once again. We got Cheap Shot. Scarlet trinkets out of that one into a kidney shot, and I think it's actually a polymorph on Punter. He gets sapped out of that polymorph as well. They aren't able to get the trinket, but in this game, Punter actually just never trinketed. So there's no moment in the game where he trinketed. You can see a Dragon's Breath Sheep right now. Scarlet, this is where it gets. Punter kind of just. He's just chilling. This probably could have been his trinket, fade, and try to save him somehow, but they're just not going to make the trade, and No Money Just Funny is going to be completely happy with how that one ended up.
It was a really solid series for them. Quick 3-0 to start off the day. Delirium definitely going to be looking to try and get a point. They've got another. Actually, they don't play tomorrow, so that's the end of the weekend for them. So definitely an unfortunate way to start the second weekend for them. But up next, we've got that match that we were talking about before we started off the show, Zico, and that's going to be a big one. It's KUNGARNA versus Looking for Org. Excited about this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this it's kind of, in my opinion, the top dogs in Europe is KUNGARNA, SK, My Way, and LF Org. So already for KUNGARNA's run, if they want to have the perfect circuit run, they've already taken down My Way. And now, if they can do it against LF Org, they're going to be already up in that race. And then if My Way maybe takes out SK, then they're already going to be in a really, really good spot. So for KUNGARNA, is going to be an important one. And for LF Org, if they want to actually be in that kind of top bubble and be, you know, kind of to the potential of the players on that roster, this is a very, very important match. They got to try to win this one, or at least show that they have some answers here for the undoubtedly insane RMP that will be coming out of KUNGARNA.
And when you were talking with Waz, Zico, did he seem confident that this is a team that he could beat? Did he say anything to that effect?
Well, we talked a little bit about matchups, and he said, you know, I don't want to spoil too much about like what matchups that he was afraid that they might run that he feels like are good into RMP. But one thing that we did discuss was the Shaman, and he said that Lonther is really, really good on that Shaman. He did some war games against some of the North American teams yesterday, where they fought some of the Shamans, and he said that it didn't feel like the new Shaman buffs were that good, but it might be different when they play against Lonther. So we'll see what LF Org decides to do here. We'll see. We'll see. I don't want to spoil anything, but
yeah, no worries.
It could be a close one for sure.
Okay, well, let's see if they can continue that streak or if Looking for Org brings something to the table that can beat RMP. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the second matchup of the day, KUNGARNA versus Looking for Org. Be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now on our second match of the day. It's KUNGARNA, who have been the top dog in this region for so long, versus Looking for Org, another team that is very powerful in the European region. And the real question is, what are they going to bring to the table, if we have any guess, and what is finally going to be able to best the RMP of KUNGARNA? I think that's the real question that I have, and I'm curious to see what Looking for Org brings out.
Yeah, me too. I mean, KUNGARNA, I think every single one of us, every single person who's been watching this is going to expect the Rogue Mage Priest. There's no chance they don't. Wow, and it's going to be Outlaw.
You're so good at your job.
And LF4, the double Shaman. This is what I wanted to see. I called this yesterday, the double Shaman turbo cleave. So, or not yesterday, last week. I said this could be a comp. Last weekend I said this could be a comp.
I remember.
So, Swapsy on the event there. Actually, yeah, this is really interesting. So Lone Star is actually going to be playing the Necrolord Shaman Restoration. Let's see what they can do. So now Raikou does not have that Echoing Resolve. So in theory, Lone Star and Swapsy should have a lot of ways to shut down these polymorphs. But Dragons are out, cheap shot, sap. Everyone's in crowd control. Swapsy getting opened on, big damage. Keep in mind, one of the big weaknesses for Swapsy is he's not going to have those Fate Guardians resetting his Astral Shift nearly as often. And that could be an absolute disaster for Swapsy if we can see KUNGARNA continue to get these clean setups.
Yeah, and for Swapsy, also Chain Harvest, it did take a little bit of a nerf, but like you said, Echoing Resolve got nerfed, and also Outlaw HP has been nerfed, so a little bit of nerfs here and there. We'll see if those Resto Shaman buffs on Lontar also are working out here. Waz going for a crowd control here onto Lontar. He gets a kidney shot. Raikou sniping the Ring of Frost to get the blind, because Raikou does get interrupted. Get a kidney shot onto Swapsy, and Lontar will trinket out of the blind, so they do get that. Raikou did not commit a combustion either in that go, so they will have an opportunity to potentially just 100-0 Lontar with no trinket, or they can maybe try to set up another CC and 100-0 Swapsy and try to force out his trinket. He doesn't have Astral Shift, so maybe they can kill him through it. It's going to be very interesting to see what they decide to do in this position. Right now, Meh and Raikou getting swapped to here, getting kind of cleaved on both sides. And here we go. Here's the setup. Swapsy is going to be the target. Can they find crowd control? Meh is there with the full fear. Can Raikou connect with the sheep? That is the question. He's going for it, but nice wind shear there from Swapsy. Blizzo is there as well, backing him up. And Waz actually, I think, went for a gouge right there. So Lontar will be on Sheep DR as a result. And now Raikou taking a lot of damage here in that Kyrian Spear, getting stuck here. And the Ray of Hope will come out from Meh. Raikou getting kicked on Ring of Frost, Ring of Fire, and now Raikou once again repositioning. But the next go is going to be big. Adrenaline Rush, Combustion ready, Blind is ready. I don't know how Swapsy is going to survive this. He has Astral Shift. He needs to Trinket Astral Shift right now. And there it is, Trinket Astral Shift, Chain Harvest coming in as well. Can Raikou get the Polymorph? Doesn't look like it. Waz goes for the kidney shot to try to help Raikou secure it. Ring of Frost gets interrupted by the Sundering, and there's a Chastise into a Fear. Still not able to find that Polymorph from Raikou. And now Raikou getting gripped and gets wind shear again on the Polymorph. So not going to be able to get that crowd control. And he did use his Combustion, Adrenaline Rush, Blind, everything in that setup. So really, really impressive that LF4 was able to survive that. They should have Lontar's Trinket rotating back up for the next attack, which means that KUNGARNA actually might be the ones on the back foot for the first time in this game.
Yeah, was the target at the moment, but he's just grappling, hooking in, looking for a kidney shot, trying to kill the Healing Tide Totem, but Lontar pre-earthen walls, so they should wait here, hold the kidney shot before committing it to Swapsy and wait for that defense to subside. They still have a 5-second window with no trinket on Lontar, 4 seconds away, 2 seconds, and now he should be able to safely save if it is necessary. Waz jumps in for the kidney shot, trying to set up crowd control immediately. Swapsy pre-healing surges himself, so he gets the Swelling Waves heal a couple seconds later during the stun, which is a smart move there. They swap to Meh and actually get his Greater Fade, blasting him down, but here comes Boon of Ascended, massive damage incoming from Meh onto Swapsy here in the middle of the map, but there's no crowd control. Lontar trinkets, Fleshcrafts, and immunes the remainder and all of the follow-up. You should be able to connect some heals here. Will it be enough? Swapsy doesn't feel safe. He's going to pop the Aegis. It does trade with the Combustion for now, but they've crushed through the shield. Chain Harvest comes out as well. They're going after Meh, trying to punish him for pushing on top of Lontar. Can they manage to find the punish here? They get a Stormbolt onto him, but not enough damage. Swapsy's on the run. Swapsy's just trying to stay alive. There's no trinket. Full Polymorph. They have to Astral Shift, but they're so low at this point. He might die through it. Holy Fire connects. Intervene from Blizzo at the last second. Is that Intervene going to be enough? It looks like it will be. Swapsy gets a Healing Surge. Has started to recover, although 2 more seconds on a Fear gets tremored by Swapsy. Now that they've recovered, they need to get aggressive. But while they're pushing here, what are they going to trade? There's no Trinket Astral Shift, just a Trinket. maybe he needs to save his Chain Harvest in this position, a Trinket Ground, Chain Harvest, something like this. They swap to Waz for a moment, but there's the Kidney Shot onto Lontar, setting up Kungana to try and push for the win right now. How is Swapsy going to survive here? Limited tools at his disposal. In the meantime, Blizzo is just soloing Raikou. Oh my goodness, Blizzo is just soloing him, trying to take the game into his own hands. Gets cauterized as well as Ray of Hope, but Swapsy is now in crowd control as well as Lontar. He's managed to survive through the Ring of Frost, though. And now, having survived that crowd control, they have pressure on Meh. They got a major cooldown from Raikou. And offensively, there is a possibility for them to find victory here if they can get to their target without falling over.
I think this would be the first time we see Kungana lose as RMP, so this would be quite a statement if L4 can actually win, but they got to get there. Grounding Totem does drop there for Lontar. He's able to purge off the combustion from Raikou. The consistent damage is insane. At the same time, though, Swapsy's a little bit of trouble. This is the boon of the Ascended from Meh, increasing his damage. Mana still good for Meh, about even with Lontar, which you wouldn't really expect. Honestly, I thought the Holy Priest would have a little bit more of a difficult time maintaining the mana. It's a full Kitty Shot on Lontar. Swapsy's still low. The Gouge comes in. Beautiful Gouge. A Kidney on Swapsy with a Polymorph on Lontar. He's going to have to Trinket Spirit Link potentially, but no. Swapsy keeps himself alive with a big healing surge. The crowd control fades. Tremor Totem not going to be traded out there by Swapsy. Doesn't have it available. Still increasingly low. Lontar now into a blind. Can they get the trinket somehow? Swapsy's still alive. The Aegis with the Astral Shift is going to be enough. Swapsy, even though Lontar's crowd control for 20+ seconds there, does manage to keep himself alive with the help of Blizzo. Absolutely amazing.
Really, really insane survivability by Swapsy. This guy is just a counter to Rogue Mage, but still in a lot of trouble. Crowd control onto Lontar against DR Sap. Meh is in position for the fear. They get the fear early. They don't want Swapsy to be able to tremor that. You have a restun. Swapsy on 1% HP. There is the Trinket Spirit Link. Finally, Lontar will use that cooldown. That was he's holding on to it for the perfect moment. And Swapsy still not recovering here, taking a lot of damage. Meh in the backline, spamming out the smites. Raikou on max range, casting the fireballs, just trying to keep up the pressure. And beautiful Kidney Shot coming out from Waz. Swapsy with a big healing surge, though. And they get any follow-up crowd control. There's a blind from Waz. Full blind, full Kidney. Swapsy trinkets, but he trinkets to his death. And that is going to be Kungana living up to their names and just dominating here in game number 1. A little clap there from Waz at the end of that one as well. Just shows how good these guys are at finding consistent pressure throughout the match, consistently finding the crowd control, consistently setting it up, and just finding their win conditions. But at the same time, LF4, this is the first time we see the Rescue Shaman of Lontar here, and it does look great. And I would say this is the first time we also saw Kungana at least get tested. Raikou had to poke his cauterized. There was pressure from LF4's side as well, like right here.
Yeah, this is the moment where Blizzo was kind of the one-man show soloing Raikou, but ultimately it just seems so difficult for Swapsy to actually hit Raikou. Like right here, he's finally got to Raikou, he's 10% health, and now he's got to like trying to kind of turn around, like, can I leave Lontar? I don't know right now. It's such a hard choice. Blizzo's like, can you get over here, man? Look, I'm owning Raikou. Can you get over here? 10% Swapsy has to link, and he's just waiting for Swapsy to just waddle his shaman way over to Raikou, and he's just never able to get there. So maybe there's some sort of split strategy that they could do where Swapsy and Lontar run behind the pillar and they go after Waz while Blizzo tries to go after Raikou. I'm not sure, but it seems so difficult for Swapsy to ultimately connect. And even here, Blizzo is in crowd control, but there's no intervene. There's just nothing left for him really to be able to survive in that moment. So it seems offensively like it's so tough for Swapsy to get to his target, which is surprising considering he's doing almost as much healing as both Meh and Lontar in the game. He still can't get comfortable enough to actually get to the target. So I'm not sure. Like the Blizzo is forcing cooldowns, but can Blizzo win the game by himself? Because if it keeps playing the way that it did, he's gonna basically have to solo Raikou.
I mean, even at the end, we just see the power of Outlaw Rogue when you have someone like Waz on it. We saw a Kidney Shot on Lontar into a Vanish Cheap Shot, which resets the cooldown on Kidney Shot because of his legendary. Then he Cheap Shots Blizzo. So we got a full Kidney Shot on Lontar, Cheap Shot on Blizzo, then a Kidney Shot on Swapsy, then a full blind on Lontar out of the Kidney. So single-handedly just setting up the entire team with crowd control and closing out the game. I mean, Meh and Raikou at that point can kind of just sit back and attack. And that's really the power of the Outlaw Rogue is as the game goes on, you just find these win conditions because your cooldowns are so much lower. You're going to catch people when they have no trinket, and that's when you find yourself in a kidney shot blind as a healer. And unfortunately, there's not too much you could do. So really, really good spec choice here by KUNGARNA. Eleforg. I don't know. I don't know if this... I don't know how I feel about this. Like, what do we think about the Shaman so far? He just doesn't seem like the changes were enough. Like, it doesn't seem like the changes were enough.
All I'm going to say is that if they continue playing the Shaman, I think KUNGARNA are going to walk out of here with a 3-0. They need to swap healer to a Holy Priest. It's just... That's what I think. They have to bring in a Holy Priest here.
All right. Well, we'll see what they do. KUNGARNA is going to be picking the Outlaw Rogue once again, going to Hook Point, locking in that RMP and Eleforg. I would like to see DK. I know I've said it once, I've said it twice. I still want to see it. I want to see this is the last thing I'll say. I want to see Warrior Death Knight. We saw a really close matchup with them playing Warrior Death Knight way back in the initial stages of these tournaments, and it didn't look too bad, actually. It was a match on DELIERIUM sewers. I remember it very fondly. And I want to see them try it again with Lone
do you want to see that with the Shaman or with the Holy Priest? Yeah. Okay. So Shaman TSG. What do you want to see? I want to see Disc Turbo. Sorry, Holy Priest Turbo. What do you want to see?
Priest.
Disc. You can forget about Disc Priest. Sorry, they only exist in TBC.
I think Holy Priest Turbo was their best shot last week. Probably still their best shot. Seems like the resto Shaman is just struggling to keep up, even when they're finally out of crowd control, which means then Swapsy's putting so much Maelstrom into healing. He's getting like no LE Blast, no Lightning Bolts. Like you can see it on the scoreboard. Like Swapsy's doing isn't almost as much healing as damage. Like I just think the Shaman can't support enough. I like that they experimented, right? It would have made sense on paper with Resolve being reduced in power for interrupts, that bringing in multiple interrupts should put the Fire Mage in a tough position, but they can just never get to him. Like he's just dead before he can even get in range, or he's stunned in sheep. So it's not like this oppressive amount of interrupts is actually able to connect onto Raikou at any given point. They weren't really winning on mana either. There wasn't a huge lead there. I was thinking maybe the Shaman could win on mana game compared to a Holy Priest. But just the immunities and the power of the cooldowns, just the output of the Priest at the moment is so high that I think it's too valuable. But they're going to try it again on a smaller map. This might help. Again, I think the biggest problem is the distance for Lontar to get to Raikou. So this may work for them here. If they can just all get together, get in a clump, get on top of the mage, and actually stick, then KUNGARNA could be in trouble. But I'm starting to debate whether or not KUNGARNA is going to even lose a game, let alone a series, like lose a game throughout this circuit.
How do we feel about IQD on Shaman with Relentless?
I think he'll die without the extra stats. I think they could just kill Lontar.
Yeah, it's possible. At least he'd have... I feel like they gotta make like kind of a risky play though. Maybe. The CC is just never ending. Like what ended up forcing trinkets to Lontar was just the fear. It's the fear that Med did. Nothing too crazy. And he had to trinket the last second of it. If he had Relentless, he wouldn't have had to trinket there. So kind of just makes it a little bit more difficult for KUNGARNA to actually get CC. I'm really not sure what's better, to be honest. Maybe he'll just be a target, but it seems like that's kind of the thing right now. Outlaw their crowd control of Outlaw it's wild. It's very strong, and it seems like most healers, in order to deal with it, are trying to play with Relentless and IQD. Maybe that's something Lontar needs to consider. Might not work. Maybe he'll just go down really, really quickly without that additional stamina, but could be an adaptation that we do see.
Yeah, it could work, and I don't know. We'll see as well if the map helps them out at all, but I feel like as an outlaw, you kind of like a small map because you can just get a kidney shot quickly and then come back to your target, do damage. And Waz really likes to do those kidneys for CCs. It's one of the things that we kind of discussed a little bit before today. It kind of just play style wise, like a lot of outlaw rogues, they kidney the kill target and they kidney like the off target to get uptime, but he likes to kidney the healer a lot, which we saw in the last game. So it's going to be easier for him to do that on this map. With that said, though, I wouldn't mind seeing IQD. I wouldn't mind seeing Relentless on Lontar because historically, an Orc Shaman with Relentless, with maybe like Cephus as well, they can definitely do some work. Like, against a rogue, it can be very annoying actually to try to take them down, and that's without having an IQD. So with the IQD, could be the added kind of bonus that Lontar needs. I'm not sure actually if he did go that, but he is relentless, so we'll see if they do that adaptation. I'm going to assume he's wearing IQD if he is relentless, because otherwise it would be very risky sitting those blinds the whole game. And there it is, full blind onto Lontar, mind control onto Blizzo, kidney shot onto Swapsy. First setup looking clean, but Swapsy gets the intervene there by Blizzo before the CC is applied. They get a ring DR there out of the sap, and Swapsy looks like he's going to be completely fine. Mech gets feared here as well to shut down the potential follow-up fear, and LF Org walk away from that opener, only using the Astro Shift for the blind. Pretty good trade.
Yeah, let's see if they can stick on Raikou now. It's all about offense and actually staying on the mage for me as to whether or not this comp is going to have potential to win. And so far, Swapsy is getting uptime here, connected onto Raikou. Blizzo is going to Stormbolt Raikou. Two members are going to connect here. Decides to break out with the will to survive and disrupt them with the Dragon's Breath, and then blink back into midfield. Nice wind shear on the shifting power, preventing that cooldown reduction. Very important, but a kidney shot connects nonetheless. Blizzo intervenes over, redirecting some damage and stabilizing Swapsy. Lontar sitting through mind control. Swapsy's going to have to heal the team right now while Lontar is crowd control, but a Spear Bastion comes down. Raikou tries to blink out of it, but is unable to. Now he's pinned here against the wall, trying to drop a defensive Ring of Frost, not finding it, and Swapsy is getting a lot more uptime here on this map on hook point. Let's see how Met is going to deal with this in this position. If Swapsy can keep this uptime, bursting him down to half once again. Ray of Hope has to trade. They could try to make this a negative Ray of Hope. They've got maximum Slaughterhouse stacks, but it's not enough. Raikou goes right back to full health. Met committing the Apotheosis. Another blind. They actually don't have to use any cooldowns on a full blind. That is a miracle moment for LF Org. They need to take advantage of this.
Yeah, this is looking good. Raiku's been playing very defensive, but he has been managing to survive, and he hasn't really taken much damage. You can see the positioning of Raikou, just realizing, okay, with 2 wind shears as well as 2 grounding totems, you know, my ability to really get active in the match is going to be limited. So instead, just opting to use a lot of his blinks defensively, kind of running away from the match, allowing Waz and the Outlaw Rogue to really set him up. And when he can get those setups, go for those big combustions. Right now, Swapsy's in some trouble. You see Waz looking for some control. I think he actually, no, he didn't use his Vanish there. Big damage on Raikou. And they actually force something. It's a kidney shot onto Swapsy. Lontar behind the pillar, going to pre-Fleshcraft. I think he actually dropped a Tremor Totem as well that Mez kind of hunting right now as the Healing Tide Totem. Lontar just dropping his totems in a really awkward position, delaying the setups. It's Stormbolt on Meh. He's forced to trade out his will to survive, I do believe, to keep Raikou alive. Big damage here from Blizzo. He's just chopping Raikou up. But the blink is going to give him a shield. Now Lontar's in a full blind, and KUNGARNA trying to get really, really aggressive here. This is the combustion, but gets feared up by Blizzo. Great defense by Blizzo so far. And this is looking a lot better for LF Org, I want to say, but Swapsy's still low. He's got to survive this setup. Looks like he will be able to. The Ascendance comes out from Lontar, really empowering his heals. And LF Org is kind of on fire right now, but at the same time, I mean, Raikou, he's been pressured, but still has his block, still has his cauterize, and it feels like they're a ways away from taking him down.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. I would say LF Org has had a lot of good pressure in this match. They've been able to sit through the blinds. Lontar did the adaptation that you were talking about as well. He is playing IQD, so he has a Trinket and that Relentless. So they've been doing a lot of good adaptations here on the side of LF Org, but I still feel like the RMP are kind of ahead here. If they can just get to a little bit of dampening, that self-healing from Swapsy is going to be heavily impacted. And I think that's around the time where they started finding a lot of pressure on the side of KUNGARNA. Let's see what they can do here. Got a mind control onto Blizzo. They're going after Swapsy. No crowd control onto Lontar. Blind is available now for Waz though, so that next time Swapsy is off stun DR, they can blind, Adrenaline Rush, maybe even combust here. Meh actually trying to just sit down for a little sip right there. He gets a tick. Raikou now going for the sheep. Fleshcraft comes out by Lontar, and they have a blind, so all they need to do is just go for the blind onto Lontar and set up the kill here. Here comes the Dragon's Breath. Here's the sheep onto Blizzo. Full blind onto Lontar. It's a little bit too late there, the blind. And unfortunately, Lontar gets the Dispel onto Blizzo, which allows Swapsy to survive because of that intervene coming out from Blizzo. But still, a lot of crowd control onto Lontar. Swapsy dangerously low, gets kicked on the heel. Cheap shot onto Lontar. Can they do it? DR Sheep comes out, and they will take him down. Really, really nice continuation there of the CC chain. You don't see that too often, but once again, was with the legendary, the Vanished Legendary, resetting his kidney shot, resetting his cooldowns there, and make some huge plays there at the end of that one.
Yeah, I mean, that could have been over even faster if they had been able to get the poly on Blizzo. Like, I think Swapsy might have just evaporated on that last setup. I don't know if this is going to work, even with the IQD, even with the Relentless, even with getting as much uptime as they were able to get on Raikou. It's just, they're just falling behind. There's just too much available to KUNGARNA. There was lots of moments like this where I'm thinking like maybe there's possibility, but every time Meh had a cooldown, it was just a Ray of Hope or a Guardian Spirit. 1 minute cooldown, no big deal. They never got any of the really important ones. And right here, if that Polymorph didn't drop on Blizzo, if he didn't connect that Intervene, Swapsy would already be dead. He's praying he can live like 2 more seconds. His Astral Shift comes off cooldown, but at this point when you're literally 5%, it's not going to be enough. I'm wondering when Lontar committed the IQD in that game, because I was assuming he would only use that to link. Like it would just, he would sit all CC and then IQD link, and that didn't happen there at the end. So I do wonder if he used it earlier or if he still had it. Because it seemed like that would have been the time to do it if he was.
Yeah. Really good crowd control from Waz, regardless. I mean, I don't really... So hard. It just seems like... You know what I did like from Blizzo? The Spear of Bastion felt really good. Like every time the Spear of Bastion did drop and kind of pinned Raikou down, that was Swapsy's opportunity to get that uptime. And that's one thing we were talking about we didn't really see that much of in game number 1. So they're definitely on point in the second game. But still ultimately not enough. Eventually just falls behind on healing. Was doing a tremendous amount of damage on that rogue, and you just get caught in a CC chain that you can't get out of, and that's the game. So for LF Org, now do they switch it up? Do they go back to the Holy Priest, which honestly looked really, really good? It allows Swapsy to survive on his own a little bit more with the Fey Guardian. So not only do you get the damage reduction of the Fey Guardians, but you're also resetting the Astral Shift, and we saw it be very powerful in their series last weekend, so might be something that we see. Lontar wants to try to take advantage of the Shaman buffs, but it seems like in this particular matchup, it's still not enough, and we might have to see him revert back to the Holy Priest in order to win this one.
That's the thing for Lontar. He is a Shaman main, and he's absolutely fantastic at it, but at least in this matchup, I don't think the Shaman is that good. We're going to go to Blade's Edge Arena, which is kind of a patented Swapsy pick. And we're going to see, it really is just Swapsy who likes to pick this map. Like every roster that he's on has this map as a kind of a counter setup where they try to kind of flip things around a little bit. So Swapsy going to be going back to that strategy, but what comp are they going to run? Are they going to run the same? Are they going to swap out the Shaman and run a Holy Priest Turbo? Are they going to bring in Tessia and try to do something? There is some options, but I feel like KUNGARNA right now, this is something actually I talked with Waz about before the show. He said that if they win the first game is going to be the hardest game, is basically what he was saying. If they win the first game, it's very, like, a lot of people have that mindset where it's just RMP, like we can't do anything. It's RMP so good right now, and these guys main it, so we can't do anything. And then they just kind of give up. And I mean, it is true, RMP is really good, but that mindset is also, it's like, you've lost before you even tried, That's true. I think that's what he was trying to say. He told me a story about, I think actually it might have been My Way, where they were queuing like late night on ladder the day before the tournament, and they just quickly sniped them on ladder and sent them. And then after that, there was like some tweets about how good RMP is, and like already you're in their head at this point, So I think having that mindset that once you've lost that first game, that you're just like, oh, it's RMP, what can we do? That can be very, very hard, especially when Waz seems to think, at least, that LF4 can beat them. He thinks that they have an answer that is really hard for them. I don't want to say what it is, but yeah. We'll see.
Ellie.
This is not it. Ooh.
Okay.
Actually, this is something he said. He said Thunder right now is absolutely insane, and Ellie in general is really, really annoying to deal with.
So our Shaman?
This could be good. I'm not going to say anything about the R Shaman. From what I've heard from the people that wargamed, from the top teams that wargamed, pretty much unanimously everybody thinks that Shaman isn't that good. At least not into like RMP and like outlaw stuff. But LA Shaman, I've heard a different story about. LA Shaman is supposed to be really, really good right now and really annoying to deal with.
I wonder if he's playing the build that I've been playing. I think
build?
He might be.
You send this meatball build?
Yeah, they send its meatball build. You just get a ton of lava burst. with Echoing Shock and Primordial Wave. It's really fun. And if you get good RNG, you can do a tremendous amount of damage. I will say this, on the Elemental Shaman, I actually picked it up, and I feel like I've learned quite a bit about it. It's just I don't know if it's good into RMP. That's the only thing that's like scary. And like certain like wizard matchups, I would really believe in it. You know, because it does a lot of damage, but against RMP in particular, it can be really difficult to actually get that damage ramped up. I'm really curious to see. I mean, if anyone's going to make it work in tournaments, it is going to be Swapsy. So we'll see. He's going to Blade's Edge. He's got the knock. Maybe that will help him here. Yeah, if they can get it done, that would be so cool. I don't think we've seen Elemental Shaman in quite some time.
Especially Swapsies,
Yeah.
Shaman. It used to be like, you guys remember? It was always like, okay, we got Zipa, we got Jamie, we got Swapsy. Who's the best? It was always those three in Europe.
And now we got Swapsy or Jamie playing the bench, and we've got Zipa playing Outlaw Rogue, and Swapsy apparently is going to be the last remaining Ellie Shaman. But I feel like this reeks of desperation. This is like, we need to try something different, because as the Ellie Shaman in this matchup, Ben said it, getting your damage ramped and getting it going is going to be close to impossible. And also, you don't have instant healing. You're not an enhancement shaman. You're not coming out with a kidney shot and then lay on hands on yourself with a healing surge. You're going to be doing this slow molasses healing surge that the rogue is just laughing at and kicks you. Like, Lone Tar's going to have to solo heal. And as a Resto Shaman, that can be daunting. Like, normally these Resto Shamans are playing with hybrids. They're playing with Ret Paladins that can help pick up some of the slack in the inconsistency of their healing, or they're playing with innately tanky classes like Demon Hunters and Death Knights that heal themselves. So playing with an Ellie that can't heal themselves, this is why I think it's like, this is just like they're throwing something at the wall and hoping it sticks right now.
I wonder if they're going to play like double Earthshield Legendary. Like,
damp. Yeah,
play
as that sounds
tankish.
better.
Does it sound better? I feel like they're not going to be able to take anyone down. But yeah, we'll see. Like, Elemental Shaman, this is basically how it is. If Swapsy can get his Flame Shocks on everyone, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage, and he can actually get Raikou on the back foot. But I'm worried that they're not going to be able to do it. KUNGARNA on their RMP is just looking so solid. I mean, Sid, I think you mentioned kind of the most important thing. As an enhancement shaman, you can sustain yourself. I mean, if we look at the healing done in game number 1 and game number 2, Swapsy's literally doing 80% of the healing of the healers.
Yeah.
So just not having that
Yeah.
as like kind of a safety net for your restoration shaman, I feel like is really, really rough.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm excited about the Ellie Shaman. I think the Ellie Shaman could work, but historically as well, Ellie Shaman into like rogues hasn't been maybe the easiest thing to deal with. But yeah, I think the Ellie Shaman, that's the thing that's nice about it, is that you have a lot of instant casts, you have a lot of damage, and you have a lot of disruption as well. Like, it can be annoying. You're a mage, you're getting wind shear, there's grounding totems, there's lightning lassos, you get knocked when you're casting. You have to position really well to kind of avoid a lot of those things. And on Blade's Edge, that can be really tough to do. As well as, like we kind of mentioned as well, having the knock on Blade's Edge can be good, buying you a couple of extra seconds during setups. But yeah, with that said, I kind of agree with Sid as well. I think this is a little bit of desperation.
What is this? It's a little stinky. I don't know if this
You said it reeks of desperation.
Yeah, I know. This is throwing something at the wall and hoping it sticks. And he's playing Necro Lord, so nothing like too loose here. It would be really weird to play Vesper now. This is like, Vesper is dead. I was thinking like in the past maybe that could have possibly worked, but hopefully they're ready to shift gears. He's got to make sure he switched all of his conduits. I feel like a lot of people forget to do stuff like that. There's a lot of little things you got to pay attention to, like remembering all your conduits, remember your legendary, your stat prior, and stuff like that. So I'm keeping an eye on the gear checker to see if Swapsy's build is completely correct here. But Waz and Raikou and Meh are obviously going to have to talk strategy. I don't know how often they fight this type of composition, but I'm imagining it's the same game plan. Just stun Sheep and stun a Fear and set up crowd control onto Swapsy and go after him the entire game. But actually, they're starting on Lone Tar. It looks like maybe just poking him. Lizzo gets a Spirit Bastion, but he's dismantled. They're going to use Lightning Lasso on Waz. hold him at bay while Lone Tar sits through the initial stages of this match. And we're waiting to see when they're going to pull the trigger on this crowd control. Where's the crowd control? They're actually getting pressured away. Raikou respecting the Ellie Shaman, blinking away from the engagement here, trying to get crowd control out onto Blizzo. Polymorph blind on the Lone Tar, 3 versus 1 onto Swapsy. Meh lining up a Mind Games, gets wind sheared here. Swapsy now finally connecting the Aegis, but it's not Combustion yet. Combustion is still in the back pocket of Raikou. Swapsy is still down at half health, staying at the pillar, trying to catch healing surges when he can and just dealing with the interrupts. Manages to survive the first attack, but now we can see the RMP of Kungana just retreating away, baiting Blizzo into a bad position so they can crowd control him for a setup later on.
Yeah, let's see what they can get done here on Swapsy. I did like that initial pressure on Raikou. Looked promising. Swapsy now in the middle of the map. If he gets caught, it could be dangerous. Lone Tar position very far away, just trying to keep Swapsy topped off before going into an inevitable crowd control chain. Was sees the Healing Tide Totem, kills it off. Full KD shot on Lone Tar. Swapsy is all alone once again, but Raikou at the same time, he's pinned away. The Spear of Bastion has kind of kept Raikou out of the game. He just can't connect with the rest of his team. Now going to be blinking in, playing aggressive. He's met with a Stormbolt, forced to use his will to survive, and I don't mind this. Swapsy can now play. So the biggest thing I'm noticing about Ellie is Swapsy can now play in a very defensive position, and Blizzo can kind of play goalie. If you want to blink in, great, you're going to get a Stormbolt. And when he does want to blink in, he gets the Spear of Bastion, and Swapsy can just kind of sit at a pillar, which is something you could not do on the Element or on the Enhancement Shaman. He has to be in the middle of the map, which he is right now, so needs to be very careful. But I imagine Swapsy's going to want to run and hide for a little bit, because this is not an ideal spot to be in. Full blind on Lone Tar. Swapsy could just get dropped. Big damage incoming. It's going to be the Astral Shift, a full sap. He's playing Relentless. Met is there just babysitting him. He's going to be able to fear him. He's going to be able to potentially mind control him. Swapsy's still low. He knocks Waz away, which is beautiful. He gets feared and knocked at the same time. And as a result, Swapsy holds on.
Beautiful Tremor Totem there from Swapsy, but he had to use basically every cooldown, and we all know by looking on the Outlaw board already. What?
What?
That's what I'm saying. Ellie's insane.
Rewind. I need a rewind. Where's the rewind button? Perfect record is gone faster than I could blink. And I was not even paying attention to Was. I'm thinking like, oh, he's an Outlaw Rug. I don't even have to look at his frame. He's not going to take any damage the whole game.
How is he gone?
How is he just dead? Was that a meatball lottery? Did he just like, what just happened, man? Did he open up like a little Italian restaurant and all the chefs just like all just started cooking at the same time and just like, I want a replay. I mean, there's no way they win this 2v3. They're just solid. I'm hoping we got a replay, because that happened off camera. Nobody was paid. Like, everyone just, like, most of the time you just ignore the Outlaw. You just have to deal with the fact they're going to CC you and they're annoying and they're just all over doing whatever they want. So it's kind of nice to see it finally get punished. See an Outlaw Rogue get punished. But was it Blizzo? Like, he's not Necro Fury. So if he was like Necro, I could see a Fury Warrior maybe doing that. I feel like that had to be the Ellie Shaman. Interestingly enough here, though, Lone Tar and Swapsy were playing double Urshield Legendary.
Yeah.
So they were playing like maxi damp. So to be able to one shot like that with maxi damp legendaries, how did they do it? It happened off screen. Do we have a replay? Do we have the Ellie? Wait.
Oh, there was a bug.
Wait, what?
I think we're going to be getting a replay on that one. Just going to wait for confirmation.
Okay, that makes sense. That's the only way an Outlaw Rogue could actually die, is if it was a bug.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think we might have.
I got so excited. I was like, "Oh my god, look at the Ellie! It's popping off."
Wait, what do we do with that? What are the?
We'll have to wait and see what the admins decide to do about that one. If it will be a rematch, or if they will just get the win, or what. But still, we could talk about the things that we did see during that match, which was the Ellie. We talked about a little bit about how an enhance is, you're constantly chasing the mage, compromising your position, whereas an Ellie Shaman can be kind of far back and kind of pressure the mage to stay on their side of the map, tank the rogue, and then let the warrior just kind of create that momentum, and then eventually you can just kind of assist him with some bursts.
All right. Yeah, I really liked it. The positioning was the big thing for me. Is it just seemed like it was really difficult for Raikou to actually push in. And when he did push in, you know what? If he uses his blink aggressively, then he's going to eat a full Stormbolt. And I mean, that's kind of what Blizzo was doing. They're trying to do a setup. Oh, Raikou's Spear of Bastion. He can't actually get there. And then you have not just one, but two Earth Shields kind of keeping Swapsy alive on the Elemental Shaman. So I definitely see the potential of the specialization. I'm curious to see if they can make it work. I do, but we don't have an official confirmation yet, but I do think we'll probably end up replaying this one, but we will have to wait and see. Right now it's still 2-0 for Kungana. But yeah, the Elemental Shaman Sid definitely looking solid.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, wait, if this could actually beat Outlaw, but I think it makes a lot more sense that was just a bug. So we are, I would imagining, just sorting out what's going to be happening next, because that doesn't happen very often here. So we're going to be remaking the game here. So the perfect record is going to remain unstained here. Because I was going to say, there's no way a Kyrian Fury Warrior, there's no way a Kyrian Fury Warrior is one-shotting someone. There's no way an Earth Shield Legendary Ellie Shaman is one-shotting someone. This is going to be a slow grinding game if they win. I don't.
Waz just whispered me and he said that he got knocked by the Ellie and it made him fall through the map and die. So if we're being technical here, Sid, the Ellie did one-shot him.
Yeah, he did one-shot him. I mean, come on, it's an Ellie versus an Outlaw. I feel like you got to give that to the Ellie, right? Like, you got to put a point on the board here. Like,
Swapsy got robbed.
Yeah, it's part of his class, man. Like, it's all he's got to work with.
Yeah.
All right. Back to game number 3, a remake here. Swapsy. I mean, we saw a little bit of their game plan. It's mostly a positioning thing. Swapsy running the double Earthen Shield Legendary, so he's using it as well as Lontar. So if those Earthen Shields are not being dispelled, they're going to do a tremendous amount of healing. And that is the one downside of Outlaw. Out of all the things Outlaw has going for it, there's one thing it doesn't really have going for it. It has a really weak Mortal Strike effect. So Wound Poison, not going to be as powerful for the Outlaw Rogue. And as a result, a lot of this hybrid healing is very effective.
Yeah, and we're going to see how effective it is right now, though. Meh, taking a little bit of damage there. Going to use the Ray of Hope, actually onto himself. And now Raikou getting swapped to in a Kyrian Spear Waz there with the disarm to back up his team. Nice knock by Swapsy. Not as nice as the one last game, but still pretty good. And Swapsy going to be moving forward here once again, trying to just create some pressure on the Ellie Shaman. Getting a lot of level burst procs. Meh, actually kind of low, but they're getting a CC here. Sheep onto Blizzo. Sheep onto Lontar. Mind control onto Blizzo gets stopped, and Blizzo interrupts the second one there with the Stormbolt. Raikou popping off with Combustion. He is taking a significant amount of damage. They did, however, get the trinket from Swapsy and the Astral Shift, so they're definitely happy with that trade. Waz could be in a little bit of trouble, though. He's getting blasted here in the back line. Can't keep himself and Waz alive here, but the counter setup could solve that problem. Gouge onto Swapsy, into a double kidney there. Kidney onto Lontar, kidney onto Swapsy. Nice hook by Waz mid-air as he is getting knocked away. And they do land the sheep, so good pressure, but insane Earthenwall totem here by Lontar. Preemptively placed. Will soak up a lot of that damage. Could have been a lot more scary. Now swap onto Meh, getting stunned up. Gonna catch a couple of heals here, and Meh will use that Greater Fade, crossing the map, going behind the pillars where he can't get interrupted and charge, casting out some efficient healing on himself. And now once again it's going to be Raikou taking the damage. Kidney Shot onto Swapsy, and no crowd control onto Lontar yet. They're just trying to set up for the next go here, trying to slow down LF Org a little bit in their onslaught. Blind is ready for Waz, so if they can get Swapsy low here, they can go for the blind. They don't have the stun DR just yet, though. Waz actually trying to bait Lontar here to maybe drop a preemptive totem or just do something preemptively before they go. There it is. Kidney Shot, gouge onto Swapsy, full blind onto Lontar, and they get a kidney. There it is. Raikou, though, taking huge damage here with the combustion rolling. The remainder of his combustion actually getting grounded there, and that blind did nothing for Kungana. So LF Org, not in a bad position here. Swapsy's going to have that Trinket Astral Shift combo rotating back up for that next stun, so they're in a pretty good spot so far.
Yeah, the patented do damage and don't die strategy, trademarked Swapsy here. This is going to be kind of the epitome of that with their composition between the Ellie Shaman, Fury Warrior, and Resto Shaman. The game is just do as much damage as possible, get Mez mana down to 0. They've already got it down 50%, so only 50% more to go, and if it keeps at this pace, maybe 3 minutes left on the clock for that. Can Kungana find a kill before they hit critical mass here? Blizzo not chasing Raikou off the side of the map. They're going to swap to Waz. Raikou baiting Blizzo with the altar time. Altar's back up here, but now Blizzo will be able to connect. The Earth Elemental Elemental Stun. Meh setting him up into a Cap Totem, it looks like. Maybe trying to knock him off the side. Raikou gets pinned by the Spirit Bastion of Blizzo. This is going to be decent uptime, pummeling the Polymorph, stunning him afterwards. Lava Burst incoming. Meh mind controls Blizzo off the map, while Raikou is in a very desperate situation. But now there's a blind and a Lone Tower. Swapsy pre-walls the setup, reducing almost all of the damage effectively here. And with that Earth Shield Legendary, he's actually going to be healing a lot, even playing Elemental. It's going to be very important for Kungana to purge off those Earth Shields if they want to keep their momentum, but Lone Tower is no longer crowd controlled. Waz is off the side of the map for now. Blizzo chases Raikou downstairs. He's going to get Dragon's Breath Polymorphed off the side. Lone Tower's trying to move over, but gets Kidney Shot before he can dispel. Swapsy is now all alone. He goes for Lightning Lasso, gets chastised on it into a Kidney Shot. Blizzo intervenes at what could have been the last second, but no, Blizzo gets knocked off by his own Shaman in the mind control.
That was awesome.
I've never seen that before.
Oh.
They're on match point. Swapsy floundering in midfield to try and stay alive, and it looks like he has managed to weather the storm. Mez now dipped below the halfway point on mana. This is where I want to see some powerful cooldowns getting forced, like the Cauterizer and Ice Block, because we have yet to see that kill pressure from LF Org.
Yeah. I mean, this is just beautiful to see so far. And Meh, I mean, we got to call out that insane play, the mind control on Blizzo, allowing Swapsy to actually knock him away, just making Montage. Swapsy getting swapped too, and he gets absolutely crushed. Kungana going to be super happy with that one. It's a big mind games coming in from Meh. He actually switched over to the mind games for this particular matchup. And yeah, that was just an explosion of damage. Kungana will claim game number 3 and continue their undefeated streak.
Did Swapsy fall through the bridge there? I don't think so, but it was a really fast death. Almost as fast as getting knocked through the map here. The desperate pick, not going to work.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know, man. The Ellie Shaman, I want to see more Ellie Shaman. In general, this weekend, that's one of the things I'm hoping for. See some more Ellie gameplay, but unfortunately for LF Org, this time around, they are not going to be able to get the win. There was a lot of close calls, but that mind control from Matt with the knock earlier, I think this is it, actually. This is where it happens. Blizzo, look at that knock from Braun, and then look at this mind control. Oop. And then here, obviously, they force out Trinket, Astral Shift, all that good stuff. Healing Tide Totem as well from Lontar. And then this is the setup. They also get this, the Eternal Aegis Trinket there from Swapsy. And here, of course, is the last setup where they get a Kidney onto Lontar. Raikou going for the CC. It gets blinded, actually, out of the Kidney. Raikou's just getting interrupted on every CC. Raikou is actually in a Storm Bolt at the end of the CC as well. And Lontar just... he can't drop the Spirit Link out of the blind there, unfortunately, because Blizzo wasn't in a position there to kind of share the link. He went back to interrupt CC, and it was just an unexpected amount of damage that came in there. But still, LF Org showing some kind of new tools in their arsenal, but still, Kungana looking absolutely unshakable so far in the circuit.
Yeah, definitely. It seems the only way to beat this team at this point is hoping for some kind of bug, but yeah, 3-0 for Kungana. They're going to continue on here with that winning streak. So very good start to them for the second circuit of the AWC Shadowlands circuit, but very quick 3-0. That's 2 3-0s in a row. Also, these games are going pretty quickly. So looking for Org, very unfortunate. They also don't have another game tomorrow, so that's going to be the end of that team for this weekend. But I'm curious, Ben, you were the one that was talking the most about this composition. Is that a comp you think that could work sometime in the long term against another RMP, or are they going to have to go back to the drawing board on this one?
I don't really think so, to be honest with you. I think the Elemental Shaman, it had like some promising things that they did. That's likely going to be the best map that they have, but yeah, I think RMP really is the composition to beat right now, and that's what every team is trying to figure out, exactly what they can do. A lot of them are just opting to just join the RMPs, pick up an Outlaw Rogue themselves, go for the mirrors, but yeah, I'm not convinced after watching these games that, Resto Shaman, Warrior, Enhancement, or Elemental is going to be something that's going to work in the long term for them. Maybe if they play against an RMP where they completely outclass them, but I don't really see it working against any of the RMPs in this top 8.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I mean, maybe we do see it against some of the other teams for looking for org that they have to compete against. So we'll see if they can bring something else to the table next time they have to face an RMP. So well done to them. Well done to Kungana. They're keeping with that winning streak. And I do wonder, Supatis, if you think that now that they've gotten looking for org out of the way, is this team going to finish the circuit undefeated in your mind?
I mean, we have to see the RMP mirrors. I mean, I would say Kungana is maybe the best RMP right now, definitely in Europe. But I feel like mirrors can sometimes, go the other way. Like if you have an off day, somebody pops off. Like a mirror might be their hardest opponent actually. And there's a few of those teams, right? Like Bugs in particular. I think Bugs' RMP could be tough for them. So I'm excited to see when they go up against Bugs, which is tomorrow. Actually.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the first match of the day, so we'll keep an eye on that one. But we'll have to see if they can, remain undefeated. It certainly would be interesting. Honestly, like, I don't know if I would be surprised considering how long they have been dominating, but we'll have to find out. Casual Dads versus Bugs, as we just mentioned, is going to be coming up next. Zico, what's your take on this series?
I think it's going to be pretty hard. I think they're pretty evenly matched teams, so could go either way this one. But I will say this. That Waz actually did give a special shout out to the healer on Bugs next, citing that he was absolutely insane how good this guy is, and I think he said that he was the second best priest after Matt. So, so we'll see. We'll see if Next can live up to that. But it's very big words, coming from a really insane player. So Next, he's got some. He's got to prove what he got here.
Yeah, I mean, we can take a look at the roster for the teams that we've got coming up next. We can see Bugs there with that insane healer, second to Met, of course. And then, of course, the roster of Casual Dads. And I find it so funny every time I talk with Alec, he literally is taking his namesake very literally. He says it's like it's just casual for him. It seems like he accidentally made it into the circuit. I find his attitude so funny, which I mean, I guess to what you guys were talking about earlier during that matchup, like might be a good attitude to move through the circuit with, because a lot of these teams seem to have sort of a defeatist attitude when it comes to RMP, but maybe not so much when it comes to Casual Dads.
Absolutely. I mean, it helps that they have the RMP themselves as well. But definitely, I think for these guys, this is kind of their mindset, which is good. They're all a bunch of veterans. They've all been around for a long time, accomplished a lot of things, and sometimes it can be nice to just sign up as a group of friends and see how well you can do. And I mean, not to undersell them at all, they so far have been performing very well. So see if they can keep that up.
Yeah, it's very true. I am curious to see who beats this one. We'll see if Casual Dads keeps it up, or is Bugs going to get a point on the board. We will go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Casual Dads versus Bugs up next. Welcome back, everyone. Game number 1, third series of the day. Casual Dads versus Bugs.
Oh, I guess Jamie heard me. He's not going to take it sitting down. He is off the bench. He is bringing the Enhancement Shaman Outlaw to try and beat RMP. Very interesting composition. This is going to be a lot of durability between the Outlaw and the Enhancement Shaman, so perhaps it can outlast the Casual Dads comp. The Casual Dads look like they're going to be leaving here right out of the gates. A little bit uncertain as to what's going on with them, but we will be getting this game up and going as soon as possible. Gives a little bit of time to talk about it, because when was the last time we saw Enhanced Rogue? I feel like it was a Legion tournament. Who was it? Somebody, we called it like the Obliteration Cleave or something. I can't remember what the name was we came up for, but back then it was Assassination. It literally just one-shot people. This is going to be a much different
Deletion
version.
Deletion
Cleave.
Deletion Cleave. This
is going to be a much different version of Rogue Enhanced. This is like, I don't even know what to, like, they're just going to never die version.
Yeah,
it's
a very different version. The old version used to just outright one-shot you. This version is going to slowly whittle you down while healing through everything. So I think it's an interesting pick. I mean, it says a lot because Bugs could have just played a mirror, right? We were just talking them up about their ability to play RMP, then a potential mirror. Jamie's going to be coming in on the Enhancement Shaman, and yeah, this might be exactly what you want. You just go after the mage, put off kidneys on the rogue, off kidneys on the priest. I would say maybe it's a step down from Double Outlaw, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, this is how I kind of analyze this matchup. Team number 1. RMP. Team number 2, Enhance RMP. I feel like if I had to bet that somebody wins this, I would say the Casual Dads have a big kind of advantage. But we'll see. I mean, maybe it could be good. Like maybe if Brunhilde and Jamie go after the Rogue, they spam Shock Alec into Hexes, and they try to just take down the Rogue. That could work maybe, or maybe if they just run at Alex the whole game, or at the healer. I don't know. We'll see what they end up doing. But one thing's for sure, the RMP is probably going to be going after this Enhanced Shaman. I see a kidney shot here onto Nixie from Brunhilde. Jamie is going. Okay, they're going to go after Alec. They're just going to crowd control Nixie as much as possible, try to slow him down with kidney shots, gouges, chastise, things like that. And we're going to see if they can do this. Kidney shot onto Jamie will fade. Nixie gets disarmed. So far, pretty slow start for both teams. Alec, though, taking a little bit of damage right there. It looks like Alec will be surviving with that Ray of Hope. Going for the Ring of Frost out of the blind onto next. Jamie in a lot of trouble here. Going to activate the Astral Shift. Going to activate his Trinket there as well. And it looks like Jamie with that trade will be fine. And next will be able to sit through that crowd control without actually having to use his IQD, which I'm assuming that he's running.
Yeah, if any healer is playing Relentless in RMP, I feel like you have to have that as a fail-safe. But it's such a great combination because you're reducing so much effective crowd control against an Outlaw Rogue. Good pressure right now from Bugs, with Alec down to half, but Clyde immediately responding with some big heals. And I feel like this is the first time we've seen Alec and Nixie play together. They were playing basically only Mage Lock and Warlock Rogue for all of the qualifiers. So it is good to see Casual Dads picking up the meta composition, especially with those changes to Warlock. I don't think that Nazarin's they're going to be able to rely on him for this circuit stage anymore. So let's see if Nixie and Alec coming together, former BlizzCon champions, will be able to outdo Bugs. Decent pressure for them, but now a counterattack. Alec getting blasted, trying to blink to safety. Nixie trying to keep Jamie at bay here with pressure, cutting him down to half. This Ray of Hope, massive heal comes in from Clyde's Ray of Hope. Alec will restabilize. The double kidney shot on a Nixie and next there, just trying to hold them both off. But with no stun onto Jamie, he can easily just Astral Shift in this position, heal himself, get back to the pillar. What he loses out on from bringing in Brunhilde on Outlaw as opposed to a Fury Warrior like we saw with Blizzo's team is he's not going to have Intervene. So those moments where he gets very low HP, if Brunhilde is crossed and there's no Intervene, it's going to be very scary for him. And I'm wondering how they're going to navigate those situations and actually maintain their uptime to pull off a win.
I think a lot of it is going to come down to Brunhilde just getting control on everyone. So we just saw a kidney shot on Nixie, then we saw a kidney shot on Clyde. They're not stunning Alec. They're just putting all-out pressure, allowing Jamie to control him with the wind shears, with the grounding totems. And Brunhilde is basically just a massive peeler. So anytime Nixie wants to get aggressive, he's in a kidney shot, he's in a gouge, he's in a chastise, he's getting dismantled. And if Alec can't do damage because he's got a shaman on him, and Nixie is just getting controlled like we're seeing right now, the offensive pressure from Casual Dads, it's been kind of lacking in this game, and Bugs may have stumbled upon a composition that is actually decent into RMP. We'll see how it does play out. Alex still does have his Cauterize. He has his Ice Block, so a lot of tools to work with here. Alter Time up right now, bringing Alec back in the middle of the map. Gets a Ring of Frost. Beautiful positioning there by Alec. They get a nice setup here, but there's just no damage as Nixie's in a Kidney Shot into a Dismantle. So Brunhilde kind of beating Nixie at his own game. Normally as the RMP, the Outlaw Rogue just has so much control, it can really set up the team, but Nixie is just getting taken out of this match.
Yeah, Nixie not really having the best time so far, trying to get some pressure, and honestly so far it's been all about the enhanced Outlaw compared to the Rogue Mage, but we do know what Rogue Mage can do with one clean CC chain, and right now they're going for it. Here comes the Resonators. They get a Sheep onto next out of the blind. They swap it out from Brunhilde right there. Going after Jamie here. Jamie already traded his Astral Shift. Crowd Control fading on next, and Jamie will survive here. Nice Chain Harvest here, doing some damage as well onto Alec now, trying to turn things around with some big procs here. And Jamie will catch a nice heal, gets Mind Control, gets Dispelled. And now he's making his way over onto Alec. Alec could be in trouble here. He catches a big heal. He blinks away. Next gets counterspelled. That actually could be Jamie in trouble. Can they follow it up with anything? Brunhilde trying to shut Nixie down here. Can Nixie do something? Actually uses his trinket there. I think he used his human ratio, Mr. Nixie right there. And he's still in crowd control. Finally coming out, disarming Brunhilde. But that pressure that they had with the counterspell is long gone. Nixie now looking for potentially a Kidney Shot onto next. Next trying to Holy Ward it. I think he might have there. He definitely used a Holy Ward and it instantly went off. So I don't know what Nixie pressed into that, but he could go for a full blind now onto next. But he gets Kidney Shot once again. And now Jamie trying to connect here with Brunhilde. And this is a little bit what I was kind of expecting them to do early on in the match. Just try to go for Kidney Shots onto Nixie and then put the Enhance and the Outlaw onto him. But so far they've just been CCing Nixie and going after Alec. But now actually doing a decent amount of damage. Jamie here going to be trading out the Astral Shift immediately when his Priest gets blinded. No follow-up for that. And they will just get the Astral Shift of Jamie. No Trinket, nothing like that. So a pretty good trade so far for Bugs. And Bugs are not in a bad position so far in this game.
Well, let's see if they can keep it up here into Dampening. Mana not too dicey for either side at this point, but a full blind onto Clyde. Good opportunity for Bugs to push for a powerful cooldown. Can they net it? Going for the Cauterize. No, it's not enough. The crowd control chain is dropped, and Clyde restabilizes Alec with Guardian Spirit. Now Jamie on the back foot. No Astral Shift for 54 seconds. Has the Medallion. Next is line of sighting to the pillar here on the right side, trying to anticipate Alec's blink. Dragon's Breath in the near future, or a counterspell potentially. He's got the Fey Guardians. He's going to preemptively activate the Fey Guardians. Alec will have to retreat during these Fey Guardians. It's not worth sending into that damage reduction, but maybe not. Maybe they just go for it. Nixie goes in for the Kidney Shot. Jamie is taking 40% less damage right now. I think it's really unlikely that he goes down. I don't like that they sent this go into the Fey Guardians. It would have been much better to just wait. Jamie easily survives that. And now, because the Bugs have survived the stun lock, they're going to have free time to get aggressive. Nixie has to Cloak the Shadows on the swap here. Not a big deal for him on the Outlaw Rogue, though. I think it's unlikely to see him as the priority target. They're trying to get back onto Alec. Alec drops down to Frost Nova, trying to reposition, but they're all over. I'm looking to proc the Cauterize at 1% health. Ray of Hope activates, denying all damage, stalling it for a moment for Clyde to get heals, and that will restabilize Alec. And it's these powerful 1-minute cooldowns between the Guardian Spirit and the Ray of Hope that allow these Holy Priests to just rotate so effectively. But yet another blind from Brunhilde, still marching down at Alec, trying to finish him, but the Guardian Spirit now comes out from Clyde. Unlikely to see him die through this cooldown. Clyde Kidney Shot, looks like he used the Will for Survive here playing human. Mind Games connects onto Jamie. He could die through Astral Shift. Next has to come through. I think that was the IQD from him to get the Guardian Spirit here onto Jamie. So that was a big push from the Casual Dads. They got all the cooldowns that they needed to close out the game, which is good because their mana's not in a great spot. They need to end this soon.
I definitely do. I mean, they are on a timer. Full Kidney Shot right now on Clyde. Alex still taking a tremendous amount of damage. They chase him down, trying to get to the pillar. Alec will blink away to safety. Oh. Jamie now in a Kidney Shot. Big damage here on Jamie. Interrupt on Next. Can Next keep him alive?
Oh, that grip.
Out of the bomb. Nicely done there by Next. Jamie on the run, look at a line of sight and just avoid the damage of Alec. Alec goes into a gouge, gets kicked. Really good defense there by Brunhilde. A full blind lands by Nixie, but with Jamie being topped off and Alec being in control, and Nixie getting Kidney Shot, Jamie's going to be completely fine, and Next is going to be happy to sit that full blind.
Yeah, that's the thing. The pressure was already gone because Jamie was not in a stun lock anymore. So he's just going to top himself up as he just did there with these healing surges while his priest is sitting through the crowd control. So unless you can stun Jamie, I really don't want to see blinds committed like that. They already got, you know, a lot of pressure during that setup with the counterspell, actually, from Alex. It was a really beautiful counterspell, a really beautiful grip by next, where Jamie would have died there to those resonators. And now this is a situation where the blind could be absolutely fantastic. They don't get it, but they do get a Ring of Frost. Jamie does get the Guardian Spirit as well as his Astral Shift. So now this game is absolutely wide open here for Casual Dads. The next blind, which is in exactly 15 seconds, I don't think Jamie survives that. Alec actually just popped his combustion though. Jamie's still kind of low though. If they can keep him low until the blind comes off cooldown, that could be exactly what they need. How are they going to avoid it? What is Next going to do? He doesn't have anything, no Holy Ward, nothing to work with. He grips Jamie, tries to avoid Nixie there. And now Nixie again kidneys Jamie and then blinds Next. Well, it's already, you don't have a kidney anymore. What's the point of this blind? You're not going to get a kill with this. You got the, you just popped his Eternal Aegis, and that 20-second almost CC chain there onto Next. Really won't land a kill here, most likely. They follow it up, though, with the kidney shot. Jamie actually in some hot waters right now, but he will survive, and a lot of that is just because of his own self-healing. And now they're turning it around onto Nixie. Alec with a defensive Ice Block there to peel for Nixie. He gets the Ray of Hope. He gets a Cloak of Shadows as well here. So big trades there. They force out the Cloak of Shadows, the Ray of Hope, and the Ice Block of Alec here on the side of Bugs, showing signs of life. But the next blind is going to be actually not that scary now. Jamie has his cooldowns back, so Jamie should be able to actually survive that next blind. And now it's kind of back to the drawing board here for Casual Dads. They still play RMP. Anything can still happen, but they kind of need to get new pressure and try to force those cooldowns again.
They need a good combust. They have it. They've got Adrenaline Rush. They have to connect this. Jamie pre-Astral Shifts. I really don't want to see them send the go into pre-Astral Shift. Brunhilde pre-evasions as well. They're just trying to stay aggressive on Alec, trying to push him over, but Jamie's not going to be able to stay aggressive. Has to pull back towards the pillar. They've got Nixie blasted down. They just throw the combustion, trying to take out Jamie here deep into Dampening. Can they manage to finish him? Jamie denies the kill with a Chain Harvest, just hugging Next here at the pillar to stabilize. Blind gets broken by the IQD of Next. He's trying to heal, but Dampening is high. Jamie on the run, trying to line, gets kidney shot by Nixie, has to trinket. Line of sights Alec for a moment, but he's still desperately low, flailing to stay alive. Dragon's Breath disrupts him, and Shadow of Death from Clyde will close it out. And the Casual Dads take it right as Clyde hit 0 mana.
I mean, that, yeah, really, really important. It actually didn't seem too bad. Honestly, Casual Dads in this matchup were on the back foot for a lot of it, but ultimately pulling out ahead. And in fact, the only ice block they were able to get was by going after Nixie. So Alex is going to be trading that one, kind of donating it there. But yeah, the pressure on the mage, even though it was scary, even though they almost had the priest out of mana, if that's their win condition, I'm not super convinced of this composition.
I think on the side of Bugs, I like the Nixie swaps. I like the Nixie swaps a lot. And I mean, I don't mind going after Alec like in between those, but I think they should try to do more Nixie swaps with this comp. It felt like Nixie was actually in a lot of trouble when they did those. He could have maybe gone down, but I didn't really like the setups from Casual Dads. I feel like their RMP usually it's a bit more polished than this, and honestly, I feel like this kill that they got was like mainly due to dampening. They just had a really high dampening, and yeah, they just managed to get Jamie low for free without CC on the healer, and then Alec, like, oh, perfect. He needs to heal. We got a counterspell, and Alex has been on point with those counterspells the whole match, landing those blink CSs. One time he counterspelled symbols, and they almost won the game at the back of that. So I would say Alec had a great performance in terms of just defensively blocking, in terms of helping out his team kind of land the crowd control and interrupts and doing damage. But yeah, I didn't like the targeting that much with those kidney blind setups. I think using kidney and then after the kidney ends using blind, it's not that ideal when you're facing a hybrid that's just going to be spam healing themselves. I think they could have killed Jamie a lot earlier if they coordinated a little bit better on the side of Casual Dads, but Clyde keeping them in the fight for a really long time allows them to get the win and find that win condition later on anyway.
Seems like a conflict of strategy, right? Like Nixie shoves the kidney before blinding, but then I think he's anticipating that he's going to use kidney on the healer. so it'll come off cooldown by the time that CC chain is over, like blind poly or blind savvy gets a kidney. That has to be his thought process. I don't think he's just deliberately kidneying desynced from the blind, because he's reliably doing it. But it's whether or not that's the right strategy. Deepen dampening, maybe it is, because the shaman healing is not as effective, which it was getting to that point. So I can't really hold it against him for trying to do that. But before dampening, if you don't have a cover on the shaman, your kill potential is really low. But maybe they're not even trying to win before dampening.
Just get to damp.
Yeah, just get to dampening. So maybe every kidney shot should go into DPS just to stop them from taking damage. Like anytime Alec is taking damage, kidney disarm and just dampen RMP. Just don't let them ever connect. And then when you get into dampening thrall, your CC it next, and then run the shaman over.
I would say that, but the fact is they had Combust, he had no Trinket, he had no Astral Shift, Next had no IQD, and they had Blind. It's checkmate at that point. It's literally checkmate. You're dead. And also specifically because there's no warrior on the like fake turbo. There's no intervene that's gonna like, maybe save like a real him turbo. or like a war banner. There's none of that. You're just like you press kidney, you press blind, and that's that.
You thought it was good? I don't know. I'm not sold on it.
Was good, but it seemed like it had some promise. Is it better than real turbo? I don't know.
I'd rather see Ellie. I actually think I'd rather see Ellie Outlaw, like an Earthshield Ellie.
Yes.
Ellie Outlaw.
Really?
Yeah.
I would love to see
all
Jamie
the elemental shamans right now are just they're just like, what are you guys talking about? Like, I promise you, all of them are like, what are you saying? Like, I don't know. It's difficult because it's like we mentioned earlier today. I mean, one of the things about Outlaw, Outlaw has a lot. It's got survivability, it's got crowd control, it's got consistent damage, it's got everything you want, basically. A million defensive cooldowns. The one thing it is kind of lacking is a powerful Mortal Strike. So I think it's only 15% for Outlaw. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's only 15% for Outlaw. But you get into dampening, then you just got that constant sharpened blade up anyways, and then all your tools just close out the game. And that's kind of what we see is you can't take down an Outlaw team before dampening. Once you get into dampening, it's just as difficult, if not more difficult, because they have all these tools, immunities, crowd controls, and I feel like they, for the most part, get to take advantage of the healing reduction even more than anyone else.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think getting to dampening is definitely a very viable strategy, and it's easier. Not easier as in like it's too hard to execute it or something, but it's easier in the sense that you if something goes wrong when you're going for that perfect setup, you can just outright lose the game because of that. But if it's like I guess not easier, it's safer. You just attack or reduce the damage you take, and then in dampening, like I have an instant 30-yard range blind sap. Like something's gonna happen when you do that in dampening. Like do that a couple of times and you should be good. So I guess that is why Outlaw is strong. But still, I feel like these really, really, really top-notch RMPs, they do that, but also when they have those kill windows, they can capitalize on those.
I feel like Alec and Nixie, they're known for that, just like running laps strategy. Like when they won with Windwalker Arcane, I can't remember what year it was. Was it 2017 or something? I think.
Yeah, 17.
They played Windwalker. Right. They played Windwalker Arcane, and they did that strat where it was just Alec running circles around the map until they got into dampening, and then can just win with pressure. So, considering what we know about Alec, right? Like he's trying to like casually compete. So maybe they're relying on their old way of playing, right? Which, I mean, that way of playing is still a relevant strategy for a lot of compositions.
Do damage, don't die.
Yeah, just run around the map and attrition them. So playing for those win conditions might not be what they're even worried about. It's just, let's just keep running laps. Don't worry about taking the openings. Just get to dampening and they'll just fall over.
I mean,
so.
that had 0 mana though. I mean, that did happen, but I feel like there was a couple of close calls though.
Yeah. They definitely, and we're going to a smaller map too, so it might be difficult for Alec. Not as much room to kind of maneuver around as the Grand, so this is an opportunity here for Bugs with their kind of cleave setup. The Outlaw Rogue Enhancement Shaman, something we haven't seen too much of, but the worst signs of life. Cloud was almost completely tapped on men at the end of that game, and on a smaller map, it definitely seems like they have some opportunities to win.
Yeah, I don't mind seeing this again. I feel like for bugs, it's nice that they're experimenting maybe a little bit with the outline hands, and we'll just see. There is some things that we haven't seen maybe utilized to its full potential yet. We don't exactly know how effective it is going after a Clyde, because that's what a turbo would normally do. Sometimes they just run at the priest, and also these rogue swaps. We saw a couple of them. One was really devastating on Nixie. Maybe if they do that like as their main strategy and they're just attacking Alec in between, that could be another adaptation, or just having a smaller map and just running at Alec as well could be an adaptation. So definitely bugs not out of this one just yet, but we'll see how it works out for them here on the pirate hometown.
Kind of feels like they can't kill before dampening as the outlaw enhance. Feels like there's
both teams.
Yeah, it's not really possible. I'd say Casual Dads probably have a higher likelihood just because combustion. I think combustion can end the game before dampening.
Yeah.
But there's no combustion on the side of bugs. Like if Jamie played Doom Winds, then maybe, but there's so much that could stop him from connecting that you lose too much value from the. I think he's playing Chain Harvest Lego. Actually, I'm curious to see what his build is compared to Swapsy. I just want to look at that because there's a lot of different builds for Enhancement Shaman. So is he playing? Yeah, so he's running the same build as Swapsy with Chain Harvest. It's just so much extra value to be getting that powerful cooldown that can heal the whole team and do damage to the whole team. It's not really worth losing anything, but there's no punch from the bugs, right? I think I talked about it last weekend where you have to have a closer spec. You got to have a classic and KO someone. So like a Fire Mage Combustion, a Vendetta from an Assassination Rogue. Outlaw Rogue doesn't really have a closer. Enhanced doesn't really have a closer unless they're playing Doom Winds. So they're just kind of, they have to get to dampening before their damage is enough to end the game. Otherwise, there will always be enough time for healing to respond.
Dampening or a healer that has no mana. Those are their win conditions. Clyde goes out of mana, or dampening gets high. But I think dampening actually favors Casual Dads more so than bugs because they obviously rely on Jamie's off healing a lot. So bugs have one win condition as far as I see. Well, two. Casual Dads kind of falls asleep at the wheel and they don't play so well. Or they do manage to get Clyde out of mana, which is a very real possibility. We saw it in the last game, but we just need to have that consistent damage up to really, really kind of tax Clyde. And I almost wonder if it's one of those things where don't even try to win. Like maybe for bugs, it's better if they literally don't put crowd control on Clyde and just let him burn himself out of mana. Like just train down Alec, put every CC in the game on Nixie, full blind stab Nixie, full kidney Nixie, gouge him on cooldown, fear him on cooldown, and just allow Clyde to kind of, have fun, run rampant with healing, but himself. Because every time he goes into these large crowd control chains, he is able to, kind of regen mana and stuff like that. So maybe it sounds ridiculous, but it might actually be the best thing they could do.
No, it can definitely sound ridiculous because WoW in general is like, when you look at WoW Arena, you're like, CC one guy, kill the other guy. That's like very, very like just broad basics. So from that perspective, of course, like you're going against like a core principle, but at the same time, it's very real what you're talking about. Like going after doing long CC chains on healers can actually be a reason why you're losing. And we've seen that in the past as well, especially when RMPs playing when they're doing those kind of long game UMU strategies, which we've seen sometimes from RMP, like especially like ASA versions and things like that, is that if you do sheep, well, the healer just comes out of the blind sheep CC chain, maybe the DPS traded his trinket and whatever defensive. During that time when the priest was AFK for 20 seconds, he's getting full regen, and sometimes they come out of that CC chain with 20-30% extra mana. And if that's your real win condition or like your safe win condition, it can be really hard to actually hit that point because you were trying to play too good. So that's a lot of the time, why we say do damage and don't die. Don't try to be too flashy. Just kidney on CD and do damage. That's because there is a lot of situations like that where if you're not just consistently pressuring your opponent and just doing your basics, you can end up losing later because of it.
I like the just CC Nixie all game strat. Every disarm, every kidney, every fear even. I almost wonder if there's a world where they could actually go Clyde doing that, like hexing Alec. And just training the Holy Priest and just CCing the mage and CCing the rogue. It'd be really risky, but I feel like Clyde is the only target I see dying before dampening. And by removing the polymorph and removing the rogue, you're not going to get stalled as much. Whereas if you're leaving Alec open and Clyde open, you could get stalled a little bit. So I wouldn't mind seeing a different strat entirely from Bugs, just going after the healer and putting all their CC into the DPS. Now you don't need to deal with the Echoing Resolve, so you can like land a sheer hex on the mage on a polymorph without having to worry about getting countered by the trinket. So just sheer poly hex, and then Brunhilde kidneys the rogue, so no one can stop the hex. You do your setup like that.
Blind the mage. Just maybe just put everything on Alec instead and just train Clyde the entire game. Might mana burn him even faster. So a few different options. It is possible. I mean, I honestly like that strategy a lot more. I think they have to play kind of unconventionally if they want to win this kind of unconventional matchup with an unconventional composition. They need to mix it up, because right now, trying the mage, it doesn't seem too good.
It's interesting how we all have like kind of a different perspective on what they can do here. And so you guys both think they should go priest and just spam shock shear the mage into hexes and stuff like that. I kind of think that they should do that. Like they should blind sap Nixie the whole game. And when they don't have that, try to shear Alec and sheep him and go Nixie. I think they should just focus on shutting down Nixie the entire game. Because I don't think Alec will be that scary, especially on this map, but I could be wrong. And we'll have to see right now as the gates are open. There is some options here for Bugs, and we'll see what they decide to do here. They're going to cheap shot Nixie, go after Alec into a chastise, so they are throwing a lot of CC onto Nixie, and they are pressuring Alec right now. Jamie is the one taking a little bit of damage here. Disarm onto Nixie, kidney shot onto Clyde, so Nixie trying to get a little bit aggressive now, finally, that he's left crowd control, and they won't have that for him. Alec, though, taking decent amount of damage. Full blind onto Next. What are they going to do here? Alec gets Ray of Hope. Next in a full blind into a Ring of Frost. He gets interrupted by the Sundering. Beautiful sap there by Nixie. Alec does recover his HP. Jamie not in a stun, so he's just spam healing himself. Now finally getting stunned, but now Next out of crowd control. So Jamie will survive that, no problems whatsoever. Alec will get the Guardian Spirit. Alec also used the Combustion. And I would say this opener is looking pretty decent for Bugs. What are they going to do now, though, that they have a little bit of momentum and a little bit of time before that next blind?
Yeah, I mean, they just need to stay alive, honestly. I don't see them finding a kill before dampening. If they did, it would be absolutely insane. Clyde is running the Boon of Ascended this game as the Kyrian Holy Priest. I think he was playing Mind Games last game. I'm not 100% on that, but Boon of Ascended is going to be these big burst moments for him. He's caught into a chastise, so he's playing Night Fae last game. He's going to lose a little bit of cooldown reduction for his team to get some burst damage. And I think Casual Dads are the ones that want to try and win this before dampening. He's also going to lose mana regen from losing the Night Fae Covenant, so I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of this move. I almost think Ventir, if he was going to go for more damage, stop the enhancement healing on a go, you can send a blind in the priest and mind games the shaman, and that's basically the same as stunning them. So I don't know if this Kyrian priest is going to work. Alec is getting blasted right now, though, trying to blink away. Kidney shot onto Jamie, not going to be able to connect. Clyde's going to trade the Ray of Hope to stabilize during this point. Jamie trades Astral Shift for the Boon of Ascended, which means his Astral Shift is now desynced with Combustion. Next needs to reset that Astral Shift. He gets Kidney Shot on his Symbols of Hope. He didn't reset the Astral Shift all of the way. Combustion's coming up in 2 seconds. If they can connect here onto Jamie with a massive swing of damage in this next Kidney Shot, they might be able to overwhelm him here. His next going to get a pre-Fey Guardians is what I'm looking for this Combustion. He's caught in the Dragon's Breath. Holy Wards after the Dragon's Breath. Nixie is dismantled. Can't connect damage. Jamie is still down at half. Brunhilde pre-evasions, trying to anticipate crowd control onto himself, trying to get aggressive with his Adrenaline Rush and trying to push Alec over. Clyde gets interrupted, but Brunhilde's into Polymorph. They win sure the follow-up. Jamie's right on top of Alec, but they still want to pull the trigger on this Combustion. Here comes Combustion. They're swapping it over onto Brunhilde. Not sure if I like that. Jamie's going to be able to help him. Just grounds the Combustion and purges it off. Easy counter for Jamie in that position. That just seemed like a desperation switch to the Rogue. Outlaw Rogue, I do not think is going to go down. I think the only thing in the game that can kill an Outlaw Rogue right now is a Subtlety Rogue. So I do not like that swap Elemental to Brunhilde right there. Okay, Thunderstorm. Yeah, you're right. Holy Shaman will be the only one that got a kill on an Outlaw Rogue.
Yeah. No, world first. Now, Jamie's actually going to continue his march here on to Alec. Let's see what he can get done. Clyde's mana not looking good, down to 40%. So the strategy of kind of just getting out of mana is working out, but at the same time, Next not doing so hot himself. Jamie's going to go for a big Chain Harvest, get a little healing on himself, kind of dent Alec a little bit, but Blazing Barrier is going to soak up most of that damage. and Alex should be okay. Jamie continuing his march, his push here, next in a prime position to keep him alive. Alec maybe getting a little bit overconfident here. Blind on Clyde. He's going to be using the IQD to break himself out of that one and connect the Guardian Spirit on Alec. At the same time, Jamie's in a kidney shot. Ring of Fire is down. Pressure here potentially for casual dads, but with that Aegis, it looks like Jamie's just going to be able to completely kind of soak up a lot of that damage. We're still about a minute away from dampening here. In the last game, I believe it was about 30% dampening before it closed out. So if these healers aren't able to recover their mana, it could end sooner than that, but we could also see the game going on here for quite some time.
Yeah, and if Jamie can have it his way, that's what he would love. Right now, gets stunned behind the pillar. Next, in a full blind. This is a very, very dangerous setup. Can they get the follow-up CC? Alex moving in for the sheep. He gets interrupted. They don't get the follow-up. Really key interrupt there by Brunhilde, because Jamie was already low when that blind came in, and he was covered during the blind. So really, really nice stop there. That would have been some major cooldowns, potentially the IQD there by Brunhilde, keeping his team in the fight here for now. Alec now taking a little bit of damage. Clyde with a nice fade right there. Now Clyde in a kidney shot. Alec popping off with combustion here. Jamie gets gripped out of line of sight. Beautiful grip there by Next. But Alec, look at that positioning. He's still in that Rune of Power. You can move out of this circle on the ground a little bit and still get the buff from that effect. So he's able to squeeze out just a little bit of extra burst damage there with that positioning. Now Alec going for the Ring of Frost, and he is going to get interrupted. Chain Harvest coming out. Actually, he does get the Ring of Frost. Ring of Fire as well coming out there. Jamie taking decent damage. Nixie in a kidney shot right now. Brunhilde trying to shut down the follow-up there with the kick as well. Dragon's Breath coming out onto Next. And Alec will not have any more crowd control, blinking away. And now Alec could be in trouble here as Jamie is looking to get aggressive. Full blind onto Clyde. Brunhilde with the Adrenaline Rush. Clyde, and they get the sap onto him. They do get the sap as well. Alec in some real trouble here. Doesn't have Alter Time. Taking a lot of damage here. Nice Dragon's Breath. Nice blink with that Blazing Soul. And Alec will get a little shield there. Buy himself enough time with that beautiful Dragon's Breath as well. And that should be enough for him to get some heals from Clyde. And we were talking about win conditions earlier, that maybe Bugs just want to get Clyde out of mana. Well, Clyde, he has something to say about that, because he actually has a mana lead. Alec, though, taking huge damage again. He's got the Guardian. There it is. 1 HP Ray of Hope coming in. Boon of the Ascended. Holy Fire. They're getting aggressive here. Big damage onto Jamie, potentially. Clyde in a kidney shot. Jamie is going to use that Eternal Aegis Trinket. Ring of Fire coming out here. Double disarm on both rogues. Clyde on one side there with his mage, trying to keep Alec here just nice and healthy, using heals, trying to just be efficient here with his healing. Jamie still dropping kind of low. Next, though, sitting down for a drink. Alec on fire right now. Big Chain Harvest connecting there from Jamie. Manages to proc the Cauterize. So one big cooldown there, finally forced. Blind onto Next. Dragon's Breath Sheep. Can he get the sap by Nixie? Doesn't look like he has a Vanish to work with right now. So Nixie not going to be able to find the sap. That Sheep onto Brunhilde. Unfortunately, it's going to get dispelled. And the crowd control chain has been broken up. Now Bugs with another opportunity here potentially to try to force that Ice Block from Alec. Dampening at 12% right now.
All right, let's see if they can stay alive here. Next has managed to snag a bit of mana, but it feels like mana is going to be even between the healers. It's going to come down to those burst moments for Chain Harvest on Jamie. Can he connect that again, secure the kill, or at least force an Ice Block? They're swapping to Nixie. I don't know if I like this. Pops the feint. Look at his feint cooldown. Has it as soon as feint ends. He can feint again because of the honor talent, float like a butterfly. So he's just taking 30% less damage. He's not even pressing it again. He could have like 3 more feints during this time, I think, on the Outlaw Rogue. He's just getting aggressive. They're trying to put Jamie down. Jamie gets a big heal onto the Guardian Spirit here, but they're cutting through the Guardian Spirit now at 16% dampening. Alec cannot stay aggressive, though. He's been forced away, blinking into the midfield. Jamie trying to reconnect with Ghost Wolf, hitting Nixie on his way over. Alec actually soul shapes on top of Jamie. I don't really like that play by him here. He's going to get sundered by Jamie. Jamie's getting a lot of uptime. Chain Harvest comes in, trying to close it, but Clyde gets the Guardian Spirit and big heals just in time. Nixie now trying to set up for the win. Here comes the full blind. Adrenaline Rush. Jamie's on the run. Needs 10 seconds. 9 seconds away from his Astral Shift. A vital cooldown to reduce damage. But he's actually just surviving even without it. Restabilizing with healing surges. Clyde rolls up for a double fear. Kidney shot connects, and they're looking to finish it. Can Next save Jamie here? So deep into dampening. Big heals on that Apotheosis. Pre-fading crowd control and lands a double fear. Excellent save by Next in that position. Now, aggressively, they need to get some work done, and they are. They're right back onto Alec. They get Ray of Hope from Clyde. Can they make it a negative Ray of Hope here? Alec is dropping a defensive Ring of Frost onto the Spirit Wolves of Jamie. Really good Ring of Frost usage in this matchup to remove that Enhancement Shaman cooldown. Jamie getting pre-gripped on the kidney shot, away from damage. Once again, nice play by Next. Both healers working on basically fumes at this point. It's going to be a swing of momentum that closes this one.
Yeah, and let's see if they can find that momentum. 23% dampening. Clyde out of mana in a full blind. Jamie still trying to disconnect right now. He trades out the Astral Shift. Brunhilde trying to get some peels out and trying to find some pressure, but Alec has been doing a good job cutting him around. There is no Cauterize. He does not have the safety net of that cheat death, but there is a combustion available, so big damage potential here for Casual Dads, but I'm not sure Alex is going to be able to actually get it off. He goes for it, but it gets purged off. Nicely done there by Jamie. Jamie's still in trouble. Dampening is getting higher. Both these healers are going to struggle. There's no mana left for either side. How long can they really sustain themselves? That was the big go for Alec, and it was dealt with by Bugs. I feel like Bugs right now, they're going to have potentially a little bit of an advantage here. That's if Jamie can actually connect to his target. That's the big problem. Is for Jamie, he's under so much pressure from Nixie that he has to run away. And at this point in dampening, it seems like Alec on that Fire Mage just has a slight edge, just being able to put out damage. Jamie can't really connect, but if he can, I do fear here for Alex. But still, Jamie on the back foot, having to play very defensive. Alex just going to run literally on top of him. He is not afraid. He realizes they have pressure. He realizes they have momentum. They could close it out, but that might cost him the game or his ice block. That aggressive play, 31% dampening as both these teams continue to struggle.
Yeah, Alec now forced into the ice block there after that Ray turning negative, and now Alec has no defense, but neither does Jamie. Lined up for Nixie in exactly 4 seconds. This one has to close out the game. Brunhilde has blind as well. Both teams actually with a very real opportunity of taking each other down. Mage could fall, Enhance could fall. Jamie with the Eternal Aegis Trinket trying to predict the setup here. Cheap shot onto Clyde there. Next actually did sit through the blind there as well. Brunhilde taking a decent amount of damage. There's the blind as well being committed by Brunhilde. So both rogues now with no blind, both targets still alive. Alec though taking a lot of damage here. Jamie trying to get aggressive. There's a kidney shot. There's a fear onto Brunhilde. Here comes the damage. Alec with beautiful positioning here with that combustion gets to just absolutely blast Jamie, and he will survive though with that Guardian Spirit. But Next has 0 mana left to work with here. What is Next going to do? How is he going to keep Jamie alive? Clyde has just the tiniest bit of mana. He's actually sitting down and drinking right now. They're going after Nixie. Kidney shot onto him, and there it is. Ray of Hope coming in there barely in the nick of time for Clyde, trying to keep Nixie alive and well. Cloak of Shadows coming out from Nixie. Ring of Frost onto Jamie into a kidney shot. There's the Chastise onto Brunhilde. Kidney shot onto Brunhilde. They're just spamming damage. They're not even crowd controlling onto Next here. Next is just doing whatever he can, but he has no mana left to work with. Just sitting down for just a little tick here of drinking. Can he get it? He comes out with the Greater Fate. He comes out blasting a few heals. Jamie with the Astral Shift trying to stay alive, but Next with 0 mana left. Is he going to sit down and try to drink again here, or what are they going to do? How is he going to stay alive? Nixie dropping dangerously low. There's the kidney shot gripped by Next. Next actually trying to def the blind there, but he gets blinded fully, and I think Jamie has ran out the clock. Can they get the follow-up CC? Ring of Frost gets kidney shot. They have no follow-up onto Next. Clyde moves in. Can they find a fear? Can they find something? But Jamie defiantly stays alive. Combust is ready though for Alec, and the next setup, I don't know. Next is gonna have to literally perform miracles to keep Jamie alive.
Oh, they're going after Nixie. He's got evasion again, though, with Ray of Hope and Combustion. Boon of Ascended, massive damage available. Here comes Combustion, deep into dampening. I think there's no way Casual Dads take it now 2-0 and are looking dominant. This comp I do not see working for the Bugs. They tried mixing it up, going after Nixie and dampening, but he's just always got a cooldown. Even right now, they can't even connect to him. They're trying to finish him. Clyde with no mana. Can Next kill him? Holy Fire, kidney shot, grip back to the pillar. Clyde gets a heal off. Brunhilde's still trying to close it. Maybe Nixie is a target at 50% dampening, but the Crimson Vial, even at 50% with that many hit points on an Outlaw Rogue, it's still going to heal you for a decent chunk. Nixie is not going to fall in the 2v3, and they're going to move to match point here. Bugs, I think, need to mix it up. This comp is so brutal. It's almost it kind of like it's like debating you a little bit. Like, oh, maybe you can win. You got to cauterize. Oh, maybe you can win. You got to block. And it's like dampening's really high. Oh, this actually isn't good for us. Now Jamie can't heal anymore, and he's gonna die. So I don't know. I like that they're experimenting, but I want to see something different for Game 3.
Yeah, it's really interesting because RMP in the past, was a composition, like in older expansions, was a composition that if you could kind of outlast and play defense for long enough, you'd kind of just like passively win because their consistent damage wasn't really going to be there. But this version of RMP with the Outlaw Rogue, it has a lot of lasting potential. The Fire Mage, obviously very durable. Outlaw Rogue, very durable. Holy Priest, quite strong right now. So it can be difficult. It's not only about surviving the setups, but the consistent pressure that you can see that they have. I mean, these are kind of the final moments of the game. Nixie is going to get topped off here with this Ray of Hope, and there's just a kitty shot combust, and Jamie just kind of falls over. I really feel like Bugs, they did a good job responding to almost all the situations, but once you're 50% dampening, the game is so volatile, it's really, really difficult to stay alive. You can see the healing that Jamie did in this game as well. 2 million off healing as opposed to his priest did 3.3 million. So that's why they're able to sustain so long in the match, but it's also the weakness because Jamie, in dampening, those heals aren't going to be nearly as effective to actually keep himself alive. And the fact is, his uptime is really limited on Alex. So with limited uptime and the heals no longer as powerful, it just feels like the longer the game goes, Casual Dad has more and more of an edge. So I don't think this comp is going to work. I don't really see the potential anymore.
Yeah, I think so too. I feel like this is a matchup where I would say if somebody wins early, it's probably the RMP. And if somebody wins late, it's also probably the RMP. So I don't see the win condition for Bugs. If their win condition is run Clyde out of mana, well, you ran out of mana and lost. So what are you going to do? That win condition just doesn't seem very real because of that. And like winning in setups, like, to be honest, that's not going to happen. They just don't have the damage to actually take somebody down with, even if they have like a full blind sap and they go after Alec, like he's gonna survive. He's playing with the blink stun. He's playing kind of tanky mage, and Nixie's an outlaw rogue. So it's just both the mage and the rogue are just super hard to kill actually, especially when you think about the fact that they're backed up by a holy priest. So it's been nice, Bugs, but it's time to maybe swap in. I mean. From what I'm understanding, the reason why they're not playing RMP is because Oscar is he's having internet problems or he's having some kind of issue. But maybe swap in Ellie for Jamie. I think that could be
pull swaps. They just bring in the Ellie last minute, see if you can get it done. What else does Jamie play? Is there anything else?
He used to play Demon Hunter. He used to play all Shaman specs. Maybe they can play double rogue with Jamie as well. There was a time where he played Asrogue. I don't know if he has his outlaw rogue.
He needs outlaw
at all.
Like, stop messing around.
I want to see Doom
send
wins
the double
again.
outlaw.
I actually want to see Doom wins legendary, and you go on the rogue. You kidney shot Nixie and send Doom wins. Huh?
Get rid of the Shaman.
So disappointed to see the enhancement Shaman.
I swear the major difference between these comps is Combustion can end the game, and there's nothing on Bug's team that can end the game. So if they had Doom wins, which I think can end the game, and you just said every go on the rogue, who's the only one that can mostly stop the Doom wins, it might be enough to 100-0 him.
Well, it's kind of what I wanted to see in the first game, where I said like attack Alec in between like your stuns, but when you have a stun, like do a really big go on the rogue. But it could maybe work, but I just, to be honest, this is my opinion. I think outlaw rogue is way too tanky to die like that. And I think the Fire Mage won't die like that either.
Yeah, let me dream, okay?
Let's sit dream.
I'm just saying.
Let's live in a world where someone on RMP can die, okay? Like I want to
outlaw rogue die.
Peekaboo did to Calvish. That's why I said I think Sub Rogue is the only one that can kill an outlaw rogue.
Yeah.
Maybe Jumbo could kill an outlaw rogue. Like I think Waz played Sub, didn't he? Sub RMP into my way. So
was it Pika Assassination? No, he was outlaw.
He went outlaw in a few of the games. I think he went assassination in the last game.
Yeah, he definitely died as outlaw. We were all blown away.
Yeah. It's like he died through some cooldowns as outlaw, so it was like extra. Just like wait, outlaw died and he died through Guardian, I think it was. But yeah, you need something that can close the game though. I feel like, and there's no real threat from Bugs. Like Casual Dads have more than enough time to trade a cooldown every minute for the sustained pressure. Like, they spend a minute getting someone to 10%, and then Casual Dads press 1 second getting them back to full health. So it's like, you need something that can end the game with burst damage right now in this meta. Sustained damage is just not as valuable with the compositions players are bringing at this competitive level. So I doubt that Jamie makes that change. It just would be really a weird change, especially with how powerful the Chain Harvest is. Let's see if they can slug it out here against Casual Dads. Maybe they mix up their strategy. Maybe they spend more time committed to Nixie on the kidney shots. We're waiting to see. We can see a blind already committed onto Clyde into a Chastise. But even that's not enough. Look, one instant heal, Nixie's back to full health. So that entire crowd control chain is nullified if you don't get a kill in that specific window, or a major cooldown so you can get that window later on. In the meantime, we see Next caught into a blind sap, but he pre-Fey Guardians, and they used Astral Shift, so a little bit of an overlap, honestly, on their part, but they should take 0 damage to that all-in from Casual Dads. They use Combustion, Adrenaline Rush, as well as Boon of Ascended, so more than fair to trade those powerful cooldowns, and now they can get aggressive. Alec bursted. Ray of Hope Apotheosis. I feel like it should be unlikely that Alec goes down, but Brunhilde actually kidney shots Clyde on his Apotheosis, and they're chasing Alec, but Nixie kidney shots Jamie. Brunhilde's in a Dragon's Breath. Ring of Frost. Oh, they missed the Ring of Frost. Brunhilde actually Cloak of Shadows to walk through it and stay on top of Alec, so that missed Ring of Frost, an opportunity here for Bugs to get aggressive right on top of Alec, trying to take him out, but Guardian Spirit comes in from Clyde, and it looks like he's going to be bouncing right back to full HP, standing on top of Next. Next gets a Shadow or Death on the first poly. Alec goes for a second one, but the crowd control chain is pretty much botched here for the Casual Dads. Their setups not looking too potent at the moment, but Adrenaline Rush is available for Nixie. Alec on the back foot, massive swing of damage onto him as he blinks back out into the open. And did Jamie perhaps change his build, actually? I'm trying to go double check to get any sort of extra burst damage outside of the Chain Harvest.
I'll have to wait and see. Nixie all over Jamie right now. He's taking some pressure in the middle of the map, trying to get to his target. Oh, it looks like he will. Use the Pharaoh Lunge to get to Alec, finally getting a little bit of damage out, but he's met with a Ring of Fire, and that consistent damage is going to be burning down both Brunhilde and Jamie. Jamie responds with a big Chain Harvest, topping himself off. Alec taking a lot of pressure, will just be blinking away. The kidney shot on Jamie. Boon of the Ascended here by Clyde, really trying to just push him over the edge, and that damage is, if you don't have crowd control on the healer, you're kind of just sending it. I don't know. It seems like a little bit of a waste, in my opinion. But the Boon of the Ascended and Dampening is just going to even add more to the kind of firepower that Casual Dads have to push Jamie over as that healing reduction gets lower and lower. So I think that really is the strat here for Casual Dads. Jamie right now getting a little bit low, 50% health, but gets topped off here by Next. Kidney shot will land. Ring of Fire as well from Alec. Just trying to get really aggressive here on Jamie, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to. Jamie just runs through the Ring of Fire, doesn't care. In defiance, wants to put Alex down, but Alex is full health once again. Casual Dads looking solid here for a potential 3-0 in this series. Bugs are going to have to figure out something. Jamie still, he's staying alive. He's staying alive for quite some time. Let's see if they can get Clyde out of mana. They do have a lead, so I'd say the one thing Bugs does have going for them right now is they're ahead on mana, and that could be a potential win for them if they can, first of all, get Clyde out of mana, and also don't get too deep into Dampening because that's a little bit sketchy. So definitely on a timer here.
Yeah, you want to just get your ankles wet. You don't want to like go for a full swim in Dampening, and we'll see if Bugs can do that because once Dampening gets too high, we saw what happened in that last game around the 40-50% mark is when things get really, really unstable, and we're going to see these Outlaw Rogues really get to work here. You see a kidney shot and a blind actually now on the Clyde. Can they get any follow-up onto that blind? It doesn't look like it. Clyde will just break out of that one and actually sit down and drink. So that mana lead that you're talking about, it's not looking too good right now for Bugs. Clyde gonna actually get a bit of a mana lead and at least equalize what he had there to work with. Alec in a Guardian Spirit right there, catches a big heal, and he will be completely fine. Nixie in Fear, Brunhilde in Sheep, and Brunhilde gets dispelled into a Resheep. Alec just trying to buy some time here for that next kidney shot to happen, and here we go. Big damage coming in. Jamie Trinkets out, uses the Astral Shift during that blind. He get the sap as well. Jamie keeping himself alive with big heals. Nice cheap shot as well as that disarm by Brunhilde, using that advantage just defensively to try to fill up the entire team of Casual Dads as they are going for the throat right there. And Jamie's still not out of the woods just yet. Next, still in crowd control, finally coming out gets the Guardian Spirit, gets a big Serenity heal. Jamie now finally going to be completely fine. Alec now taking big damage, and still a long while left there on that Guardian Spirit, but Clyde has some cooldowns to work with right here. If Alex should drop too low, Jamie, a kidney shot into a Ring of Fire, taking some damage, and there's the Ray of Hope from Clyde onto Alec, gonna keep him nice and healthy. Whereas next, he used his Guardian and used his Ray as well. So next doesn't have too much. He gets kidney shot on his Apotheosis. Can Alec get a sheep? He blinks in. He's trying to get it, but he gets clotheslined by Brunhilde, and they instead follow it up with the blind, but I don't think this blind is going to amount to too much. They're not even going to try to follow that up with anything. Nixie just trying to stay on target, build up pressure, and we've seen once the game goes on for too long what happens. So I think on the side of Casual Dads, they're maybe not looking for that perfect setup where they just get everything to align, and instead they're happy to try to get those setups when they can get them, but maybe not try to force them, and just they're just content with playing it out kind of slow and just trying to survive for dampening. That's when we saw Alex Combustion really just take over and close out the match. And since Sid also pointed that out, there isn't really any closing abilities like that on the side of Bugs. They don't really have like a big one-shot potential that they can use during those blinds. So it's going to be a little bit harder for them to get the win in that regard. Also, in the mana department, things are not looking good for Next right now.
Or they shove another Combustion, but Next is able to survive it without having to use anything, just gripping Jamie back to the boxes. So that's good news for Bugs here, but their mana is in such a terrible spot. Surprisingly, the RMP is winning the sustain damage fight, which is not what you would anticipate with an Enhancement Shaman versus a Fire Mage. So if they're even winning on the sustain front, they're winning on the burst front, they're winning on the control front, there's really no openings right now for Bugs outside of Casual Dads throwing the game. It seems like this is going to be such an uphill battle for them. Can they manage to beat the Goliath that is RMP here? They need to win 3 games, let alone even just this one on Runes of Lordaeron, which would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery. And we might be writing Jamie's name onto the tombstone as he dips very low there. Next swoops in with a Guardian Spirit Serenity heal, and now Jamie is getting aggressive. Can they take out Alec with this blind onto Clyde? He's on the run, avoiding both of them with an Alter Time. Drops a Ring of Frost. Needs to get those Spirit Wolves into the Ring of Frost. Runs the Spirit Wolves into that crowd control to remove that extra effect of the Enhancement Shaman. Fearing Jamie into the Ring of Frost. Getting control of him during that burst window. Really good defensive play from Alec in that regard. And now Next has just no mana left. He's gotten to a kidney shot. They're desperate. They're swapping to Nixie. They are going for Hexes on Mage and going after Outlaw Rogue. That's going to at least increase their effective crowd control, but still killing an Outlaw Rogue, man. Can they manage to do it?
I mean, it would be quite a feat if they were able to. Jamie just hasn't been able to connect to Alec, and this is just a problem. I mean, in dampening, you are just not doing effective damage. Going after Nixie could be exactly what they need. Full blind on Brunhilde, polymorph onto Jamie, dismantle onto Brunhilde, full panic mode there. The side of Bug or Casual Dads onto Bugs, but Jamie's still increasingly low. Dampening's about 20% right now. Next's mana is not looking good, but he's in a good position to heal up Jamie. As once again, Jamie's going to have to play very defensive. Brunhilde trying to set his team up with a big kidney shot here onto Nixie, but the Ring of Fire is down. Jamie has no choice but to run through it. He's going to be taking that big damage over time effect, but topping himself off. He uses the Aegis, he uses the Chain Harvest. Nixie is getting low, and now both teams kind of just going after the Rogue. Jamie's putting himself in a situation where it's very difficult for Alec to actually get off damage, and Nixie's kind of overextending. So that's what they're really trying to capitalize on here. Double Dragon's Breath from Alec, playing good defense, but Nixie!
They did it!
Dropped. They actually did it. Bugs with a strategy adaptation. They put a point on the board. Beautifully done. They're not out of it yet.
I just want to say that was my strat, okay? I just want to say it.
How is that your strat?
I said Kidney, Nixie, and Hex Mage. I said it. That's what their strat needs to be.
You need to go back and watch game.
It's my strat.
How is that your strat, bro?
My strat.
He died through Guardian, by the way. I don't know if his Guardian actually triggered there or not, but Bugs might be living up to their name right there. Not sure. Either way, though, I think that's a good strategy. Go after the Rogue. Mr. Blind Rogue, Sap Rogue, and Donald the Priest. I don't think that strategy is that good. Personally, I like it if they attack the Mage and during the kidney shots, attack the Rogue. We're going to see them. That's kind of what they did here. They shock Alec into a Hex. They go after the Rogue. And I think maybe did the Guardian fade? He has Guardian right there. So I don't know if that Guardian fades. in time right there, or what happens?
It's over right now.
Yeah, he got in maybe a little bit too soon right there. Either way, though, we've seen it happen now. Outlaw Rogue getting absolutely destroyed there in that stun lock, and that was also kind of 24% dampening. That was like right there at the sweet spot. Don't want to get too much higher than that, or Jamie is just basically dead the whole game. So yeah, nice turnaround here for Bugs. They're able to take it.
I like it. I mean, if you look at Jamie's damage, I think that's the secret, right? Like Jamie needs to be enabled in the match. I mean, his off healing is great, but if you're not getting off affected damage, then it's not going to be as scary for Clyde, Alec, and Nixie in dampening. So I think changing this strategy, at least in dampening, is going to really pressure not only the priest, but also potentially scare the rogue quite a bit. And it's just going to allow Jamie to really get up the damage. And damage is kind of king at that point of the game where healing is so low. Really, really curious to see if they can kind of continue this. Are we going to see a reverse sweep with this composition? Maybe they're onto something with this. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but it is possible.
What if RMP is not even the best option for casual dads? What if there's actually something that could be even more miserable, but for Bugs' enhanced outlaw?
Mage Lock?
Like, is there a chance?
Are we going to see Mage Lock?
Really big map.
You know, all jokes aside, and all I know people think I'm crazy with a lot of the stuff I say, and sometimes it's true, but Mage Lock is actually still good, but it's with a Demo Warlock now. Demo Warlock is where it's at. The Night Fate Demo Warlock, the big Tyrant. It's a really high consistent damage as well as the Mortal Strike effect. So that was a huge buff to Demonology Warlocks. They now have 25% healing reduction. And with all the stamina changes as well, it buffed their Tyrant damage. So that could be the answer. I don't know if it's going to be because of Tiger's Peak, but I think if they had locked in a big map, went with the Demonology Warlock, that could have been a solid choice too. But I don't know how many. It's weird because Demonology is one of those specializations. It's like Arcane Mage. Even if Arcane Mage, first of all, I don't think is viable right now. But if it was, a lot of the tournament players don't like playing it for whatever reason. I feel like Demo is similar, where it's like Demo, when it's viable, it's like a lot of the Warlock mains kind of hesitate to play it for whatever reason. Even though I do think it could win.
Fire's been good for like 5+ years, so everyone is like the most well versed on it, and you just have Dragon's Breath. It's like, what mage in their right mind wants to give up the ability to DB sheep and then just have to cast a normal sheep and get kicked on it over and over? Like, you like it? You like it? It's like Dragon's Breath is just such an easy cop out for a mage right now. It's like you play fire because you can't land a sheep otherwise, but just having that cover and having the fact that fire's been the best spec for such a long time, that there's so much practice put into it. So I think it's Arcane only ever becomes meta when it's like so clearly above and beyond the other mage specs that like you have to be playing it, which is just very rare. That doesn't happen very often.
It's usually good if there's a cleavy meta.
Yeah.
Because they can't do anything. Or as a fire mage, you kind of
Demo. I want to see the lock-in.
Get trained. I think we're gonna see RMP, guys.
Demo.
I think we're seeing RMP. And by the way, Sid, okay, this is a quote from our pregame. Oh, it's very interesting. We all think different things. You guys think you should shock the mage into hexes and go after the priest. I think you should shock the mage, go after the rogue. But we'll leave it at that, Sid. We'll call it your strategy here. Call it the rogue strategy here for
I said that. Hands. I said that in the second game, but then in the third game, I said I think going after the rogue.
I said it in the first game that they should go after the rogue.
Okay, well
I said it.
I switched my strategy from that.
One thing I can tell you this: I didn't say it, so I could at least say that. I didn't say it. I don't think the outlaw rogue is gonna die. Whatever.
True.
Nobody knew.
I didn't think he would die either, but I think maybe it's their best shot at killing something. Yeah, we're gonna see the same matchup, and this is interesting though, because I feel like Bugs they kind of accidentally discovered something there.
What, the outlaw rogues can die or
can kill a target?
Yeah, there is a target that dies on casual dads, and apparently it's gonna be the rogue. So
I wonder what build next he was playing. I wonder if he was just playing like maximum greed, like just doesn't.
Think he was playing Asian CD? There's no way.
No, he was. He was playing float
both.
like a butterfly and enduring brawler. He's playing everything. Yeah, he's even playing Battle Masters. It was really actually kind of.
He was actually wearing a Battle Master.
Yeah,
I guess
was.
it's such insane value that you'd have to wear it, isn't it? Like you have so much HP. Oh no, it's not based on your percent HP. It's not. Is it really that worth it? It's actually crazy. He's wearing maximum damp build and he actually still died. Something had to have gone wrong. I don't. There's no way you can replicate this, right? Like, how does he die? And Jamie changed his build too. Actually, Jamie dropped the Chain Harvest Legendary and was playing the Witch Doctor for your Maelstrom as a chance to reduce the cooldown of your Feral Spirits. So he was actually getting a little bit more damage out as a result of that. I think that's why he's damaged. Well, he's always top of the meter actually at the end of the scoreboard. But maybe this is better like kill damage than the Chain. I don't know, man. That's a hard debate whether or not Chain Harvest is more or less value. But the Chain Harvest one is tougher because there's less targets. Usually the Flame Shock crit reduce is really good into pet classes, but not so good into like this type of stuff where the mage is far away from the rogue. They're never stacked. And there's only really optimally maybe getting 2 or 3 Flame Shocks. So this legendary build, I think is still better for this matchup. And now moving in here, are they going to play out that strat from the very beginning? Just Nixie all game, kidney shot, dismantle, go after him, hex the mage. It's the only one that won a game, so let's just do it. Just send it again.
I like it.
I mean, I like it. I feel like if something's not working, it's best to kind of switch it up and at least experiment a little bit. And I think it's a great opportunity for these teams to kind of do that. Right now, all the RMPs, they're feeling really comfy. And I don't know. It really is. It's kind of like the quest right now for the Holy Grail. Like who can actually find a composition that can beat RMP? You know, and if you can beat Outlaw RMP, you need to then figure out how to beat Subtlety RMP for the ones.
Why aren't
RMP
they just playing sub? I feel like they'd kill the enhance in like 2 go. Sub RMP wouldn't even be close.
Yeah, you're probably not wrong about that. But I mean, we'll see. They're just going to lock in the Outlaw once again. Play kind of slow and steady. Clyde switched. Did he switch again? No, he's not. Vent there now. He's vent there now. All right, so just this didn't. All right, well they're mixing it up. So he's going to go over to the mind games. It's really effective against these hybrid classes. So they get crowd control on next, and a mind games on Jamie. His off healing is going to do damage to him instead of help him. So it can be really, really strong and kind of add into the power of killing some of these hybrid classes.
Yeah, I really, really like that they went Venthyr. Honestly, I wouldn't have minded even Bugs playing Venthyr and going after Next with Mind Games, because that way I could see Next actually going down. But if they are staying with the Night Fae, then and kind of just trying to get Jamie to have multiple shield walls, essentially, then I think they're doing is perfectly fine. But then they have to also go after Nixie and Alec, and they cannot really go after the Priest. Because he's not going to really die outside of a stun, and to kill him in a stun, you need to have something to deal with the Guardian. Alec right now, getting Chain Harvest dead, but beautiful Ray of Hope coming in there. Should be a positive one. Next is in a full sheep. Jamie in a kidney shot. 3 Aegis Trinket coming out. Brunhiri, Dragon's Breath, drops the ring with the Gouge. Ring of Fire coming out for Alec here. And Nixie now in a kidney shot, and this is when I want to see them swap. I mean, it's still very early on in the match, but I think what Bugs are doing right now is really good. Go after Alec, don't use any stuns on him, and then when Nixie walks up to you like this, just stun him and swap to him, burn a bunch of Clyde's mana, maybe get a Guardian, get some cooldowns that way, and in between your goes, you're slowing down Alec, and you're going after Nixie. And anytime Alec casts a Polymorph, well, try to wind shear him and actually hex him. Just try to make Alec not play the game as much as possible when you're attacking Nixie. And when you're attacking Alec, you're just waiting for your stuns to come back onto Nixie. I think that could be a very real way for them to win. Kind of similar to what we saw in that last game when Bugs did actually get themselves a win. But big setup coming out here. Holy Fire's coming out from Clyde. He's got the Mind Games onto Jamie, but will fade momentarily. And I think Jamie will be fine with that trade. Gets the Guardian Spirit as well as the Astral Ship. But now he has got nothing. Can he land in CC here? Kidney shot next into a blind. We drop a Ring of Frost. Nice cloak by Brunhiri to not get crowd controlled here. And Brunhiri is going to stop Alec from getting the sheep because he did use that cloak. And that will break out the crowd control and allow Next to catch his team back to full HP here. So nice teamwork here from the casual dads. Nice defensive plays from Brunhiri. but they've been playing nice defensively the whole series. We want to see some good offense from Bugs, and I think their best target has to be Nixie, and when they can find those swaps and they can find those hexes. So that's what we're looking for right now.
Nixie pre-evasioning, anticipating that he could be a target in the near future. Jamie getting mind controlled a little bit annoyingly here, just trying to get him away from Alec, as they are starting to dogpile on him. Clyde caught in a cheap shot. Alec blinks back behind the pillar. Jamie's trying to chase him with Door Shadows, gets interrupted by Nixie. Alec going for a safe shifting power, resetting all of those powerful mage cooldowns even faster. Fireballs incoming onto Jamie, setting up a ring of fire, trying to just sustain their pressure. They're going to throw out the Fey Guardians, but it's not enough. Having to commit the Guardian Spirit here as well. Another kidney shot onto Nixie. Jamie's not swapping to him, though. A little bit surprised to not see him swap. Or just a kidney dismantle to stop damage here, while Next is in a polymorph as Jamie pulls away from both Alec and Nixie, just avoiding them while his healer is crowd controlled. They swap to Next in the kidney shot. Is he just going to fall over? It's match point for them. 10% health going around the corner with a fear onto Alec, and it seemed like they just tickled Next and he almost fell over there, and we haven't even seen him get attacked at all in this series. That could be devastating later on if they can make any more swaps like that in the near future. This is why I was thinking subtlety would be so much better for them on the side of casual dads. But they're sticking to the outlaw rogue here. Kidney shot, another one onto Jamie. Looks like Next grips him back to safety, and he's not going to have to trade anything major. And even despite their swapping strat between Alec and Nixie, Clyde is actually still ahead on mana. He's safely drinking in the back, which is really bad for their team, because I feel like casual dads are showing that more and more they can kill multiple teams or multiple members of Bugs.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no doubt about it at this point. Jamie right now going for a Hex. He gets gouged. Alec with a Ring of Fire down. Defensive once again. They are going after Jamie with a Fear on Clyde. Next in the backline, though, throwing some buffs on Jamie. He's going to be reducing damage and just in a really prime position to keep his team alive. A good position here by Bugs. They continue to put pressure on Nixie. I mean, Nixie taking a surprising amount of cleave damage. At the same time, Alec is getting low. Ray of Hope should top Nixie, but now there's really no tools. It's actually going to be the Guardian Spirit that trades up from Clyde. He gets wind sheared. Jamie right now doing a great job with Brune Haiti. They're getting a lot of pressure out. I like going after multiple targets, and this cleave damage is absolutely insane. And it's actually something that Outlaw kind of thrives in. They get a lot of basically for free cleave damage with their Blade Flurry. So if you can get that damage out and make it effective by going after multiple targets, I think it's a really, really good strat here from Bugs.
Yeah, and Bugs in a little bit of trouble right now, Jamie. Dropping to about half HP. He should be kind of okay, though. Next there in the backline, trying to def the sheep. He gets sheep. Nice juke by Alec. Ring of Fire coming out. Jamie in a lot of trouble here. What is he going to do? He trades out the Eternal Ages. I don't know if that's going to be enough. They have more CC here. They don't have a blind, and Clyde is not. He doesn't have a fear either to work with. So Alec actually going to be the one taking big damage here. Alec going to blink to safety, dropping to about 10% right there, almost proccing his Cauterize, but he will survive. Nixie in a disarm. Brunhiri now also in a disarm. Alec going for a Ring of Frost. It's still on the R, though, onto Next, I believe. And I think Alec here not going to be able to find that crowd control that he's looking for, but still a lot of good defensive maneuvers here coming out from Bugs so far, going after Nixie once again. And we saw in that previous setup, they had a good pressure there onto Nixie, and we saw in the previous game as well, Nixie go down in a situation like that. And blind Jamie, big swap onto Next. I think Next might go down here. Do they have anything more out of that stun? They do not. And no combustion there as well. And I think they're starting to realize, hey, we can just go after Next. This guy is playing with IQD. Means he doesn't have that extra set bonus from the 2 trinkets. But you can also CC Next and go after Jamie. Mind Games connects. But Jamie catches a big heal with that Guardian Spirit, using his Astral Shift as well. And barely surviving another dangerous situation there from casual dads.
Let's see if they can keep it up here. Mana now actually in favor of Next, but they blew a lot of defensives to survive there. And we're starting to see the casual dads are willing to go after different targets multiple times. They just got greater fade from Next. There's no Guardian Spirit. If they can get that Holy Ward off, swap with Combustion, I think they drop him dead. They've got no trinkets. They just crowd control, land a double fear, double ring. Any crowd control, I think Next is just going to fall over. If Alec can get there for the kidney shot, they're going after him. Chain Harvest comes through to stabilize the team. They're swapping back to Nixie to try and force him away from Next. Holding him at bay for now, but I imagine he's just charging in. They know that he's dead. They just need to get the kidney combust and get some cross on Jamie here. Where's the cross? No, they're actually just sending it after Jamie. They blind Alec on his bust, purge it off. Is it going to matter? Is Jamie going to die to Nixie? Brunhilde shuts down everything, blinds the bus, disarms Nixie during the kidney shot. Nothing is getting through Brunhilde. I feel like they dropped the ball there. They needed to land double crowd control on Jamie and Brunhilde before they sent that go. Otherwise, they're just going to get peeled like that. So sloppy cross CC here for the casual dads. They had a checkmate position. This is going to give opportunities for Bugs.
I definitely will. So right now, Bugs can continue their march. They have pressure on Alec. He's going to get topped off, but now just swapping over to Nixie. Ring of Frost drops down. Next, actually, he's just going to run into it with a death, but he gets kidney shot, and now could be in some trouble for Ring of Frost. This Ring of Frost is getting insane value here for Alec. He gets the death on next, and then they actually swap him. It goes on Jamie. It goes on Brunhilde. A full kidney shot now on Jamie, as both teams kind of just mixing it up, putting out damage. Damage seems to be king in this matchup so far. Alec's going to get interrupted on that shifting power. Big kidney shot here on Nixie. Could he get dropped? And he does! Are we going to see the reverse sweep? Are we going to see it, Bugs? Are they actually doing it? They're going to beat RMP with the enhancement shaman of Jamie. I mean, this is very surprising.
Very, very interesting development in the series here. Bugs only one away from reverse sweeping the RMP. And what a... These swaps onto Nixie, man. That's not... saying it. He swaps onto Nixie. This is their ticket right now, and they are looking hot. They have all the momentum, and Jamie can just continue doing those predictive kind of pre-ages, pre-astro shifts, and just in general good kiting. If Brunhilde can continue to play goalie like that as well with the peels, they definitely have a real shot at actually taking this entire series now. But at the end of that game, it was very, very unfortunate because so first they swapped to next here, and they almost take him down. Like the next barely survives that. But we're gonna see, I think, a little bit later where I think he's actually right here. Next, he's gonna get blinded, and look at Alec here, shifting power, boom. At the same time as the blind comes out, he breaks it, which is why Nixie dies actually, because they lose all that pressure that they would have had onto Jamie. Jamie would have been defensive here, but instead, Next is in the back line, free casting damage. Jamie's being aggressive. They're all being offensive. So a little bit of miscommunication there. Sending the blind, trying to get aggressive on one side, breaking the blind on the other side. And yeah, Bugs are definitely going to take that mistake and just run with it and immediately close out the match and put us on a game 5. I mean, 2 games ago, this looked hopeless. We all kind of just brushed it off and said, all right, we're probably just going to see a 3-0 here. But look at Bugs turning up right now.
I feel like they're getting the punishes. I think it's now realizing that Nixie can actually die. I still can't believe it. Like, I still can't believe that he's going down to these matchups. It seems like they shouldn't have enough damage to be able to kill an outlaw rogue, but they're squeezing in just enough to finish it. I really actually think Nixie needs to go sub. I feel like sub just ends this immediately. I don't know if he just hasn't been practicing it. It seems like teams that don't play sub RMP is because they just don't practice it. Because it would be so easy for them to get triple CC and just KO the Holy Priest, triple CC, KO the Enhance. Like, all these situations would just be way easier for them offensively, and they're just trying to play the slow, safe, and steady route. And now Bugs are cutting them off at the pass. They're not getting all the way. So I actually want to see a change from Casual Dads, but I feel like we're not going to. I think Bugs might do this reverse sweep with Enhance Outlaw.
Well, they could also go Mage Lock, like Van was saying. They could just go Tolvir, Mage Lock, huh?
Try it out. I wouldn't mind seeing it, honestly. Demo, though, of course. But yeah, I also think a lot of this comes down to I think one of the really difficult things about taking down the Outlaw Rogue is when the Outlaw Rogue and the Fire Mage are kind of in sync. And I think what can happen, and actually Bugs is really good at this, is I feel like Nixie needs to be like very clear of when he's going to die or when he's scared, and there just needs to be double Dragon's Breath. So like double Dragon's Breath, Poly, or double Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, just over and over and over and over and over. Especially at that point in dampening where Nixie's actually, a little bit afraid of going down. I think Alex just needs to change his kind of mindset in the match of pure defense for the rogue. Like, I gotta live, but I also, at any moment, they could kidney my rogue, and I gotta be there for the double Dragon's Breath and shut that down, because if Nixie gets out of the stun, he is going to live. There's absolutely no doubt about it. So, I think something to consider, and maybe an adaptation that we could see Casual Dads make if they don't want to go with the demo lock.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Sid. I think sub RMP I think maybe even Asa RMP, but I feel like the Asa Rogue he could go down, you know? I would rather see the sub, but if they can't do the sub, maybe they haven't practiced it or whatever, then I think Asa could be okay as well, because you can just play it more standard. You can just play like less dampener RMP and just more RMP, you know, just go play a bit more setup based, because they don't really have that much stops for the setups, you know. As long as you get something on Brunhiri, you're going to be in a good spot.
Warlock time?
Yeah, it could be. This is a great Warlock map. No, it's definitely possible. We'll see, but I don't think we're going to see him on demo, though.
Yeah, we haven't seen him play Demo at all. I feel like Demo is also one of those lock specs where it's like rogue, like not many people pick it up and have much practice on it. So it's like the sub rogue of Warlock. It has more stuns too. It fits the bill here for being the sub rogue of Warlocks. I liked playing Demo. I'm actually thinking about going back on my lock again and trying to Fae out.
It seems really fun.
I also want to try Boomkin Demo with MS and see how good that was. Like a lock Boomy with Mortal Strike being 25%. Taking their time here.
Oh, yeah, they buffed the pet Mortal Strike, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's 25% now. And not only that, but Demo just does really good consistent damage in general. You play more of like a pet build. So in the past, the popular build was getting off big decimating bolts, but now it's not really like that. Now it's like you empower your dogs, what are they called, fellhounds, as well as your tyrants, and it does a lot of
Dreadstalkers,
damage. Yeah, the Dreadstalkers. Yeah, the Dreadstalkers. Those things bite for like 20k if you set it up right. It really, really good. So, I mean, if you guys are, you've been playing Destruction, you've been playing Affliction, maybe try out Demonology, because, I think with the new Conquest boxes that are out, I need to get some gear on my lock as well.
Well, you're going to try Demo. I saw you doing Shadow Priest. You're not going to stick with that very long, I don't think.
We'll see.
I don't know.
I play everything now. Something looks fun, I just want to make it and play. It's like one of the nice things about WoW. So, yeah, just been enjoying that. But yeah, Demo seems really... I love... On my Frost Mage, I thought Mage Lock was just going to be in the bin, like it's over, but wow. All right, they are going to be locking in the RMP, no changes whatsoever. It's not that surprising. Oh, wow.
Oh my god, they actually locked in RMP?
Oh my god,
wow.
RMP.
This is the most ridiculous decision I've ever seen made in an arena tournament.
How would they lock in this comp? This comp is horrible.
Yeah. They're just working against the meta, okay? They're trying to be hipsters.
With this comp, if they're going to play the same thing, all I want to see is Alec just play defense. And dampening, when Nixie can die, every Dragon's Breath, double. On Brunhilde, on Jamie, just shut him down, avoid the kidneys, or avoid the damage in the kidneys, because if you're a rogue, if you're an outlaw rogue and you get out of the stun, you're going to live 99 times out of 100. So I think that's really what needs to be the focus here for casual dads.
I want to see Doom wins, man. I want to see Jamie play Doom wins. And every time the swap happens, just drop Doom wins. I feel like if Nixie doesn't have a trinket, he dies. It's like guaranteed he dies with how much extra damage you get during that window. But he does lose a little bit of sustain from losing the wolf bones. But I don't know. I'd like to see it experimented with. Feels like now teams, what they're trying to do is it's like Holy Priest Outlaw is pretty auto-locked. It's like Holy Priest Outlaw X. What's going to be the X factor? At the moment, I think it's established as Fire Mage, but I've seen teams practicing Death Knight. Like Cedar's teams practicing Death Knight Outlaw Holy Priest. Now we see Bugs trying Enhance Outlaw Holy Priest. Like, is there going to be another formula, a different ingredient to the Holy Priest? Kind of the salt and pepper between Outlaw and Holy Priest? What's going to be like the secret ingredient? Maybe a new comp comes out of the woodwork.
All right, here we go. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, speaking of new comps, we all, and especially the people in the chat, we need to figure out a name for this Outlaw Enhanced comp. Send us your best suggestions, and we'll see what we can do there. But the game is live. Match point here between Casual Dads and Bugs. Winner gets a point in the circuit, and the loser does not. Who will take it? These points are very, very scarce. You can only get so many, and you only face each team once. These two teams only have this time to take a point off of each other, and that's it. And the next time they face each other potentially would be in the finals if they both qualify. But very unlikely with the amount of competition in Europe. So let's see. Who is going to take it? Full blind on to next. Into full sheep. Brunhilde is going to be the target. They're going after the Outlaw Rogue on the side of the RMP right now. And Jamie now taking a decent amount of damage while Brunhilde is running. And they get anything going. Clyde gets sheep shot potentially into a blind here. Brunhilde gets disarmed. And he's going to... Actually, he doesn't have his blind. So Brunhilde just going to be sitting tight here for a second. Kitty shot coming out onto next. It looks like they are cleaning next a little bit there. A gouge onto Nixie. Now finally Jamie and Brunhilde connecting onto Alec. This is the opportunity for them to get aggressive and try to get something moving on the side of Bug.
Let's see if they can get that momentum, get the swap, find those opportunities. It's match point for both sides here. The pressure at its highest if these teams want to be looking to lock their positions in the top 4 for their regions here to compete in that European final and have a shot at also competing in the Cross-Region Tournament. There's so much on the line this year for both regions here. Now we see a blind at the next. Triple crowd control. Swap to Brunhilde. Is he just going to fall here in game 5? He's so low. 1%. Oh! He is so lucky to survive right there. But even casual dads are like, oh, wait, Outlaw Rogues are actually a target? I thought we were playing Don't Hit the Outlaw Rogue or something. Brunhilde almost gets knocked out. Now Nixie stunned up by Brunhilde. Alec getting pressured at the same time. Clyde caught into a fear, double sunder, but Brunhilde's dismantled. Frost Nova having a tough time connecting here. Put out too much pressure as Jamie is falling a bit behind. Another kidney shot onto Brunhilde. I wonder if this is going to be a trap. I wonder if, you know, gravity at Brunhilde is not actually the right move. Maybe a swap like that is good, but sticking on him for a elongated period of time might not be.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. You can get baited as well with a few good goes on Brunhilde. You start committing too much damage there and he doesn't end up going down. But I mean, that was an extremely close call. It seemed like they actually procced the Guardian there. No, they did not, but really, really close to proccing the Guardian in that situation. Right now, Jamie's going to be going for a full Hex here onto Alec. Looks like Nixie is going to get kitty shot. So a big swap here on Nixie once again. The Hex is on Alec. Clyde almost completely tapped on mana. And Bugs seems like they're just getting better and better as this matchup goes on.
Yeah, Bugs right now looking to make it happen. And they do it. Can they get the reverse sweep? It's been a couple of close calls. And right now, I would say they're not in the worst position here. Clyde's mana is not looking great. Combustion right now, though. Rolling for Alec. Gets purged. Full blind onto the next. Full kidney shot onto Nixie. What can they do here? Both teams trying to outplay each other here. Full sheep onto Nixie. And Brunhilde here now getting aggressive, essentially. Trying to peel Nixie, actually, who is getting aggressive onto Jamie. And now Brunhilde getting peeled here with the sheeps. Just everybody trying to slow each other down because both of these comps definitely packing a punch here if they can get those kidney shots, get those clean setups. And right now Brunhilde is going to be put in the kidney shot. Ring of Fire coming out, sheep onto Jamie, some damage onto Brunhilde, but this time around not too clean. Jamie's in a sheep though. The kidney shot Nixie, can they connect any damage? The wind shear Alec there, or kick him, trying to land a Hex. Jamie actually walking into the Ring of Frost, DRing himself. Brunhilde doing the same, but fortunately for him, he can't get a dispel. Brunhilde gets mind controlled, and Brunhilde now finally making his way back to the target. And Jamie's actually taking a lot of damage. He's trinketing out, using everything he can. Next, actually putting more crowd control. Can he survive? He's got the mind games on him. He's super low. He's got the Guardian Spirit. And he catches a big heal. But that was quite literally the entirety of the spellbook of Bugs. And Nixie has blind. Alec has combustion in 5 seconds. If there was ever a time where you set up a kill, now would be it. Let's see if Casual Dads can do it.
Here we go, Casual Dads. Big opportunity. Don't miss it here. Jamie caught in a Ring of Fire. Alec blinking away. Nixie gets stunned up. They could be swapping. Now Jamie's just going to retreat with the kidney shot. Door Shadows, but decides to just walk back in. A little bit odd here. I thought he was running away at that point in time with no trinket, no wall. Next, pre-Fey Guardians. So Casual Dads should wait this Fey Guardians out, but they're not. Clyde is just charging in. They go for blind. A swap off of the Fey Guardians would be good. They're trying to go after Brunhilde. He sees it coming. Pre-Feint, pre-Cloak of Shadows, anticipating the swap. Combustion now onto Jamie with the kidney shot. Can they take him out? Next, grips him back to the pillar. Big Sanctify heal. And he should be A-okay throughout that combustion. Now the combustion is down. Bugs really need to get some work done. They're still trying to keep the chain going. Kidney shot, polymorph, not able to connect the polymorph into Dragon's Breath. Looking for another polymorph, gets stopped once again by Jamie. Great disruption here from Jamie onto Alec, really punishing him for that push. Now Alec has to blink away, getting no value out of that offensive push. And Jamie and Jamie and Brunhilde are still on top of Alec. Nixie getting stunned up, trying to maybe just keep him at bay at the moment. Brunhilde now dismantled. Nixie's going after Brunhilde. He's going to pre-feint, anticipating this. Clyde's trying to door shadows in to get aggressive. Both teams at a bit of a stalemate in midfield here. Slight mana advantage to the casual dads at this point. Alec is just trying to farm that combustion. Fireball after fireball. Frost Nova next, trying to set up for crowd control. Gets chastised. Kidney shot. Ring of Frost gets stopped. Going for the polymorph. Gets stopped. Alec is just not getting any crowd control onto next here. Bugs are playing solid defense.
Yeah, they really are. And right now, Nixie's still being pressured. Brunhilde as well. So both teams just kind of putting out pressure all over the place. We have Alec with his combustion coming up in about 14 seconds, 9% dampening at this point in the game. Jamie down to around 40% health. Next in a prime spot right now at this pillar, just using it for line of sight. A swap here on Nixie. Nixie gets gripped away. This is what we have to see. We need to just get Nixie out of the stuns. It's got to be the Dragon's Breath. It's got to be the grip. It's got to be a fear. Just anything to disrupt the damage during the stuns is the ticket for casual dads to survive this, and they do have the tools to set that up. Chastise on Jamie. Alec once again looking for a polymorph. He's going to get stopped. Ring of Fire is going to be dropped down with an interrupt on Jamie, so no way to stop that. Big kidney shot here on Nixie. Jamie goes for a full hex on Alec, and he is just stuck as a frog. But Nixie ultimately will survive that stun, pops his evasion, and now continues to march forward here on Jamie, who's in a full stun. Gets gripped to the pillar. Both these priests playing very well. But with dampening getting so high and mana running low, I mean, this game is going to be becoming increasingly more unstable.
Yeah, and we love unstable here in the AWC because that means something is got to give. Let's see which team is going to go. Well, they're not going home. They're still going to be in the circuit. But which team is going to walk away with the win here? Jamie in a kidney shot. Mind games being casted by Clyde. Clyde actually trying to fake us there, kind of anticipating a grounding totem maybe to come out from Jamie there. And Jamie will survive here, only using the Eternal Ages so far, but this is a bit of a kind of long attack. Full blind onto next. Jamie with no Eternal Ages now. Can he get any follow-up CC? Out of going for the polymorph. It's feared on it, unfortunately for him. Not going to be finding any crowd control onto next whatsoever. Gets mind control now as well. Jamie's still taking a lot of damage though from Nixie. Doing a lot of work here with the priest. What is going on here? Jamie, Trinket, Astral Shift. Next, also put in a polymorph here. And once again, we have the situation with combustion off cooldown. They're going after Brunhilde with the combustion. Can they take him down? Brunhilde with no Cloak of Shadows. Alec gets purge on that combustion. Very, very key purges coming out here from Jamie. You can see on his globals there. He's just spamming those out, trying to keep his team in the fight, and so far so good. They will survive that setup, but it did cause Jamie a lot of cooldowns, and that next blind for Nixie will be extremely scary. Or if they can just get a full sheep onto next before that, maybe don't really need it, they can just get a kidney onto next into some damage onto Jamie. Might even be enough to take him down at this point. So really, really a scary situation here so far for Bugs. They're going to have to navigate this one expertly and preferably with some good offense. Onto Nixie right now in a kidney shot, dropping to about half, but gets a couple of heals there from Clyde. And it looks like Nixie will survive for now, but I really think for Bugs, this is around the time where they landed kills both of these games. This is the time where they need to level up their pressure because Jamie is not going to be able to stay alive for too long. In a kidney shot, Mind Games does get dispelled, but next has no mana left. How are they going to stay alive, and how are they going to get the win here on the side of Bugs?
The reverse sweep may be all for naught here as the casual dads are closing in closer and closer to victory. 0 mana remains for next. He's going to need to drink. He's trying to pull off screen to the left and find that opportunity, but Jamie's in a kidney shot. This could be it for them and the entire series. 1 second left. Jamie gets the Astral Shift, gets the Aegis to deny the combustion of Alec, clutching out some last-second healing surges to stabilize at 50% health here. Nixie is dismantled. Brunhilde's trying to hold him at bay. Fey Guardians come up for next. He can get a little bit of mana from that cooldown in this position. He's going to activate those Fey Guardians right away. Jamie gets another Earth Elemental. He's going to get bonus HP. This might be his last chance to stay alive in the series here. Can he manage to hold on a little bit longer? There's no evasion for Nixie. They could make a big swap here in the next kidney shot. Clyde needs to be ready for it. Pre-feint by Nixie. He knows, he sees it coming. Jamie is still critically low. Full blind on the next. He IQDs out. Is he going to have healing? Guardian Spirit's 12 seconds away. 11 seconds away. Brunhilde stuns up Nixie, but a double DB holds him in place. Jamie needs to run. Mind Games is up. He can't heal right now. Mind Games is still up. Doesn't look like Next is going to have the time to dispel it. Trinket Astral Shift comes up for Jamie. Nice reset by Next, but he's into another kidney shot in the backline at 0 mana. Jamie's trying to connect on to Nixie. Nixie's playing a lot more safe, pulling away from Jamie, but maybe it won't matter. That feint about to end as he grabs grappling hooks away, back to the pillar, line of sighting. They need to wait for this Earth Elemental. This Earth Elemental timing from Jamie was so great to get that extra 30% health, I believe it is, around to survive these setups deep into dampening is a really clutch move on his part. And now they're still going after Nixie. They get another evasion. Suddenly Clyde's out of mana. There's no evasion for Nixie, but he kidney shots Jamie. Where is the damage going to come from either side? Combustion is up. They gouge it. Brunhilde's doing everything in his power to stop Casual Dads from connecting. Just shutdown after shutdown. Kidney shot onto Clyde. They're going after Nixie again. Are they going to do it? Are they going to get the reverse sweep against Casual Dads RMP? Nixie vanishes. Cloak of Shadows immunes the incoming attack for now, but that defense is failing soon as Clyde has to trade out the Guardian Spirit to recover. Chain Harvest once again from Jamie. Full kidney shot. Next has Guardian. He's got this Face Spirits. Activate the Face Spirits. Where are the Face Spirits? Next Face Spirits way too late on 30% here for Jamie. Is he going to be able to heal himself up with that? Big healing surge comes in. He somehow, some way still stays alive. 0 mana on either side. 42% dampening, and this series has to be ending soon. Casual Dads seem to be in a good position with Brunhilde now at half, but Jamie has Astral Shift coming off cooldown. Who is going to take it?
It really is so close at this point. Brunhilde increasingly low. He's got the Vanish and Evasion, though. He doesn't die in a stun. He will be able to keep himself alive. Big kitty shot here onto Nixie. Jamie is going to connect. Can they take him down 3 times in a row? Potential reverse sweep here. Nixie holds on, but he does not get topped off with that Ray of Hope. Clyde has no tools left. Nixie is low. He gets gripped away. He's just trying to kite. He's trying to get away. They need the damage, but they're going after Brunhilde. Full kidney shot lands. He gets gripped away. All 6 members of this game are playing absolutely insane right now. Kidney shot onto Next, still slowing down the damage. Brunhilde is all alone. A polymorph on Next. Brunhilde down to 10% health, 5% health, 1% health. They are so close to taking him down, and they do. The crowd control from Alec is immaculate. He gets the polymorph. He gets the Dragon's Breath. There's nothing left to work with, but I mean, you really got to give it up to Bugs here. They made this so close. They didn't have their 4th member. They had to bring in this kind of oddball composition, and they almost made it work. Casual Dad definitely sweating for that last game.
Yeah, definitely. Insane performance by both of these teams. Casual Dads kind of starting off just collecting some free wins, basically. But then, all of a sudden, Bugs, they started, they didn't give up. And this is kind of, it shows as well, like your mental fortitude as a team. One of your key members isn't around. You have to pull out a comp that you probably haven't practiced too much. And you're kind of just, trying different things, just testing. Okay, let's go after the priest. Let's go after the mid. Let's go after the rope. What felt good, and just kind of adapting on the fly, and still making it a 50% game 5. I think Bugs could definitely be happy with their performance, but of course they would have liked to get that win, but I can't have everything in life. And this time around, it is going to be the Casual Dads walking away with it. And look at Brunhilde there in the opener. I think this is where we all kind of were a little bit shocked about Outlaw and how possible it is to actually kill them. Because we at least last week, we didn't really see many Outlaw Rogues go down, but maybe with some of those Brawler stacks getting nerfed, and with some of the changes this week, we might be seeing some more Outlaw Rogues actually going down. And Brunhilde here with beautiful kiting, and look at that Dragon's Breath by Alec. That was really nice. He actually waited like just a split second for Brunhilde to get into his healer's line, and then kind of extend his crowd control changes by a tiny bit. By doing that, which net them, they kill. So really, really nice stuff from both of these teams. But there can only be one winner, and that will be Casual Dads.
Certainly, and one of the tougher series that we've seen today. Casual Dads not giving up, but I mirror everything that you guys were saying about Bugs. They really did put out a good fight. And I really feel, I mean, back to your point, Zico, like the theme of the day, I feel like has been, the mental fortitude of a team, and, not getting stressed out in moments such as that. Bugs, obviously, that they did walk away with a loss, unfortunately, but that is a frustrating place to be in. And I don't feel like that's the first time that in the AWC we've seen a team not have, just be under not great circumstances, but they were able to perform a lot better than maybe we expected them to.
Absolutely. Actually, it's funny because it was the spring finals, I think, of 2017, or maybe it was 18, I'm forgetting. But we had Waz's team, actually. they were playing there, and they were playing. So the roster was, I think, Chaz, Waz, Raikou, and Swapsy. And Raikou, he had like a visa problem, so he couldn't make it to that tournament. So, and they were playing RMP all day long. You know, that was their only thing basically that they played. And on the fly, they got forced to play Outlaw, Ellie, and Priest. And I think they came like second or third in the tournament, doing really, really well. And then Outlaw, Ellie, Priest became one of their kind of go-to comps for the rest of the year. And I think later on, I think that year or the next year, they won BlizzCon. And a big reason for that was because they had practiced, you know, different Outlaw-based comps that they weren't actually going to look at. And maybe the same thing will happen for Bugs now. Maybe this is a comp that they haven't actually practiced, and all of a sudden they're like, you know what, Outlaw Enhanced, it was kind of good. Let's practice it a bit on the ladder. Let's do a few war games. Let's try a few strats. And who knows, maybe this will be one of their like extra kind of pocket picks that only they are running.
Yeah, I'd love to see what happens if they invest even more time into that and see what else they could do with it. But give credit to Bugs for sure, but Casual Dad's walking away with a win for that one. And now for the day, we've only got one more European series left. Supatees, it's SK Gaming coming up against My Way.
Yeah, these are teams kind of battling for those top positions, right? Like these are the kind of big names, the expected names of the teams to qualify. So going head to head means that one of them is going to be losing out on the likelihood of qualifying here. So I'm imagining KUNGARNA are cheering for My Way to win this so that SK Gaming don't get any more closer in terms of points to them. But this series will be very interesting because I feel like the main comps of SK Gaming, like that Mage Lock, are not in as solid of a position as they were in previous cups as well as last week. So compositions from them could be very unexpected.
Yeah, 100%. We'll have to see what they do bring out to the table, but I'm excited to see where Europe ends after today, especially after tomorrow. Just with the games that we're seeing today. Also, real quick, did you guys see on Twitter at Chaz after that win, he says, should I celebrate this W with a raspberry pizza earlier today? So go shame him for that. And in the meantime, we're going to go to a break. It's SK Gaming coming up against My Way up next. back, everyone. It is the last European series of the day. It's SK Gaming versus My Way.
All right, so a little bit of background info here. SK Gaming, so far 2-0 in the standings. And KUNGARNA was 2-0 and won their series. So this is the team that is kind of their direct competition here with SK Gaming. If SK Gaming loses to My Way, which KUNGARNA has already beaten, that's obviously really good for them later on if it comes down to tiebreakers and things like that. So this is kind of a high-stakes match between two of the titans in the region. So let's see who wins. They're going to be picking out Resto Druid on Askarath as well. So again, Askarath really the only player that we're seeing play these Resto Druid picks here in Europe for the most part. Let's see if it works out for him. Maro dropping the Ring of Frost here. You're going to crowd control Zeepai, full trap onto Askarath. And Kasu's going to be the one taking damage from the RMP. And Maro is going to be the one taking the damage from the jungle. Maro in a little bit of trouble. Askarath coming out from the trap. Helps him up. Still has the Iron Bark to work with. And will survive that setup.
All right, let's see if they can get another one in the near future. Beast Mastery jungle, so not the marksmanship that we were seeing a lot from Kasu here. Going to be a lot more sustained damage and constant pressure. The Kasu is getting blasted, trades out the Aegis for the combustion of Maro. Maro gets cycloned, good cyclone timing by Tony, trying to fake out Zeepai on his interrupt here. Not able to fake him though. Zeepai lands the kick, goes for a kidney shot, removing the Feral Druid and blinding Rels at the same time, but a nice flare is going to stop Zeepai from vanishing here to sap the blind. Really good flare from Kasu. Now Askarath in the meantime is in a freezing trap and they're going after Maro. Maro here is intelligently playing a Dwarf Mage in the matchup. He knows that Tony is going to be playing a Feral Druid. Is also super effective against PM Hunter as well to remove all of the bleeds they have. So very intelligent pick here from Maro in terms of racial against My Way's strategy and composition.
Yeah, I definitely like it. Good backup there as well. We just saw from Askarath getting a nice little stun on Tony as Maro was in a stun. So just instead of trying to healing through the pressure, just crowd control through it. And it's something we see good restorations through. Often a full trap now on Askarath. Maro's going to be forced to use his alter time. I think it actually got dispelled. No, it didn't. So that's still available. And he's actually going to be there for Ring of Fire now on Tony. Tony taking a lot of pressure so far in this match. And Zeepai has been doing work on this Outlaw Rogue. Outlaw obviously has been a huge pickup here for SK Gaming, bringing Zeepai in on that Rogue. Something you really wouldn't expect, but it's been quite good for them. And has given them a lot of different composition options. And into a team like My Way, you definitely want to have that flexibility. So we'll see if they can get it done here with the Restoration Druid. Mana's looking good. Well, I'm curious if My Way, who they're going to be able to take down. Like right now, they're basically going up against 3 super durable targets. Maro being one of them on that Dwarf Mage. It's seen a really long time. Upwards of 50% dampening against jungle. So it's going to be kind of an attrition battle here for My Way as they look to slowly take down Maro with Zeepai playing massive amounts of defense on that Outlaw Rogue.
Yeah, let's see if it works out. And that's one of the things that Druid can struggle with later on in the game if they decide to start cleaving. Big damage on Maro, catches a big heal there from Askarath. And Maro will be fine. Tony also in the backline here with Relza. He's going to duck for cover from that combustion, which leaves Kasu out in open field. Kasu actually taking a little bit of damage there as well, but a stun on the stun there by Tony. Trying to shut that down. Gets a Cyclone onto Zeepai. Kasu actually gets a Guardian there in that exchange as well. So Kasu going to be completely fine. And once again, it is going to just be a little bit of a reset between both of these teams. Usually when you see Rogue Mage and Jungle kind of fight, it's a very explosive matchup. It's about landing traps and landing the sheeps and getting themselves a kill. But with all of these defensive kind of trinkets and everything that they are running, it kind of becomes a bit of a battle of attrition. And I'm worried for SK Gaming because in late dampening, this can happen. They can cleave Zeepai, they can go after Maro at the same time, and it becomes really difficult for Askarath to actually keep anybody alive, but Zeepai will recover. Finish shot now onto Tony. Askarath in the back line just preemptively halting everyone with that innervate, trying to just get the most of it, using that wild growth as well. And I'm worried if Relza can keep his mana, which he usually can, I think Askarath actually will have a really hard time later on in the match, keeping both the Rogue and the Mage alive. If Kasu and Tony are playing this strategy where they're just bleeding Zeepai, going after Maro, and just swapping between the two.
see if they can keep up that consistent strategy here. Asgrass maintaining his mana competitively with Relza at this point. It seems like in the past, SK Gaming would utilize kind of Warrior Mage in this type of matchup. But now just substituting an Outlaw for the Warrior. Big burst damage on Kasu. He's going to pop the Feign Death camo with a Roar of Sacrifice, completely negating that setup while disengaging away. Really solid defense on his part. Now Zeepai getting swapped to in a bash here. Is he going to get dropped? He pops Feint. He manages to hold on for a little bit longer, but how much longer is the question here. Is he playing... What race is Zeepai playing right now? It's hard to tell with him evasion and feint at the He's dwarf as well. So I think that's actually smart. Just play absolute dampen either target. You just have a hard reset with the Fire Blood or an Iron Bark. So these cooldowns will completely reset a go. But deeper in dampening, maybe it still won't be enough. Tony and Zeepai going head to head here as Tony is forced into bear form, retreating behind the pillar while Relza is polymorphed. They're trying to switch back to Kasu in midfield. Tony's just going to sneak his way over, look to assist here on the kidney shot. What's he going to do to help out, though? Doesn't look like he's able to do too much. Caught into a double Dragon's Breath, but Relz is in the back line, just freely healing. No need for any peels or utility. I think now with dampening having started, this is where Asgrath's mana is going to be pressured. This is when he needs to find drinks and trade cooldowns to drink, or he's going to fall behind the Holy Priest.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Kidney shot here onto Tony. Maro still taking a little bit of pressure. Dampening is now in, and everyone is just so durable in this matchup that dampening is kind of required, it seems. I mean, going after Maro is going to be really difficult when he has that consistent healing, and Zeepai playing defense for him. At the same time, Tony's there, peeling up Maro, throwing on off heals on Kasu. Kasu's very durable with his Feign Death. Drell's in the back line. It's difficult for them to get CC, but a big swap on Asgrath. And that is the problem when you bring in a Druid. I mean, he did not have his trinket available, but he did use his Bark Skin, and he just got absolutely KO'd. I can't help but feel like I feel like Asgrath keeps wanting to play Druid, but just play the Priest. Like, why are you playing Druid? I really mean it. It's like we've seen him on Priest. He does really well. I really wonder why he's insistent on playing the Restoration Druid in these matchups. We saw it last week as well. It looked a little bit sketchy.
I feel like players used to have like an old adage way of thinking about this, where it's like, I gotta play my main because we're playing into mains. Like if I play two alts into my ways jungle, that's gonna be bad, right? Like I feel like a lot of that used to be the mentality is you can't play two alts into a triple main team. So like Asgrath wants to play Resto Druid Maro, and they got two mains as Zeepai on alt. I don't know if that's their logic to this approach, but I feel like that's been the approach in the past.
Yeah, I mean, in this replay, at this exact moment, I was talking about how dampening was required because all the DPS are just so durable. And then it's like, well, you know what's not durable? The Restoration Druid. So we're just going to go after him. There's Intimidation, stun him. Relza comes. It's just like, I'm actually kind of blown away that he died there. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Like, that was kind of like, I guess I don't know. It felt like kind of just like a random swap, but sometimes that's exactly what you need. Very unexpected. Asgrath trinkets out of crowd control to keep his team alive, and then gets caught into, I believe, an Intimidation stun into a Maim stun. Priest is kind of free casting, and they're able to take him down. So I think the Druid swap is going to be really important, and I'd love to see more of them as this matchup goes on.
Honestly, I think if we see the Druid staying here, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, Sid, but I think the Druid is going to be going home with an 0-3 tonight. So
why would I take that the wrong way? When you I haven't played Resto for like I haven't played Resto Druid in like 8 months maybe or longer. I stopped playing Resto Druid halfway through last season. So,
it's like it's the main weakness of Druid, right? Like I actually think Druid has good healing. Like it has good healing. It can keep other people alive really well.
I don't even know if that's true. I actually think Mistweaver might have better output than Druid now. Druid's better at avoiding
I'm not saying
CC.
what has better than Mistweaver. I'm saying it has good healing, like comparatively to the other healers. Like maybe it's not the absolute best, but I mean Mistweavers need something, bro. Don't get greedy, you know.
I'm not getting greedy. I'm just saying we're drawing the line on healing output. Resto Druid is definitely better than Shaman and Disc Priest, but Mistweaver and Holy Priest, I think, are going to keep holding the output potential. Paladin's probably the highest consistent burst healer, maybe tied with Holy Priest. Yeah, AoE burst healing for Paladin is probably number one. I think he needs to play Holy Priest. I don't know if this is a like respect thing. Like My Way is such a esteemed jungle, and they've played it so long that he's like, I have to play my Druid because it's just I got to play mains into this team. But just play Holy Priest. I think.
Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure Kungana played sub into them, right? It was sub RMP in
Yeah,
the jungle?
yeah, I thought so. That's what I thought too, because you get the 3-2-1 setups. Outlaw doesn't seem that good into jungle. I think, who was I watching yesterday? I think I was watching Sidu playing DK Outlaw into Dilly playing jungle, and jungle was just killing Outlaw Rogue. Like, it did not seem like a good matchup to bring Outlaw Rogue into jungle. Like, jungle and sub Rogue seem like the only things that can somewhat compete with Outlaw. So I'm not a big fan of it. I think SK Gaming are really, they're kind of toughed out for this series, because I don't see any comp that they have that's like a clear winner into this specifically. If they don't have sub RMP, I don't
Demo
think
lock.
they could try a Demo Mage lock type of deal. I don't even know if that's good enough. I wonder if Demo would fall over to jungle or not. Warlocks tend to struggle with jungle, but I don't know about Demo.
Demo is the answer. Wow.
Asking Mercy to play Warlock is just not going to happen too. I feel like Mercy is kind of like a lot of Warlock players throughout Shadowlands are still a little bit scarred towards their performance. Like, they did not want to play it.
He was playing a lot though, was he?
Yeah, he
Destro
was.
Mage Lock, yeah, but Destro is not what it was.
It's not Warlock.
yeah. Destro got like an adequate amount of reduction, and then Outlaw got like this little slap on the wrist, and all the Destro Warlocks are looking at the Outlaw Rogues like, how did you manage to get by?
It's weird.
Got knocked down.
Okay, they're going to play the same thing. I actually don't know what many other options they have, because if Outlaw RMP isn't good into jungle, maybe that's why they're not running it. Maybe they have to run the Restoration Druid. But yeah, Warlock, the only Warlock spec I could see working at all, if I'm being honest, is Demo. Destro's not going to work. Like, BM Hunter's actually got a buff. That's one thing. they got a damage buff. So they're going to be strong. My Way is going to be putting on a lot of pressure with the specialization, and I think if they can continue these kind of random swaps on the Druid, really throw him off guard. I think the best thing about doing a swap like that, which is kind of random, is now Asgrath has to be worried about that the whole game, right? He has to like second guess his trinket, and even if they don't go after him, I think it's going to change the way he plays the matchup.
Yeah, well, I'm not sold that Druid aren't like Outlaw RMD is better than RMP in this matchup. I think it's purely comfort, and I think it's a mistake, because I think what happened now will happen again, but later.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think, sure, SK Gaming, they could have, maybe Asgrath could have held this trinket in the previous game, or he could have pre-hotted himself, or whatever. They, Zeepai maybe could have trinketed and peeled him, or somebody could have done something and they would have lived. I don't doubt that, but I don't see them actually getting a kill. That's where I'm struggling. I just don't see them actually landing, like setting up a kill and winning the game. Whereas with My Way, I do see that. They will just pressure Zeepai like they did. They will pressure Maro. And if Asgrath is in a bad swap, they have 3 good targets essentially on the side of My Way. And SK, they have decent targets, but I feel like My Way, they don't typically waste their defensives. Hunter only really dies if the mage can get like a clean combust off. And usually against My Way, it's really hard to do that. And even when you have them in a window where you can do that, we always see Kasu like doing the Hunter Vanish with the camouflage and Feign Death and things like that, just trying to buy time. So I can see Kasu going down maybe for SK, but I think it's a lot more likely that My Way takes somebody down by just constantly swapping than SK taking somebody down with a perfect setup.
Okay, let's see if they can get those setups here and stay alive long enough to be able to win this match. The Druid definitely, I think it's between the Druid and the Hunter in terms of who's the most vulnerable in this matchup to die prior to dampening. Really unlikely, I think, we see a swap to the Holy Priest or the Feral Druid that results in a kill. So Kasu and Asgrath are going to have to be on edge for the first 5 minutes of this one, get their teams to those points where they can either make a swap or just overwhelm the enemy team with pressure as the gates are about to open here on Maldraxxus Coliseum. See where they want to start things off here. Both teams have a lot of stealthies, so this flare right first flare of the game finds Maro, so they're not going to get a sneaky DB Sheep or Sap play right off the bat. They actually trap Zeepai from stealth. This is like one of the best ways to start the game here for My Way, although I don't think they're going to be immediately winning off of that, but any sort of surprise shenanigans in the RMP is going to be removed from play. Kidney shot onto Tony, actually going after the Feral Druid, so maybe attack the Feral Druid, every kidney onto him, stop him from off-healing and tax Rel's mana. could be an option, but now they're right back on tomorrow. Asgrath's going to innervate early and often. Very important that he's maximizing his mana efficiency here so he can reduce the likelihood that he needs to drink, because that's when his teammates will actually be vulnerable. We can see Berserk popped here. This is a big moment as a Feral Druid. This is where we want to see the Fire Blood from Morrow to remove the Sickle of the Lion set bonus bleed that comes from activating Berserk. But I believe it's also applied when Berserk ends. So if he uses it at the start, he needs to be careful from when it ends. And Tony's right on top of him. I think that Sickle should be refreshed. So the damage on Morrow could still be quite high as his defense begins to falter as Asgrath's Ironbark has concluded, but kidney shots on Tony are totally shutting him down. He's not able to connect anything, just throwing every kidney onto the Feral Druid to stop him, and this is looking like a game of attrition once again between SK Gaming and MyWay.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is. I think the game ended a bit surprisingly last game with that swap on Asgrath, so definitely pay attention to that. But, I mean, if the DPS are just going after each other, I think it's going to be really difficult to actually take anyone down until dampening. But we'll have to wait and see. Ring of Fire is going to drop down. Morrow under a little bit of pressure right now as they make a swap over onto Tony. Tony's just going to be tanking it out in bear form. Gets met with a nice little gouge to slow him down. A trap right now with Morrow just behind the pillar with Alter Time. It looks like he should be completely fine here. The trap is going to fade, and that Alter Time is going to be absolutely beautiful. So I think one of the things that can kind of throw a wrench in the plans is a Dispel. If they can Dispel the Alter Time or they can Trank Shot the Alter Time, that's a huge part of Morrow's defense. He does a really, really good job with that ability to keep himself alive. If they can Dispel it, I think there might be some openings for MyWay to get some pressure a little bit earlier on in the match.
Yeah, and we're going to see Morrow with that combustion fading now. Blinking in for the counterspell onto Tony, and so far no team really super behind. Still mana looking good on both healers. Cooldowns still looking good on both teams. Everybody has all their defensives. Asgrath's in a full trap. Morrow just staying back, attacking Kasu here, just trying to stay alive during that moment. And now that Asgrath is out of the trap, they can potentially get aggressive. Rel's actually getting counterspell here. Morrow blinking in, looking for the Dragon's Breath here. And he find it. They shut down Morrow with a stun on that Dragon's Breath because he just blinked in, and he's playing that stun blink, of course. And Relza will not get crowd control as a result. Nice Cyclone there as well by Tony. Now there's a trap by Asgrath. Kick onto Morrow. Deepai gets put in combat there, gets slowed down as well. And this jungle doing a lot of work. Nice Ring of Frost there by Morrow, shutting down Relza. Relza wanted to go up there and try to fear Asgrath out of the trap, but instead he got clotheslined, intercepted into a long CC chain here, and Kasu is taking a little bit of damage. Morrow popping that combustion immediately here. Kasu is going to respond there with the sacrifice from his pet. So that's a pretty good trade here for Kasu, getting rid of that combustion without any real threat being kind of caused by it. And now, once again, Morrow's just going to reposition here with his healer, and we're going to see MyWay kind of chasing him down, trying to make sure that Asgrath can't drink by either pressuring Morrow or by stopping Asgrath. Kasu also moving in here, looking for the trap, looking for the flare, and he find Asgrath. Looks like he will find him, and now the question is, can he land a trap? Deepai actually eats the trap there, beautifully done there by Deepai, and now, as a result, that means SK Gaming can kind of take a breather here for a couple of seconds.
I feel like we need to be asking, like, what kind of percent of dampening are we looking at in this game? Like, are we going to do any stickers? What are we guessing here? I'm feeling this is like a 40 to 45%. I guess I have to pick a number. 43% dampening game, as I might jinx it, similarly to Benruki in the last game when he said he was going to dampen Kasu in a kidney shot. But he looks to be stable now. As they're repositioning, Kasu is moving towards Asgrath, either for freezing trap or a swap, but now decides to disengage away while Deepai is in a kidney shot. This is because Rel's is caught in a blind. Flares the blind again to stop the sap. Always reliable stops here from Kasu. Nice usage of the Hunter utility. Tony in a kidney shot, just tossing some damage his way, softening up, trying to win on mana. Relza is actually already down to half in this position. Asgrath is consistently drinking, sending his team up to be in a good position for dampening, which is less than 5 seconds away.
Yep, 5 seconds, and now fully active. Morrow blinks behind the pillar once again with the Alter Time. He's going to be back in the middle of the map, and that's what I'm talking about. These Alter Times during the trap, absolutely devastating for the side of MyWay. And you need to see them get Dispel. Big combustion here. Morrow's just going to be tab targeting, going after the Pharaoh Druid. He gets sacked. Now going after Kasu. He gets stripped away, and everyone's going to be nice and healthy. My prediction for dampening in this one, outside of Asgrath going down, I think probably like 45, 45%.
You're just trying to one up me. I see. Okay, you're doing that strat. You're doing the price.
Wait, what did you say? I didn't even hear what you said.
44% or something. I think 43.
Oh. That's a very funny. I guess we said. I actually didn't even hear you say that. So, yeah, I'll say 44 as well. We could be on that one together.
I'll say 45 then. Hey, Cassie, right now, gonna be in a little bit of trouble here. Getting sucked back there in the open field by the Vortex. Full blind onto Relza. Can he get something with this? Maru looking for the sheep. Gets interrupted. Nice disorienting roar kick there by Tony. And that will allow Relza to come out here and activate some heals. Cyclone coming out onto Maru. Caster dropping a little bit low here. He's got his Roar of Sacrifice off cooldown now, though. If he needs it, still has his aspect of the turtle. He did use his Exhilaration heal, though, a little bit earlier. Maru taking some damage, dropping to about 50% HP here. Relza sitting in the back line for a drink, and this is something that he's very good at, just finding those moments. Just sit down for a second, and here comes the mind games. Relza actually with the Power Infusion gets purged off, though, by Maru. And Maru's going to activate his Combustion with that PI, doing a lot of extra damage right now, Maru. A very nice kind of counter attack there, while Askerath was in that CC. Askerath's mana looking great. Relza's mana looking not as great, but still okay. And Katsu still going to be the target here for the Rogue Mage. And Tony now going to get kidney shot. And they're doing some cleave damage here actually onto Katsu as well as Tony. And this is not the easiest actually to deal with. But Tony will recover. Katsu as well shortly here. And Katsu actually popping that PM and going aggressive onto Zipa. Zipa could be in some trouble here. He catches a big heal with that Iron Bark from Askerath. Now Maru with that Iron Bark being used onto Zipa. You're going to clone Maru low and potentially look to pressure him. Flashcraft coming out from Tony as he looks to potentially swap that CC to Askerath. Katsu here taking some damage, kind of being alone 2v1 against the Rogue Mage. Tony's going to come back him up. And Spirit, Guardian Spirit coming out here from Relza. Here comes the setup. Stun trap onto Askerath. Maru quite low on HP. Lord of Shadows coming in from Relza. He's looking for the fear. Can he get it, or will he get Dragon's Breath? He does land it. Zipai very, very dangerously low here. Kasu gets sheep. Kidney shot onto Tony. Beautiful turnaround there by Maru and Zipai in that situation when their healer was out of the game. And they will recover as a result. Relza got blinded as well during that setup. And now Relza trying to sneak away once again, saving his mana for the late game. Zipai once again in a stun. Mind Games connect. Holy Fires, big damage. Gets dispelled though by Askerath. And both of these teams were kind of returning to their default positions, trying to find those openings.
Blue's prediction is going to be right here in game number 2. So we're halfway to the 40% dampening mark. Healers still have mana at this point. Vital cooldowns are still available on both sides to be able to extend this just that much longer. But Kastu does get blasted by a bit of damage there. He's in a decent position to avoid Zipai, who's caught in the Chastise, trying to pull Maru away from Askerath. But Maru actually just blinking in on top of Relza. Relza pre-fading, anticipating crowd control, and Maru just alters back all of that damage on his aggressive push. His alter times have been really pivotal in his ability to survive here while Askerath is drinking, resetting his mana completely to full. So that is the win condition right now for SK Gaming, is to keep Relza at 0 mana. Will they manage to pull it off here? Freezing Trap onto Askerath, an opportunity to get aggressive, but not finding too much damage here as Tony repositions to bash Askerath, looking for a Cyclone. Not the biggest fan of the DR bash. Now Tony actually gets bashed himself, has to get gripped away by Relza, which means Life Grip won't be available for Kastu. Combustion is available. Here they're going to press it immediately. That's going to be a Roar of Sacrifice. Tony's in bear form, anticipating a swap. He's going to Frenzied Regen through the remainder of that Combustion damage. Good awareness by Tony to min-max the healing on his team there, because mana is the major problem. Maru getting in aggressive on top of Tony and Relza, gets stunned away by the maim of Tony. Tony jumps over to Zipai. He's trying to keep Cleave on 2 targets, so this way Askerath has to heal inefficiently and spread his hots and spend more mana, and definitely is an important part of their potential victory, as we have yet to see them make any swaps like we did in game number 1 just yet.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting for that. I think they just want the trinket out of the way. And this is what I was talking about, though. When you make a swap like that, all of a sudden Askerath has to be thinking about that entire game and potentially doesn't want to even trade out his trinket at all. We're getting closer and closer to that 45% dampening mark. Let's see exactly what happens. I mean, 30% dampening, still quite high. Alter time available for Maru right now. Can they dispel it? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Maru's going to alter to full health. Kidney shot now onto Kasu, as both these teams just the classic do damage, don't die. They're trying to go for crowd control, but it's just so difficult with the build Maru's playing right now. really, really difficult for him to actually push in and get into kind of like Dragon's Breath Sheep. So he's just focusing on living and attacking. Z5's getting straight out the Fire Blood with the evasion, with the Cloak of Shadows, with the Feint. Basically all his defensive cooldowns. He does have the Vanish available, so he can use that for the next setup. And that ultimately should be able to keep him alive. Kitty shot right now onto Relza, who's burning through his mana. Maro just getting damage out where he can. A little bit on Tony, a little bit on Kasu. Just trying to put up max pressure. And this is really taxing the mana of Relza. You could tell SK Gaming, they are definitely going for a late game strategy here.
Yep, definitely. Both of these teams comfortable to playing it out as we hit 37% dampening. Tony going for a regrowth. Relza actually getting sheeped here. Kasu could be in a little bit of danger, but looks like Kasu will trade out his Eternal Aegis, and that should be enough for him here. He's trapping up Z-Pi. Relza's mana not looking too good, though. Could be very damp this game, as Relza is actually sitting up for a drink right now. He gets stopped by Maro with that Dragon's Breath in the back line, and he will stop that drink, but the damage is kind of already done. Relza was able to recover about 30% there. Kasu in a kidney shot gets the Guardian Spirit, and it looks like Kasu will survive as well. Now, where is Askarath on the map here? I don't see him, and he's back with full mana here. So he's been sitting down drinking. What can they get, though, for that drink? They get a stun onto Askarath into a full trap. Ice Block will be traded here from SK Gaming for that drink on Askarath, but they will have a huge mana lead. Maro, however, will not have that defense as we get closer and closer into that deep dampening. Askarath now proccing his set bonus and manages to top Maro with those regrowths from that Tree of Life. Maro now popping that combustion. There is no sacrifice just yet being committed by Kasu. Finally, he will commit it. Relza in the backline using the Greater Fate, trying to avoid crowd control, trying to reposition and keep his team topped up and offensive here. That combustion has now subsided. Maro going for the Ring of Frost, connects it onto Relza, kidney shot onto Kasu. Very dangerous situation, and Kasu will trade his human racial and the aspect of the turtle. Can he get any more CC onto Relza is the question. Doesn't look like it. He's going to grip Kasu back, but still not out of the woods yet. Nice trap there onto Z-Pi, but he has Trinket. Relza doesn't want to get Trinket kicked, so he's not casting next to Z-Pi. Z-Pi gets dispelled. He chastises him, going for more cast, but Maro has counterspell. Very, very troublesome situation for Relza, but finally is able to fake out the counterspell and land a big heal there onto Kasu. Very, very stressful, but Relza keeps his cool and keeps his team in the fight. Now, however, his mana is not looking good. Maro has no Ice Block, and My Way are definitely feeling the pressure right now from SK. They need to make something happen because this Rusted Druid RMD is looking pretty good right now.
Well, they're in a good position to take game 2 here and tie it up 1-1. The spell onto the ring into a Cyclone on Tony. They're pushing for the kill on Kasu. Z-Pi jumping in, gets chastised. Ursul's Vortex is holding Kasu. They wait for it and then grip him away, disengaging across the map. Flaring the Vanish here of Z-Pi, trying to anticipate it. Really good flares from Kasu throughout this entire game. As Z-Pi is in pursuit, they drop a snare trap. He's pre-Gladiator's Aegis scene here, anticipating the kidney shot, and has Roar of Sacrifice available if Combustion gets ripped out. Maro just casting Frostbolt as I believe he's kicked on fire, trying to push forward for Polymorph and play for the win here. Is he going to be able to recover? They've done it. They've made it. There's 0 mana left for Relza in this position. Both Kasu and Tony being cut down at the moment. Z-Pi is connecting, but Maro is getting pushed back as well. Who's going to fall first in this race so deep into dampening 54% as it looks like both teams recover? No, Maro hasn't recovered here. He's stunned up again. Is he just going to fall in game 2? It was looking so good, but it's slipping through their fingers. They swapped to Tony, but Tony's bolstered his defense. He's in bear form. He shouldn't be going down to this assault here. I almost think they need to do whatever to keep him aggressive here on tomorrow. This is their big chance to push. They stun Askarath. They snipe the freezing trap. Askarath, there's no way he's not trinketing this, right? He's trying to be greedy. Maro's behind the pillar. He blinks away from Wild Charge. Kasu is in a kidney shot. Maro's trying to finish him. Gets stunned by Tony. How is Kasu going to stay alive? Regrowth after regrowth. Exhilaration heal. Whatever they can to stay alive a little bit longer. Mind Games attempt by Relza trying to find damage on tomorrow this deep into dampening. Holy Fire. He's going for the kill while Kasu goes down. And Ironbark should be enough to keep Maro stable here, and SK Gaming have managed to do it, putting a point on the board 1-1.
Hey, it didn't look pretty, but they got the job done. They were able to take him down late in dampening. We were both wrong. It was about 58% dampening before that one did conclude.
They turtled and blocked, or turtled and caught it or something. Turtled and blocked at our percents. Okay, we were close.
Yeah, okay. That's when sparks started flying, right? But victory to SK Gaming, tying up this series. And I mean, just one thing to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, these two teams, absolute titans in Europe. So I think the winner of this one is going to have a big edge. Obviously, SK Gaming would like to win so they could join KUNGARNA and going 3-0 so far in the circuit. So a really, really important matchup for them here. We'll see. Zipai right now, I mean, we can take a look at the replay here. Zico, this is a little bit earlier on in dampening, but now at 40%, this is when things started getting crazy.
Yep, this is when the sparks started flying. So Maru trades out his ice block here. Askrath gets a big drink, and they rotate their defense beautifully here on the side of SK, and they know their win condition. Nice. They blind Relza. They go after Maru. They proc his cauterize. Now Maru has no cooldowns left whatsoever, but Tony here is forced to go back defensively here, and this is really their opportunity to actually go for the kill and try to overwhelm. Askrath procs his set bonus. And as you can see, even him spamming out heals, it's not doing that much in this deep into dampening. Relza gets the fear onto Askrath right there, which forces his trinkets on the next freezing trap. And My Way 100% wins this game on Maru, but the problem is they're not going to make it to the next freezing trap. Relza has no mana left to heal with, so he's just going to do damage and try to heal with some damage. Not enough, unfortunately, in terms of damage or in terms of healing. And as a result, there's no 2v2, and Maru will just survive. And of course, Kasu will be the one who falls.
I wonder if they're going to change covenants and run Night Fae Holy Priest. Getting your exhilaration faster, getting mana back, getting an extra damage reduction cooldown. I feel like he didn't even cast it till the end of the game, and I think he just got kicked on it. So, like, yeah, I feel like it wasn't any value. Even Boon might have been more value.
Like Night Fae in these dampener games.
Yeah.
I think you're spot on. Yeah, spot on in that one. I mean, just more mana, more damage reduction, which is going to be good. Resetting cooldowns is going to be more throughput. Like, yeah, I think it's at this point it's a great decision for them. I don't think we're really going to see any composition changes. I think for the remainder of the series, this is what we're going to see: the Outlaw Rogue, Fire Mage Restoration Druid, going up against the jungle. And basically the way this one plays out is outside of kind of a miracle swap like we saw in game number 1, where I don't think Asgrath was really prepared for it. I think it's just going to require dampening for the most part. I mean, unless we see some incredible crowd control, but the way both teams are playing it is they're really just opting for damage and surviving. It's not about pushing in. It's not about getting extended crowd control chains. It's about making the least amount of risky plays possible. So Maru, he's using all of his blinks defensively, all his Dragon's Breaths defensively, his Ring of Frost defensively, setting up a defensive perimeter with his Ring of Fire, just doing what he can to live. Just allow Zipai to get the consistent damage out, get the control out, and allow Asgrath to drink as much as possible in the match to maintain his mana into dampening. And for My Way, it's kind of the same thing, where you're seeing Cassie just play really defensive, hold back, Relza not really taking any risk, and Tony just kind of keeping Maru at bay. Zipai and Tony kind of like the defensemen for their teams. And everyone else is just doing what they can to get to the late game.
Yeah, and I think you touched on something important there. Asgrath keeping his distance, spamming out heals, and going for as many drinks as possible. Not going to be as easy to do here on hook point. Not a lot of distance and not a lot of room to drink. And I mean, if we look at the previous game, I don't think Relza really sat down for too many drinks. There was at some point where he recovered like 30% of his mana with the drink, and for the most part, he was doing damage, casting out dispels, like participating in the fight. Whereas Asgrath, a lot of the times, would just sneak away and drink up back to full. And even at the end of the game, they traded out, one of their defensives just to give Asgrath that drink. And I think if you're a Resto Druid and you go to the late game, it has to be drinks involved, because Resto Druids, they have good throughput and they can sneak away and drink in stealth. So they have an easier time drinking than a lot of the other healers. But if nobody drinks, Resto Druid usually will go out of mana prior to something like a Holy Priest. So if they can stop the drinks and just keep up the pressure on the side of My Way, I think they can close out the match a little bit earlier before it gets so one-sided, because I do believe the drink for Askrath is what kind of carried SK Gaming in that match. They just played a really, really long game, and Askrath had a really good mindset for that. So we'll see if My Way can shut that down. That's probably why they picked hook point against an outlaw.
I mean, even on that map, the best map, and they were getting drinks, they almost won. So on the small map where it's annoying to get drinks and also a possibility to swap, I feel like My Way can take this and maybe take it to a game 5. Maybe just end it after this as well, even on the big map. Like, that was worst case scenario. They got into deep dampening against the Druid with pretty much never drinking. So if they had a Night Fae Priest instead, they would have had more mana, another cooldown to cycle maybe. They could have easily won that. So My Way could still take this 2 games in a row. I could see that as a possibility. And if you're KUNGARNA, you really want that. You don't want SK Gaming showing any possibilities here, so that you can more solidify your position into that top 4 and grab that spot for the big prize, the European Finals, the Cross-Region Finals. So a lot on the line here for KUNGARNA, who's not really in control of it, but I think My Way could still take 2 games in a row right here.
I have a really interesting thought too. I mean, if we see SK Gaming win this, then we have to see SK Gaming and KUNGARNA go head to head. Are we really going to see them RMP mirror? Like, are we going to see Waz versus ZPi and RMP mirrors? Like, what is SK Gaming's plan going to be when they actually go head to head with the Rogue Mage of KUNGARNA? I mean, I can't wait to see that one, but for now, we can focus on this game. SK Gaming, 1 point. My Way, 1 point. Gates are open on hook point, and we'll have to see if Asgrath can actually go for drinks. It's going to be really important on that Druid for him to recover his mana, but being Night Elf should allow him to actually potentially find some stealth if Morrow does a really good job with his defensives. But on the smaller map, things could get started here a little bit sooner. Dragon's Breath on Tony. Fireball's coming out from Morrow as well, and this is what I'm talking about. Morrow not even bothering going for the CC on Relza. He kind of knows his win condition and just wants to try to survive.
Yeah, Morrow right now, we're going to go for a little Ring of Frost here and try to build up a little bit of momentum, and that will force out Kasu's Trinket right there with that Eternal Aegis. Tony kind of trapped up in that ring for now. He's going to finally come out, throwing out some Cyclones. One connects onto ZPi. They force out the Guardian Spirit from Relza and the Iron Bark as well from Asgrath. So both teams, healers, kind of trading one of their defensives, but now comes the combustion of Morrow. Big damage potential here. There is a sacrifice, though, onto Kasu. So Morrow sadly has to go after Tony, and Tony actually gets Cyclone in that exchange. So that combustion really not going to net themselves too much here. And Morrow, he just kind of, I guess, wants to just use it to put it on cooldown. Since it's still very early on in the match, just try to attack some of that mana maybe early on. And Kasu will require a little bit of healing at least. ZPi going for the kidney shot, just trying to roll the bones here, get some buffs, and try to start building up that momentum. Gets feared, he gets dispelled. Asgrath now in a stun. Trap potential here for Kasu. He leaps in and gets it in point blank range. Now Morrow could be in a little bit of trouble, but a nice kidney shot there onto Tony. And they're actually going after ZPi there in that exchange, but Link counterspell comes in onto Relza, and as a result, Kasu is actually taking a decent amount of damage because of it. Relza now will catch him back up to full. Asgrath comes out of CC as well, activates his force set, and will top Morrow as well. So both of these teams so far pretty even. Mana between both healers pretty even. That next combustion has an answer with the sacrifice. Morrow trying to Ring of Frost the pets here on the opposite side of the map, but look at what Kasu did right there. Kasu called back his pets before they would get Ring of Frosted there, so that he can access his sacrifice if he gets combusted on in that stun. If Morrow lands that ring, he will just press the combustion right then and there, because the pets were so far away as well from getting dispelled. So Morrow tried to make a play there, but Kasu with absolutely kingly pet control there will not allow that to happen. Asgrath getting feared. Fear will break on him, and once again both of these teams just kind of going back to default position. Relza trying to sit down for a drink. Morrow shuts it down with a Flame Strike, and Tony now trying to move in, but he's dropping to about 50% HP. Needs to be a little bit careful. Tony taking some damage. Morrow also taking decent amount of damage here. Relza's trying to pressure Morrow away, and successfully so. Morrow has to blink back to his side of the map. Tony stuns him. Here's the double stun setup. Another stun onto Morrow, but no freezing trap, unfortunately. Beautiful shutdown there from ZPi, and now once again it's back to the drawing board for both of these teams.
Yeah, Kasu is really highlighting why he's one of the best hunters in the game here with these plays. Consistent flare usage, pet awareness, sacrifice timings, like just playing at the highest level possible really for his team here. The matchup's going to be pretty rough though overall. Moving into the future, I would love to see a world where we get to see My Way versus Golden Guardians and see Jelly Beans going up against Kasu. I feel like that would be a very electric series if we ever got it, and if they ever actually played hunters into each other. It would be something I would greatly look forward to, potentially for a cross-region tournament event. But right now they've still got to work their way through a lot of mana, and Asgrath is in cat form. probably drinking right now. And yes, he actually got full mana. Even on the map that was supposed to be the most difficult to get mana, he is still finding drinks. He's likely going to need at least maybe 1 or 2 more, though, if they're going to be able to pull off a victory. So he's not out of the woods just yet. Kasu, though, might just fall over. He's taking quite a bit of damage at the moment. But it looks like Relza has managed to recover him with the Guardian Spirit. And Maro's not under too much pressure here, where it's really those berserk timings and the Feral Frenzy. We can see that on Tony Farrell's frame. The bottom left 2 boxes, the kind of red and blue, and then the scary tiger face with his mouth open with the 2M on it. Those are the scary cooldowns. You can see one of them activated right here on Maro. Whenever one of those starts glowing, you know that Tony's damage is going to be amplified, maybe even double damage during those moments. And that's when Maro needs to time his Fire Blood, time an Altar Time, Iron Bark, something of the like. And as long as he's able to keep rotating against those 2 cooldowns of the Feral Druid, he's likely to stay alive for quite a long time.
Yeah, definitely. Kidney shot right now on Tony. Relza getting shut down. Maro actually basically has to push in and stop the drinks. I mean, equally important for the side of My Way to reset their mana. Relza's going to be 100%. So despite Maro's best efforts, Relza will have full mana, but this is a full polymorph. And Zeepai will be in a stun. So good CC attempt there, but unfortunately with the control onto Zeepai and the defense of Tony, the damage is going to be quite limited. Kidney shot right now onto Kasu as Zeepai continues this push. It's a full blind now on Relza. Maro in position to follow it up with a polymorph. Does manage to find it, but look, Cyclone on Zeepai. And I mean, both the Feral Druid and the Outlaw Rogue are just so good at shutting down damage. They're really just limiting the offense of the opposing teams. And it is something really, really interesting to see. Both these players are doing a phenomenal job.
Absolutely, and we just set foot in dampening. Zeepai, though, needs to be careful here. Getting absolutely blasted. Can he get a Cyclone? Tony leaps in, he gets it. Zeepai, you get knocked out of stealth right there, but with those rogue self-healing, with that vial as well, Zeepai is going to survive this time around. Zeepai playing a very tanky build. He's got the vial from the Kyrian, removing a lot of those effects, bleeds, etc. And then you also have the Dwarf Racial for Zeepai to remove bleeds. So he has got multiple ways to kind of survive a lot of those scary situations. Zeepai definitely built for the long game here. And he's going to go after Kasu right now, trying to build some damage, trying to stack up some buffs, trying to create some pressure for his team. Double Dragon's Breath coming out from Maru. He gets mind controlled. Actually, Maru probably really wanted to do a Ring of Frost right there. He's going to Nova and to go for the Ring of Frost instead, but he gets shut down once again. Beautiful shutdown here from My Way. Relza's mana looking super good so far, and he is playing that Kyrian Priest as well, so he's going to have that Boon of the Ascendant to pack an extra big punch there, maybe later on in dampening. Kasu, though, taking big damage. Relza's in a full blind. Kasu activates the Feign Death, legendary. But is that going to be enough? Zeepai is all over him. Another sheep and another sheep. And that will be a turtle. 2 sheeps equals a turtle. And Kasu will have to trade that out in that situation. But now he's going for the freezing trap. Can he get something back? Zeepai actually sitting in stealth right now. Kidney shots Kasu out of stealth. Wells are going for flash heals. He needs to be careful. Mark can blink counterspell him here on those close quarters. And SK Gaming pulling themselves ahead here in terms of defensives, forcing everything from Kasu. And that is also going to be the Roar of Sacrifice now being used by Kasu. So he's got nothing. Counterspell snugging onto Relza. Maru playing very aggressively all of a sudden, but Tony shuts it down with a nice Cyclone right there. Relza not going to come out. There's no counterspell that he needs to worry about. And finally, My Way are going to recover a little bit, but another one of those plays, the next blind coming up in 30 seconds for Zeepai, for example, could just be lights out here for My Way if they're not careful. SK Gaming looking to take the swing match. Maru dangerously low right now. Tony going for the Cyclone, gets kicked there. Beautifully done by Zeepai. Maru going for the sheeps here. Kidney onto Tony. Zeepai just playing goalie right now, trying to set up everything, and he sets up a kidney shot into a clone onto Tony. Maru will recover, and then he re-kidney shots Kasu there using his Vanish, and that gives him his blind back. He's going to go for the blind. Maru goes for the Ring of Frost. He gets interrupted. He gets the sheep. Fairly perfectly times it. And that will be Kasu here trading out his trinket there. Is it going to be enough? They have more CC potentially. Maru gets interrupted. He blinks out. Relza comes out of crowd control, activates the Guardian Spirit. Kasu will survive, but SK Gaming are playing absolutely fantastic. And just because Askrath is quiet there in the backline doesn't mean that he wasn't just drinking. Askrath, though, in a full fear. Tony in a kidney shot. Needs to be careful here. Zeepai, though, is actually the one in most trouble. And Zeepai will be able to survive once again here, but another close call there for Zeepai, but he's definitely playing his limits on that rogue, knows exactly how much damage he can take without going down, and so far, he's been doing a great job for his team.
I do feel like SK Gaming are the ones that need this polished offense. Their mana is getting quite limited at the moment. I think Asgrath is trying to do something about that as we see him in cat form. Oh boy, on the hardest map to drink, he drinks to full mana this deep into dampening. This is devastating for My Way in the series. This is a swing match. Can Zipai stay alive a little bit longer though to close it out? He's down at 30% here, trading out massive cooldowns, and it looks like he's managed to survive with that stone form, resetting the Sickle of the Lion. Kasu now being pressured once again. Relza's mana not looking too good in this position. He's got Boon of the Ascended, needs to find a good target for it. There's not really anything, and he's pressured. He has to heal. He can't get aggressive, trading out the Guardian Spirit here effectively for no crowd control. This is looking awful for My Way. I thought that they had great potential to be able to take this series 2 more games in a row, but this game is looking like a more of an indicator that SK Gaming could just finish this with this game and on to the next. They have all of the advantages here. The only thing really going forward for Kasu is his Aspect of the Turtle comes out literally right now, and he might have to just press it as he Feign Death exhilarates, but Rels is now into a full polymorph out of the blind. Kasu on the run. Zipai gets stunned away. Tony's doing what he can to slow down the assault onto Kasu as Rels is finally out of crowd control. Relza really needs to get a drink here. He's trying to. He sits down, gets Dragon's Breath by Maro. Maro's right on top of him. Askrath actually gets trapped by Kasu, but Kidney Shot is going to stop him from doing too much damage with this Bestial Wrath. This is when we saw it, like the 45% dampening mark. That's when we saw Maro's Ice Block being forced is cauterized. So still 10% away from that. Big swap on a Zipai with the Boon of the Ascended, but such a powerful cooldown into the Outlaw Rogue. Is the Outlaw Rogue really going to be the target? We've seen, more and more throughout today that they can be, so maybe there's possibility there, but Cloak of Shadows trades so efficiently. It's the same cooldown as Boon of the Ascended. Kasu on the back foot, trying to get back into midfield, gets Ursul's Vortex, disengages away, still just pounding away at Zipai, who pops the feint. He's not going to be a great target through that feint at the moment. Adrenaline Rush is rolling, Combustion's coming up. This is a big opportunity for SK Gaming to take game number 3 right here. Are they going to go for it? No, they're trying to bait the sacrifice out before sending the combustion. Kasu's not falling for the bait. Relza stabilizes Kasu with the Guardian Spirit. Askrath interrupted for a moment here, but Ring of Frost is going to clip all of the pets, slow down some of the aggression here. Stun on Askrath, Chastise on Maro, and they're doing 3-2-1 setups onto the Rogue now. So big strategy shift here for My Way, but is it too little too late?
That's a really good question, and we'll have to wait to find out the answer. Full blind right now on Relza. So it looks like SK Gaming is trying to get aggressive, but Tony looks to be stable. He doesn't get interrupted. Big swap here onto Kasu. Gets caught into a Kidney Shot. A little bit low. Relza finally out of crowd control, though. Mana not looking good. There is a lead here for the side of SK Gaming. Can they maintain that lead? Askrath, of course, does have his Innervate also, so might even pull further ahead in terms of mana. Cheap shot right now on a Tony. Zipai just really mixing it up, going after multiple targets at the same time. He's gotten quite low multiple times in this match, so we'll see if he can hold on. He's got the evasion, needs to be very careful. We'll trade out the feint. Looking to stop the Cyclone. Tony gets... oh no, he gets kidneyed! And caster form, absolute disaster. Has to trade out his survival instincts. He's going for Cyclone. He actually faked the kick, but it was just too much damage. He gets Kidney Shot and punished in a huge way. Really scary moment there for Tony. 45% dampening. Relza trades out, but he still has that Guardian Spirit. Combustion going to be available. I honestly feel like they should just Kidney Shot Tony, go after him. At the same time, My Way is swapping it up. They're going to be going after Zipai now. Big damage on both Maro and Zipai. Asgath might really struggle to heal through this pressure. This split pressure is massive. Maro just hitting it. Tony by himself. This is insane. All 4 DPS members just hitting whatever they can. Sparks are flying. Damage is king. Just attack. Survive and attack. Just throw caution to the wind. This is a very interesting from both of these teams, but at 50% dampening, really anything can happen.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's kind of the mindset right now. When you're this deep into dampening, any point of damage that you can avoid and any point of damage that you can do will be very, very significant. Tony right now in a lot of trouble. Full sheep onto Relza. Maro looking for the reshift. He gets kicked. Can they find anything out of it? Doesn't look like it. Relza going for some casted heals, though. Both of these healers are completely tapped on mana. Tony, though, in the most trouble, and they clothesline him. He channels out the Fleshcraft. He gets kicked. Zipai gets trapped, but they break it. He's in a bash into a Cyclone. It's a DR Cyclone. Tony recovers, but still down to about half. Goes barefoot, not feeling too safe right now. Relza's in a full sheep. They're hunting him down. Askrath is drinking in the backline. Can he recover enough mana to finish out this game? Relza is completely dry, like Tolvir Arena. and Asgraf has got 50% left to work with. Maro, though, dropping dangerously low. This is when they traded that block for a drink earlier on in game number 1. But right now, it looks like Maro will just survive with that alter time. And Maro, with that combustion, able to do a lot of work. He links back to his healer, drops the Ring of Frost. And look at that again, Kasu calling back his pets to avoid every single Ring of Frost so he can access those pet abilities if he needs them. It's just perfect hunter play. And once again, it's going to be Maro on the back foot, though. Asgraf, can he keep him alive? Full blind onto Relza. Tony's in a kidney shot to get the sheep onto Relza. Maro, if he can get a little bit of damage here, they could barbecue this bear. And they do it. Ipai with the DR kidney shot. Do they have anything more? Relza, Cyclone into another Cyclone. He gets a fear onto Asgraf. Is it going to be enough? Tony ducks around the corner. Dragon's Breath comes out onto Relza. Maro gets trapped. Tony still in bear form, going for the Cyclone. Gets kicked by Ipai. Beautiful Cloak of Shadows. Relza, though, able to cast out 3 heals with as a result. And now, Boon of the Ascendant gets popped. Holy Fire comes in. Maro needs to duck for cover, but he goes straight for the throat. Tony, I don't know how he's going to survive this. Relza's pulling out miracles, and he keeps him alive. And Maro is actually dying right now and forced into the Ice Block. Tony survives. Relza is literally a magician right now, just pulling out miracle after miracle. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Maro still dropping dangerously low. He's got the Cauterize to work with.
No way.
Combustion active, but Maro,
they're going to win.
He's going to stay alive. Tony dies around the corner. Maro, though, could still be in trouble. Barely hanging on. He could die here, but the Innervate comes out.
Blind.
Clone Relza, and with that Innervate and the force that they top Maro, defensive blind comes out. 63% dampening. Maro is scratching his head. Doesn't understand how it is possible even for this Druid to stay alive through all of that. Maro not feeling safe right now. Still taking a lot of damage. Asgraf drinking in the backline. He's got the Cauterize to rely on. Is it going to be enough? And there it is. NS coming out. Ironbark. I don't think Maro's going to die at this point in the game. And Kasu gets full kidney shot. He gets gripped. They're still trying to play it out, of course, a lot on the line, but it is going to be SK Gaming taking the win here. And this was the swing match. This was on the bad map. This is
stressing
really
me
crazy.
out. This is stressing me out. I mean, I don't know what on earth happened. How did he live? I'm so confused. I swear, it's like, what, 55% dampening, 56% dampening. Tony gets kidney shot at like 20% health. Prayer Bending must have just bounced. We got to see it in replay. Like, I don't even know how you heal through that damage at that point.
He had Roar's Sacrifice, Survival Instincts. He went into bear form with the Conduit, which gives you extra armor and HP or something. And I think we'll see it in the replay. It wasn't
in bear form, though.
He did have the buff. We'll have to wait and see when that moment happened. But Tony really showing the strength of the defense of the Feral Druid. So right here, when he goes into bear form, he gets bonus HP for 4 seconds. And then I think right here it falls off, but he resets the cooldown. He has enough time to reset the cooldown. Gets gouged out of form, gets kidneyed out of form. How is he not dead?
Look at Prayer Bending.
He got Roar Sacrifice. Prayer Bending's going crazy, and then he gets Survival Instincts off and goes into bear. Like, I swear, some people think Feral Druid defense is weak, but I swear it's like it's almost an outlaw rogue. I swear Feral Druid is almost an outlaw rogue.
Wait, who thinks Feral Druid weak? Defense is weak.
Feral Druid is like living up to the 9 lives dream, I guess, the class fantasy of being a cat. But he ran out. He's his 10th live right here. And it's not. I almost wonder if he just stayed out in the open, if it would have been better. I guess they just had no Ross. He didn't want to risk it. He thought maybe being out of line, he'd stay alive. It's just dampening is so insanely high, like 67% dampening in the fast-paced meta. So if we can get up to 70% dampening here, like, it's going to be rough for them. They just lost their best map to stop drinks, which they didn't even really stop drinks. Maybe they need to make a spec change. Maybe BM isn't the play.
I really don't know. I mean, what's going to be better than BM, though? I mean, BM just got some damage buffs. It's like that. What's his damage? Look at his damage. He's just doing the most damage ever. It's just, yeah. I mean, this is what happens when you put yourself in this really defensive position and you're just using all your abilities to survive. You can live a long time on Mage, every Dragon's Breath. The only time I really see Maro get aggressive is try to like follow up crowd control out of a blind, right? So that's when he gets really, really, I guess, aggressive in the match. But it's brutal. I mean, we've seen these matchups between My Way and SK, I believe, in the past, where it goes on and on and on. And at that point, you're at 60% dampening. One little mistake, you lose the game. One good play can win you the game too, but it's just such a volatile place to be. Definitely scary for both these teams.
Absolutely. And actually, I was talking because before that game started, you were mentioning a little bit about KUNGARNA We're talking a little bit about them and how important this matchup here is for the standings and what can happen later. I actually talked a little bit with Meh as well during that match, and because we had a lot of questions about the Resto Druid pick, and he said that it's not actually a bad matchup. Tony is quite comfortable with it, or at least prior to getting into the match, he was feeling kind of comfortable against the Resto Druid version. But he said that they actually did wargame them as well with RMD, and it was, he said, really, really damp games, but both teams can kind of win. So it is somewhat of an even matchup. Ascraft gets to play on his main, and the Holy Priest RMP actually isn't that great into the jungle with an Outlaw Rogue. So there is some background info to kind of the choices, and most likely SK Gaming, obviously they knew 100% that they were going up against jungle, and that My Way also quite likely knew that SK Gaming was playing this because they actually had practice into this composition. So My Way right now, they're definitely scratching their head. What are they going to do? We've seen them bring out the MM, we've seen them bring out the Survival, and we've seen Kasu as well on that BM Hunter, and it's time for Survival.
Yeah, you got to change something. I feel like these are brutal games, like, and they're making it to the point where it's like, oh, we can almost win, should we stay with this or not? But I feel like mixing it up and trying something new might be better for them at this point. Survival still does tremendous damage. Like, I feel like it's still somewhat comparative to BM, with BM maybe 5%, 10% overall damage. But he's also got to be scared because now they're going to stack. They're going to get cleaved. I was thinking maybe MM, but as Survival, you're going to get Blade Flurried by the Outlaw Rogue. It's going to be really easy to go between two targets now for Zeepai, so this might not work out for them. I still don't know if I'm a fan of the Boon of the Ascended. Maybe Rosa feels he needs it, like that extra cooldown for damage. Deep and Dampening is what puts it over the edge for their team to be able to win, but I'm not sure. I feel like it just seems like defense is still king. Whatever is helps you live a little bit longer, it's going to be better.
One more extra. I mean, I think about it. If Tony had just a little bit more defense there, Kasu was so close in the 2 versus 3, like just that little bit more damage could have actually closed out the game. And that's when the damage is really going to count. It's like Mess said, these are just really, really damn games. It's just the nature of this matchup. It's the nature of kind of the win conditions for both teams, where solid defense ends up being better than offense, as they're just, everyone's so durable that taking risks is going to be really, really difficult. So we'll see how this one does play out. SK Gaming right now, they are up 1 point, and this could potentially be the end of the series. My Way are going to be mixing it up, bringing in the Survival Hunter, trying to just get Kasu a little bit more enabled in the match, and bringing some of that Survival Hunter utility to try to make the difference. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. Tiger's Peak will be the map. But yeah, SK Gaming not afraid to go the distance. We've seen it from them in the past, and it's working out for them. I mean, all the games have been really, really close, and they're just one away from closing it out.
Yeah, and you got to say as well, it's nice to see Zeepai. Like, sure, it's not as nice as seeing him on his alley, but Zeepai has just always been such a great player that it's good to see him kind of tagged in with this SK roster and actually making some magic happen here. And Zeepai on that Outlaw Rogue, he's been picking it up quite remarkably fast. Actually, he's up against one of the absolute titans here. He's playing his alt, and his teammates are definitely doing a lot of work, but he's definitely pulling his own weight as well. So it's nice to see him kind of finding some success here, and SK Gaming in general just being super prepared for the matchup. They know their win condition. They've geared for it. They're all playing dwarves. They definitely came prepared, and that's one of the things about the circuit in general. Ahead of time, okay, this weekend I'm playing against this team and this team. They play these comps. This is what we need to practice against, and that's why it's kind of nice to see what teams can come up with during that time. So far, there's been a lot of Outlaw Rogues, but it's nice to see.
They've all come to the same conclusion.
They've all came to the same conclusion. Outlaw Rogue plus Holy Priest plus X. Except SK, actually, they're mixing it up actually with the Resto Druid, but still, it's nice to see the format.
Yeah. Fire Mage Outlaw, Holy Priest Outlaw, Holy Priest Fire Mage. Been very, very, very potent so far in Shadowlands. But we'll see. I'm curious to see how things change in North America. I was talking to Kearney from 3.5 Men, the priest from 3.5 Men, and he said something really interesting. He's like, yeah, KUNGARNA right now, everyone thinks Holy Priest is like them. Well, he said something about how Holy Priest is like one of the best healers. I was like, what do you mean one of the best healers? What do you mean one of the best healers? And he goes, well, Holy Paladins are really insane too. And he thinks that like the Holy Priest or Holy Paladin Shadow Priest Rogue is like one of the best comps in the game. Like, and it can beat RMP. And he says the reason why KUNGARNA goes on such an absolute tear is because they don't have to play against that team. So I'm curious to see what happens. Maybe we'll get some of that settled later on in the year. But for now, we can focus our attention on SK Gaming with their Outlaw Fire Mage Restoration Druid, my way, with their Jungle Survival Hunter coming in from Kasu. Will it make a difference? How deep and dampening is this going to go? Seems about 60% is the sweet spot so far.
Yep, 60% seems to be the kind of point of no return for these teams. And we'll see exactly what they can do here in the opener. Opener hasn't been the most impactful, let's say, for the rest of the match. But if either of these teams gets a cooldown lead, they can definitely take it and run away with it. That's how My Way got their only win so far in the series, kind of doing an early swap to Asgarath after they forced out his trinket. So definitely is a kind of window of opportunity early on. If somebody messes up, first blind gets secured onto Relza, into a sheep. Tony's going to be the target. Kasu is literally on the opposite side of the map, next to Asgarath here, just throwing in some wildfire bombs, letting Tony just be a druid tank here. I'd rather have Tony tank than Kasu tank, since he is Squisher. And Kasu actually making a big mistake here. He used his Word of Sacrifice onto Tony, which means that he's just eating that combustion damage from Maro. However, Maro is getting aggressed on right now. Maro dropping dangerously low. Asgarath going for the Cyclones, trying to slow them down on the side of My Way. Tony gonna have to sit through that, and Kasu will recover, and Maro will recover as well. So both of these teams fully recovered. No real cooldowns being traded yet. Iron Bark, Apotheosis from the healers, and just blind coming out from Zeepai, but he will have that cooldown coming back very, very shortly. Kasu is going to be the one who could be in trouble here. Gets the Guardian Spirit, and 10 seconds or so on his sacrifice. So he could be a target in that next kidney shot potentially, especially if Maru can land some CC on his pets. He can definitely just try to close out the match onto Kasu here potentially from the side of SK. But still, Kasu has that Roar of Sacrifice to work with. And they're actually popping Combustion onto Tony. Kasu uses the Roar of Sacrifice there. And now they're going to swap onto Kasu because of that. With the leftovers here. Big damage onto Kasu. Gets kidney shot. Full blind onto Relza. He did pre-Aegis. Is going to be enough. He gets kicked, Maru, on that sheep. If he got that sheep, that surely should have been an aspect of the turtle at least. And I really like what they're doing here. Because Kasu's pet control is so good. He just calls back his pets and never lets it get ringed in these situations. Maru just pops his Combustion on Tony. Tony gets the sacrifice, and then he just swaps the leftovers onto Kasu. And even just 3-4 seconds of combustion on a hunter without sacrifice can be enough to take him down. So SK Gaming definitely showing that they're improving in the matchup here and kind of adapting to that survival hunter pick.
Yeah, keeping Kasu on his toes here and keeping My Way on their toes, maintaining their mana advantage for the late game as well. Just really leveled up overall as a roster, even just throughout this series. But here comes a freezing trap. This is an opportunity for My Way to put themselves back in the game and back in the series. Can they net themselves a Cauterize? Blazing Barrier going to activate from Morrow, and it's not enough damage. Cenarian Ward got mind controlled there. I'm wondering if it actually went onto Morrow or if it went onto Asgarath. When you mind control a target low there, sometimes the healer will put their heal onto the wrong target, which could actually be a game-winning play if they can line that up at the right time and catch Asgarath off guard for it. But right now, we're waiting to see where this next combustion is going to go. They've been doing it onto Tony throughout, and it looks like they're going to swap to Katsu. Blastium, Exhilaration, and Big Heals come in from the whole team, immediately stabilizing throughout that combustion opportunity of Morrow. So Morrow's going to need to focus on defense. He's down at half, linking back to the pillar, trying to line of sight with Asgarath, but the freezing trap is going to land. They're right on top of him. They really need to start pushing for Cauterize during this time, but they just don't have enough damage to do it. And if they don't find it in the crowd control, Morrow just goes back to 100% health here. Tony's still trying to chase him down, but Kasu's playing defensive, trying to disengage away from Zeepai, trying to stay away from the double Dragon Spread potentially, so that they can't just so easily swap between them. I wonder if a split strat would ever work in the future, but right now it's just about staying alive. Tony's going to stun Maro while Zeepai stuns Kasu to stop him from backing up with extra damage. Good coordination from Tony in this position. Kasu now line of sighting. Relza, I think Relza's realized also that he will have to drink in this matchup. He can't just win without never drinking. So finding an opportunity to get mana back is going to be important if they want to win late game.
Absolutely, there's no doubt about it. Let's see them continue to push forward right now. Maro gets interrupted. He's out of pillar. There's a trap on Asgarath. About 4 minutes and 21 seconds into the game. Still, this is such an important matchup here for My Way. We'll need to win this one. They need to be picking up points. If you're one of the top teams and you can pick up points against another top team, that's going to be massive for your standings. If it ends up being a tie, you get the head-to-head. And making that top 4 is going to be the absolute most important thing so far. Maro going for a polymorph, gets denied. And that's the problem. Every time he goes for this crowd control, it's either Tony or Kasu there to play defense and really shut him down. Tony under fire with a kidney shot, but really not even going to get scratched in that stun. Unfortunately, Maro wasn't able to really connect too much damage. Asgarath goes for a pre-Fleshcraft for that Fleshcraft immunity, but he gets stunned out of it into a full trap. Decent damage here on Maro as My Way is looking to make a push.
Yeah, My Way getting aggressive here. They got the freezing trap onto Asgarath. They get the stun. They get the spider sting here onto Maro. Maro taking quite a lot of damage, but the Iron Bark is there to deflect. Asgarath sends the Nature Swiftness as well, and Maro is back to full HP here. Kasu now going to be the one instead taking some damage. Maro with that Rune of Power standing there, sniping a Ring of Frost around the corner onto Relza. It's DR though. Kasu still taking a lot of damage, dropping quite low, but catches a big heal from Relza. And Asgarath also proccing his set bonus there and sending out a couple of heals there, making sure that Maro stays stopped. But now, no Iron Bark for this trap. Full trap onto Asgarath, full stun onto Maro. And Relza connects with Boon of the Ascendant. This is a really good push. Double Dragon's Breath coming out. Shadow of Death by Relza. And they take him down. They proc the Cauterize, and they get the Ice Block. And you can tell Maro is not happy about that. You don't want to caught and block in the same setup. You want to either block early before it procs, or just rely on the proc in of itself there. They actually get 2 defensives on the side of My Way, and My Way with survival looking quite solid so far in the matchup here. Can they keep it up though? That is the question.
I mean, offensively onto the mage, this is the earliest we've seen those priority cooldowns be forced, so definitely signs of life, but it's also a little bit shaky in terms of defense. We've seen Tony and Katsu both get bursted down during these combustion windows, so surviving until that point, it's going to be rough here for My Way. Can they manage to pull it off, take it to a game 5, and potentially beat SK Gaming here, and more certainly establish their position in the top 4 to qualify to that European Regional Finals after this circuit has concluded? Kidney shot onto Relza, setting up for the win here onto Kasu. Zeepai is just soloing him right now. If he can solo get Aspect of the Turtle, it's going to be key to their victory overall here, but they cannot. Not enough damage to do so. Relza managed to at least get some mana amidst all of the chaos, and it looks like they are waiting for that Boon of Ascended. So going for a Boon of Ascended Berserk from the Feral Druid and the Priest is going to be why they're able to accumulate so much burst damage to overwhelm the Mage. But they can only do that every 2 minutes. So if they miss that timing, they're basically going to lose out on their kill window. And that timing is coming up shortly, 15 seconds away. Can My Way coordinate that triple cooldown pressure to be able to win the game here and take it to a game 5?
And that really is the question right now. Right now, Kasu continuing that push. And I mean, Maro really isn't going to be feeling safe without any of those safety nets of those defensive cooldowns. Iron Bark is going to be the last kind of major objective. If they can get Iron Bark out of the way, then there's going to be about a minute-long period where Tony and Kasu can take down Maro, and that's going to be the scariest point in the game. But Maro getting bursted. They do manage. There's actually a beautiful tranquility there by Asgarath, but we'll have to see what they can do after this Iron Bark. So the Iron Bark is going to land onto Maro, and now there's no Iron Bark, there's no Ice Block, there's no Cauterize. My Way has a clear opening if they can get the crowd control. At the same time, though, Kasu is forced into the aspect of the turtle, so SK Gaming, they're battling it back, not making this easy, and Kasu's actually in some trouble. There's a kitty shot on Relza right now. But Kasu with a beautiful defensive maneuvers keeps himself alive, and now it's going to be SK Gaming on the back foot.
SK Gaming, they know it. Maro's already standing in the Ring of Frost. Asgarath already channeling out his Fleshcraft, and Asgarath did a beautiful tranquility there to avoid the previous freezing trap, which allowed him to get that Iron Bark. Big reason to why he still has his trinket off cooldown. And now kidney shot onto Kasu. Here comes the setup potentially. What are they going to get done? Tony gets counterspell. Casu taking some damage. And SK Gaming, they know that they're in trouble. They need to get aggressive. They need to try to stop the offense before it can happen. Full trap on the Ascraft. This is it. Maro, how are they going to respond? Maro actually not really taking any damage in that exchange. Really nice kidney shot there by Zeepai onto Tony, and he gets cycloned instead. And as a result, Maro has his ice block back of cooldown. Gonna have still a while left to go on that Cauterize, and the reason for that is because the shifting power does not reset the Cauterize debuff, but it does reset your spells such as Ice Block. Omaro is still gonna have to wait a little bit before he can get that. He gets Cyclone on his Combustion, but he did get the Roar of Sacrifice, so at least he got that out of the way. They got the Trinket here from Zeepai as well, or sorry, from Casu with that Eternal Aegis, and Maro's gonna also stand back here in the midfield, looking pretty healthy so far. And that big kill pressure that they had on the side of my way, well, it's kind of been lost. Full trap on the Ascarath. They need to force something here. Maro! Oh, what a huge overlap. As I said, they have survived that really dangerous moment. They trade everything. Maro, Ice Block, Ascarath, Trinket, Iron Bark. Now, the game is wide open for my way. They can try to take Maro with a trap onto Ascarath, or they can swap to Ascarath like they did in game number 1. My way holds all the cards and none of the mana. So it's time for them to go, and it's time for them to pick a target and try to close this one out.
Some of the most historically fast-paced compositions, Jungle Cleave and Rogue Mage, taking us to deep depths of dampening, 50% plus here in this series. A brutal series for these teams, both based on mental stamina as well as just fortitude to be able to last this long. Can they manage to hold strong, take it to a game 5? They are the closest they've been, but no, Ascrath denies the kill once again with the Nature Swiftness. Tony now on the back foot as Zeepai is trying to finish him. Will he be able to find enough damage? They pop the Aegis. Tony is desperate, line of sighting Maro here on the Combustion, but I think they committed the Roar of Sacrifice, so they're trying to swap back. No, they swapped to Zeepai, trying to take him out on the Outlaw Road, but if he doesn't die in the stun, he's going to have evasion. He's unlikely. They don't even need the evasion. They're going to restabilize. Really, the only thing right now going for my way is the fact that there's no block and Ascrath has no mana. They need to keep up their pressure, though, if they want to maintain this position, and they don't have a lot of cooldowns to do that. No Berserk, no Coordinated Assault, and no Boon of the Ascended. So they're just going to have to work with their normal outside cooldown damage to try and win the game, and I'm not sure if that'll be enough. Pre-Trank Bubble by Ascrath, predicting the Freezing Trap. Uncertain as to whether or not he did manage to hit it, though, as he moves to line of sight with an Iron Bark here now active on Tomorrow. They swap to Zeepai, get evasion. Tony's on the back foot. It is match point. Full kidney on his healer. Relza breaks out, gets a Guardian Spirit, and manages to hold Tony's hand here for a few moments, and now pulls him back to full health. Ascrath into a Freezing Trap on his NS. If they could manage to purge that off with a Trank Shot or a Purge, it would be critical to taking out Maro, but they can't. They're just not in a position. They have no mana to do it, and Ascrath is just waiting to connect Nature Swiftness here at any moment. Actually, it might have got purged there. Maro's health did not bounce up whatsoever. He's still in trouble. No Iron Bark. Can they stay on target here? Cassius pops the Coordinated Assault. Boon of the Ascendant is coming up in 2 seconds. They need to run right on top of Maro. Now is the time. End the game. Finish it. You have them in a checkmate position. There's no mana. No cooldowns left. Cauterize won't matter this deep into dampening with no Iron Bark to back it up and no Send Ward. But Tony can't. He's just pinned by Zeepai at the pillar. He's just going to die to Zeepai in bear form if he's not careful. Zeepai, does he have a way to sap the blind here? They need to get more crowd control. Does get the sap on the blind. Cassie's in a poly. Relsa's in a sap. Tony's in trouble down at half to City in bear form. Roar Sacrifice trades outside of Combustion. Maro can win the game with Combustion. He can make somebody disappear at any moment here. No survival instincts. I can imagine they want to go after Tony. Is it going to be a mistake, though, to go after Tony? I feel like as Feral, he's just not been going down very easily. Zeepai Cloak of Shadows, the Boon of Ascended swap to him, and manages to immune it. And now SK Gaming, they're just trying to find their footing. But maybe not. Maybe they're not comfortable. They're looking shaky. Ascrath struggling to heal Zeepai. They swap to Tony. Here comes Combustion. Massive damage on match point. Can they deal with it? Rels is doing whatever he can with the Guardian Spirit. Somehow, some way, Tony is still alive at this point. Defensive Adaptive Swarm, trying to buff up his Frenzied Regen. Grip into Fleshcraft, gets counterspelled. Just tanking in bear form. Double Fear, buying a couple more seconds on the clock for Tony to survive that Combustion. Miracle survival plays here. And now Maro on the back foot. His Ice Block coming up in 8, coming up in 7, 6, coming up in 5. Is he going to survive to it? I think so with Iron Bark active. Maro should survive to a, is this 3rd Ice Block of the game here. SK Gaming against My Way.
Oh, this could be it. Bash on Tony. Relza's taken out with the Polymorph, but he gets silenced. Tony somehow is still alive. I just don't understand. Tony is just defying death on this Pharaoh Druid over and over and over. He actually gets topped off. There's a trap on Askerath, and now it's Kasu who's going on a solo mission, but he gets swapped to. Could be the aspect of the turtle. Tony gets a re-stealth, gets a stun on Maro. It's an instant ice block. This is the innervate as well from Askerath. Maro gets out of the ice block, does have cauterized, but he's going for the polymorph. Gets a full polymorph here on Relza. Kasu is forced into the turtle. They could win through this. If there's more crowd control, another polymorph on Relza into a cyclone. Kasu is on the run. He's actually in stealth. Maro cannot get him out. Kasu, what is happening? All of these players are just so insane. Kasu gets a full re-stealth. Shadow Sight will be picked up, but it's too little too late. Looks like Kasu should be able to survive, but another kidney shot immediately taken down. Beautiful plays there by Kasu, but at the end of it all, it didn't matter. He needed just a few seconds on that Roar of Sacrifice. Maro with a little smirk. He's happy to take that 3 games in a row at 60% dampening. And what a well-fought series by both these teams. Really, really crazy plays.
What an insane turnaround here for SK as well. Just turning up the heat. They start off bad, and they just brush that off, focus up on the game, and definitely make it work. Playing that Resto Druid, we haven't really seen the RMD actually outside of these guys playing it, but they've been making it work. Kind of playing really, really long games with that Resto Druid. And this is early on, I think, when Maro used his first ice block with the Cauterize right here. So early on, only 6% into dampening. Maro already with no cooldowns and still able to just play defensively, survive, get another ice block. And here again, Boon of the Ascendant coming out. Maro ice blocks, Askerath trinkets. He's a huge overlap here. And I didn't think that was was even possible to recover after that. But look at Tony here. What an insane Live Lord. Goes for the Fleshcraft. The double fear comes out from Relza. A couple of heals. Tony survives. And then here, look at the Shadow Side. It just spawns as Maro walks through it, so he doesn't actually get it. You could have just, if he walked there 1 second later, he would have picked up the Shadow Side by accident and seen Kasu there. But it didn't matter because, of course, they get the kidney shot. They get the combustion. And immediately, when that combustion is up and the Roar of Sacrifice is not, we've seen this movie too many times. We all know what happens to the Hunter.
Yeah, we certainly do. So unfortunate for them. My way, no points so far for them this weekend. SK Gaming are going to walk away with a win 3-1, and that is going to be a good thing for them moving forward. Tomorrow, SK Gaming, they're going to have to be facing off against Casual Dads, so hopefully they can carry in that momentum to the rest of the weekend for tomorrow's games on Sunday. But that is the European region for today. How are we feeling about the competition so far, Ven, with those changes implemented and where we lining up in terms of points?
Well, I could be wrong, but I think Rogue Mage won every series today. So there's 4 series and Rogue Mage won all of them. So I feel like it's still looking strong. Outlaw Rogues, Fire Mages, Holy Priests, and then obviously the Restoration Druid paired with them from SK against some of these other comps. Yeah, it still seems to be the team to beat. I'm really interested to see if any of the teams in North America are going to be able to bring something else to the table, how some of these series will develop. I think the most interesting thing we saw today was the Outlaw Rogue paired with the Enhancement Shaman. That seemed to actually work out really well and could be kind of a surprise composition for the side of Bugs. So curious to see if they kind of work on that a little bit more as a melee cleave. But other than that, it kind of expected results.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe we'll see those new strategies that we saw from the EU teams just a little bit more finely tuned, and we'll see them again tomorrow. So we'll have to see, wait and find out. However, like we've said, Cloud9 versus KAWHI, we're going to be moving over to North America up next. So that's the first series we've got on the way here, Super Tees.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, what is Cloud9 going to use here against KAWHI? What is KAWHI going to use? Because they played Rogue Mage Pally last week. I thought for sure they'd be playing Shadow Priest Rogue Pally for the whole tournament. So still some questions here as to what comps are going to come out in the blind pick. But this is a big series. I feel like Cloud9 need a win here off their last week's performance, but they're fighting some of the hardest teams. So maybe they should just kind of ride through these first 2 weekends like these are their hardest games and then get some momentum. But if they can win here, it's a big win for them, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like a lot of these teams, they get behind in the early stages of this circuit, and then they have a really hard time recovering in terms of points. So if you're a team that has no points on the board, especially with, you know, Cloud9, I think they only played once so far, and they lost their only game. So they really need these points. And then, of course, we know KAWHI, always consistent, but Cloud9 looking to get the edge over them. So we'll see what they do. Coming up next, we're going to head to a break, and then it's going to be North America up next. We'll be back. everyone, and welcome back. We are now heading over into the North American region for this Saturday's games, and we've got some really good ones lined up today for Saturday. We've got Cloud9 versus KAWHI coming up first off, and even that one, just right off the bat, Supertees is a pretty high-stakes match, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, these are teams competing for the top spot. KAWHI has been dominating North America for so long. It seems like now they can also play Rogue Mage on top of having what is perceived by Kearney, I think Venruki mentioned it, to be the Shadow Priest Rogue is the counter to Rogue Mage. So if you've got the meta and you've got the counter in your back pocket, you're going to be a terror in North America. Meanwhile, Cloud9, it feels like they've been trying to play catch up with the meta. They started with they got Flop on their team. Cubsy switched to a DPS. They were starting to like try and catch up, like get Cubsy onto Destro. They had Mage Lock, and now Mage Lock's not in a great position. So Chun-Li's gonna have to start picking up Outlaw Rogue. So it seems like Cloud9 are in a game of catch up with the meta. And they still have, you know, this week has just started. They only played one series to try and catch up. But with KAWHI already in a strong position with regards to the meta, it should be tough for them as a prediction for this series in my mind.
I think I would agree with you on that one. We'd have to take a look at the statistics. I'm curious of the actual win rate between these two teams, KAWHI and Cloud9. But in the meantime, here are the current standings as of last weekend for the North American region. We can see both 3.5 men Team Liquid tied for first with 2 points. And then, you know, like we just mentioned, Cloud9 only having played one game last weekend. They lost that one, unfortunately. And then, of course, we know that KAWHI is doing just, you know, just a little bit better, 1-0 right now. But you know, historically with the season, or sorry, with the cups earlier this season, and they were doing pretty well. And then, yeah, like Supertees, excuse me, was saying, Cloud9 has kind of been playing catch up for a while. So they're kind of just solidly in the middle, I think, if you take a look at the standings for the last cup. So we'll have to see how they do in this one. But I don't know. I would argue that they might just be the underdog in this series. What do you think, Zico?
Yeah, well, I think KAWHI, and especially Drake, I think Drake, because he's been most of the people that we're seeing right now picking up Rogue, I'm thinking about Zeepai, I'm thinking about maybe Trill and Team Liquid, I'm thinking about Chun-Li on Cloud9. A lot of those guys picked up Rogue recently. They started playing it now that Outlaw is you know, kind of the meta pick. They started picking it up now, whereas Drake, unfortunately for them, he's been playing Rogue and excelling at it, you know, the entirety of Shadowlands. He's been playing it when it was all about the Asa Rogue. He's been playing it a lot, and you can really tell that. When I think back on it, I think I've seen Drake more on his Rogue than I've seen him on his Windwalker, at least, you know, since Shadowlands. So I think for Drake, he's a lot more comfortable than a lot of these other Rogues, and he can also play the other specs if he needs to. Whereas I don't think a lot of these other rogues that I just mentioned have been putting in a lot of time on sub and assassination, because Outlaw really is the meta right now, and they've had kind of less time to work on their rogues. So yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's going to come down to both teams playing something with an Outlaw rogue, and I think Drake is going to outperform maybe Chun a little bit in that department, because she's been playing it for a longer time.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly makes sense. You know, we have seen Chun adopt quite a few more specs, you know, just adopting with the meta that kind of comes and goes, because it's been a while then since we've been able to see, you know, Trill and Chun and the Windwalkers of the world be able to play that main spec.
Yeah, I think it was actually in the cups. We saw a little bit of the Windwalker Fire Mage come in from Cloud9. They were kind of relying on that. It didn't seem like it was necessarily the best, but yeah, both Trill and Chun-Li, even though they played their Monk in the cups, it just seems like for this, they want to go with the Outlaw Rogue. A lot more options for them. It just seems a lot more meta right now in terms of defense, and in terms of utility for, you know, setup. The one thing Outlaw Rogue kind of lacks is like explosiveness. So I think that's like a huge benefit of the Monk, is you have that massive damage when you get, you know, your Kiefer's Tiger Palm up on someone, giving you 50% bonus crit. You get a Bone Dust Brew, you're going to be able to just delete someone in 1 second. Outlaw doesn't really have that. It's mostly just like slow, consistent damage. Someone's not necessarily going to explode, but one thing's for sure, they're going to be stunned when they go down. So we'll see. I'm really curious to see the blind pick for this one. My guess would be Rogue Mage Paladin for KAWHI. Rogue Mage Paladin for KAWHI and Rogue Mage for Cloud9. I think we're literally going to see Rogue Mage mirrors.
I think Rogue Shadow Priest for KAWHI and Rogue Mage for Cloud9.
Possible.
All right, Sid, let's hear it.
The longer I say the more I can just say it as it just shows up. I think Rogue Mage Pally. What's Cloud9 going to play? Cloud9 have to play Rogue Mage Priest. There's no way they play Mage
Or
Lock.
Demo Lock.
There's no way they play Mage Lock. I refuse to believe. They're playing Cloud9 play RMP. KAWHI, I don't know if they RM Pala or Shadow Priest Rogue. I think they're going to Shadow. I think they're going to RM Pala. I think they're going to RM Pala. It's RMP versus RM Pala.
Mo with what, Ben?
Demo Mage Lock. Demo Mage Lock Druid is good. And I think it could win, maybe. It is KAWHI after all, but for like a game one pick, it could maybe win against the Rogue Mage. I think it could. So we'll see what they decide to do. Negrand Arena, Cloud9, lots of options. KAWHI, lots of options. But it seems like a lot of the teams with options are just going with Rogue Mage because it's the best option. So I think it's not going to be too crazy if we do see both these teams lock it in for game number 1.
Should we act super surprised if they do?
No.
Okay.
I won't pretend.
What's that, Zico?
I was going to say, I think most of the teams in America, and I'm thinking especially about 3.5 Men, Team Liquid, right now they're wearing their Cloud9 jerseys, they're waving their Cloud9 flags, they're in the audience screaming the loudest for Cloud9 to win this one because if KAWHI loses, well, KAWHI is like the main competition here. They are the team to beat, so that's one less top dog, or the main top dog, I would say, that they have to worry about. Also, not to say anything else, but I was also right about the pick, so yeah.
This is my golf clap for you.
I don't want the golf clap. I want stars. I want stickers.
Okay.
Let's talk so much. Look how many cooldowns Prev has on Shadow Priest. I didn't realize if you run a Night Phase Shadow Priest with Surrender to Madness, your entire, it's longer than the health bar frame for Shadow Priest here. There's gonna be great synergies with that Assassination Rogue to be buffing up that Sepsis and Vendetta, reducing its cooldown and getting a tremendous amount of pressure with it. But so far, they haven't really been able to find their target. Chun-Li pre-evasions. There comes the Vendetta #1. Who is it going to be after? Looks like Wealthy Man, as he's trying to soul shape away from Drake, who's chasing him down, finds the kidney shot, forcing Wealthy Man to use the medallion. They're going to bop aggressively. They're going all in on Wealthy Man here in game #1. Is he ready? Alter times, all that damage. What? He's back down to 10% almost immediately. Flop into a fear. This crowd control chain is endless. They get medallion from Flop as well as Wealthy Man on this push. Now Prev needs to decide when he wants to use these Fey Guardians. Is he going to use them defensively as well as offensively under Drake here? He's very low. He is going to activate the Fey Guardians, get some of that CDR, and actually commits... What was that? Why did Prev Surrender to Madness just hit Prev as he blasts himself down? He gets a huge boost of damage during that cooldown, but after it ends, he also takes a big hit. So they're trying to swap to him on that, but it's unlikely we see him go down. He has Dispersion available. He's jumping into another Void form, ramping up for another push, has Silence available, and with no trinkets now, they could kill Wealthy Man through a block. They could Mass Dispel it off and close this.
They definitely could. I mean, their pushes are very scary. Full blind right now on Brain. Chun-Li trying to get some damage up, but it is going to be a kitty shot on Wealthy Man. Drake just pre-vanishes, I do believe, that go now into a polymorph. So looks like Wealthy Man will be able to survive. Prev goes for a grip, but he's actually the one that's going to be in trouble. Chun-Li all over him right now. Brain still not out of crowd control. Prev has the Greater Fade here in just a second. He's just going for it, playing very aggressive here on the Shadow Priest, getting lots of pressure out. Double Fear going to come in. The blinding light on Flop. Great crowd control here from KAWHI. Wealthy Man still low. Drake trying to connect, but Chun-Li peeling as well. Wealthy Man with good position. Blinks behind the pillar. Resets that blink with shifting power. And I can't help but feel like Wealthy Man's going to be okay. We still got about 60 seconds left on that Vendetta. Prev in trouble, though. Going for a fade and a Shadow Man. Chastise Interfere on Brain. Prev all alone. This could be the Dispersion as well. Are they going to be able to get it? Doesn't look like it. I think Brain is going to be able to make the trade. Maybe he's in a stun. Chun-Li doing a really good job on this Outlaw Road. Just getting a lot of control. But ultimately, KAWHI hold on. They stabilize. And now it could be Wealthy Man in trouble.
Wealthy Man, what are you going to do? He's going to sheep Drake, blind onto Flop, no trinket for 10 seconds. Wealthy Man activates all the time. He tries to blink away from the people that can dispel it, and then he's going to line of sight those dispellers and potentially come back, but I'm not sure if they actually dispelled it before he... No, he's going to come back there. Wealthy Man once again playing another situation like that absolutely beautifully. We saw him last week, an absolute live lord, this guy, and he's gonna make it happen one more time. That was a really scary situation, and Prev now also taking huge hits here. Sheep onto Brain out of that ring of cross. Prev still very dangerously low, needs to be careful here. Chun-Li gets disarmed. Prev still holding on to that dispersion. The communication between Prev and Brain right now is just absolutely incredible. Prev actually going into void form here, trying to assist with the damage onto Wealthy Man, keeping himself alive in the process as well. And Prev will bounce back once again to full HP. Wealthy Man taking a big hit of damage here as he is getting absolutely pummeled by Drake, still taking a lot of damage. Gouge onto Brain. Wealthy Man super low here in a silence. Blinding light onto Flop will be the ice block. They're trying to go for the master spell. They don't get the master spell. Nice kick there by Chun-Li, trying to shut down multiple members here. And Flop will get some healing out here. Once again onto Wealthy Man, but that was his ice block. One more scary push like that could mean the game. Drake has his bind in about 40 seconds as well. Could be Flop's trinket, unless they push for the trinket right now. Does Drake have a vanish? Does not. I don't think he can get a sap out of this one. And it looks like Wealthy Man should be able to stabilize here now that Flop is out of crowd control. Flop actually going for his own little crowd control there onto Brain. Chastise fearing him, but they don't have the damage really to back it up just yet. Drake actually getting swapped too, taking a decent amount of damage here from Chun and Wealthy Man, but Drake dropping to about half HP, still has his Cloak of Shadows, gets a big heal from Brain, will recover. Wealthy Man likewise gets gripped to safety.
All right, let's see if they can manage to close this out. Offensively, I feel like KAWHI have had almost full control of this, but Drake's defenses are starting to be stripped away by Cloud9 if they can connect this combustion that's available in 2 more seconds. Flop is trying to drink. Drake is not able to roll over to stop it right now, so they're just going to go for the kill on Ultimate instead. Flop stops his own drink. Brain restabilizes the team with a Divine Shield sacrifice on that combustion and manages to bring his team back to full for the next setup. With Blind available and Vendetta, they could swap to Chun-Li, but Wealthy Man is also just a great target with no ice block, as it looks like he bounces back with a massive heal and a massive save on his team. Vendetta gets dismantled, but that dismantle is now over. Sepsis likely going to be connecting for a few more ticks onto Wealthy Man. Can they close out the game here? At least force the cauterize, shifting power, resetting that alter time, resetting the counter spell as well for Wealthy Man. Try and slow down some of this pressure. Rev is still rolling in void form, but it doesn't look like it's enough. Drake is on the back foot, trying to shadow step away from the engagement. Rains in a polymorph for 1 more second. Drake is down at half, trying to stay alive, stunning Chun-Li behind the pillar. And I do wonder with no trinket if swapping to the rogue is a decent option. I feel like it could be. Moving forward, that Vendetta is definitely enough damage to be able to kill an Outlaw Rogue with no trinket and no pre-feint or a cooldown. Prev here is now the target by Cloud9, trying to just keep their pressure going onto whoever they can so they can even out the mana with Brain, who has a slight advantage at this point. Fey Guardians coming out for Prev in 13 seconds. Very important to try and preempt the go as well as reduce Vendetta's cooldown. Now we can see the crowd control on the Flop. They are trying to swap to Chun-Li. He gets the Cloak of Shadows off, goes for the blind on Brain, now trying to set up damage on Drake. Drake pre-feints this kidney shot. Is it going to be enough, though, to keep him alive? Combustion gets purged off by Prev immediately. Really good purge timing by Prev there, stripping away that burst damage. Now Vendetta available. Where is Drake going to go with it? Looks like he wants to go after Wealthy Man. Prev is moving forward. They want to win this game right here and now. There's no trinket. Flop pre-fades, trying to immune crowd control. Did he manage to hit anything? Prev is on the back foot from Surrender to Madness, hitting him. They could swap over. Flop is in a stun. They follow up. Doesn't look like it. Ray of Hope going to connect onto Wealthy Man. Immune to damage. But Flop gets step kicked by Drake. Mind control, though, comes out. But will he fall through it? They proc the cauterize. They cancel the mind control. They drop the blazing barrier, doing whatever they can to stay alive here. Fate Guardians activate. But there's almost no mana left. If Drake manages to stay alive, he pre-feints another kidney. But Brain gets blink counterspelled by Wealthy Man. Is that going to be it for Drake? He's down at 30%. Chun-Li's dismantled. He can't connect here. And out of that dismantle, Drake could use evasion as well. Big lead here to KAWHI in this position in terms of their defense. They've got a lot of options. Cloud9 need to figure out what they want to get done offensively. At least, fortunately, their ice block has come off cooldown, and they do have a combustion available. Chun-Li's going to pop the adrenaline rush, but Brain is just drinking right now while Cloud9 are pressured. Brain is restoring a huge amount of mana, which is going to put his team in a solid position. He tries to pre-fleshcraft the blind, gets interrupted, and put it into the full blind, but Wealthy Man had to block. He's master spelled on the ice block. That was a power infusion Vendetta. They're pushing for the win. We're now at 15% dampening, and Cloud9 do not have a lot to work with.
No, they really don't. Wealthy Man's in a lot of trouble. Prev, on the meantime, taking a little bit of damage, but he's got Fade and Dispersion. I really think Cloud9 is in a lot of trouble here. This kitty shot will be landing. Wealthy Man blinks out of it, but still, Drake is all over him. Full polymorph here on Brain. Wealthy Man doing a great job trying to get control of the game, even though he is being pressured so heavily in this match. Chun-Li and Wealthy Man do a big hero swap on Drake. He gets Blessing protection out of the stun, but he's on the run. Really doesn't have much left to work with. Brain does have no Divine Shield. He's got no Trinket, so he could trade up the sacrifice if he's not in crowd control. But if he is in crowd control, things could get scary. Chun-Li, no evasion for just a few more seconds. Needs to hold on as KAWHI decided to pressure the Rogue in this matchup a little bit more. Both men not really in a great position for them to go after him. Brain now being attacked. Chun-Li basically just hitting whatever he can. There's pressure all over the place. 21% dampening, but Brain with his Divine Shield, with his sacrifice, I think should be able to keep his team alive. Drake, though, Poke of Shadows. Brain does trade out the Divine Shield as well as the sacrifice. And that is a lot of KAWHI's defense. Cloud9 is not making this easy, but at the same time, Wealthy Man is in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, Wealthy Man, how is he going to survive here? There was a big defensive overlap coming out from KAWHI. They just need to survive here a little bit on the side of Cloud9, and maybe they can take somebody down. What a nice hammer of justice there onto Chun-Li on his hook, stopping him in his tracks. Wealthy Man, this could be very, very dangerous for Wealthy Man. He's going to blink behind. They're going to kill off the Siphene. Still CC there onto Flop. He trades out every cooldown. Chun-Li, though, getting left behind here. He's going to vanish out and use that Cloak of Shadows, but he gets taken out of stealth. He swaps to Drake behind the pillar. DR stun, though, from that stun earlier. And Chun-Li now getting feared up here. And I think Chun-Li might just die here. He activates the evasion. He's line of sighting Flop, though. He's running away from his healer. He needs to get the Flop here. Flop in the DR blind. Chun-Li somehow staying alive, leaping across, but he gets fully sapped. Chun-Li's in the middle of the map. 3 seconds left on the sap. He kidney shots Brain. He disarms Drake. They try to survive. They get a sheep onto Brain. And both rogues might be dropping here. Drake, all of a sudden, Shadow steps over, kicks Flop. How is Drake going to survive here? Prev gets counterspelled. Brain in a DR blind. Drake ducking to the side, avoiding all damage. He gets chastised stunned even. Drake trying to survive for just a little bit. He gets a few heals. And now Chun-Li in a kidney shot. Chun-Li is going to go down. And he will. What an insane back and forth game to start off NA here. These two Titan teams going at it for 10 minutes. And it comes down to the literal last second.
Dude, Drake had such good, like, Drake on his Windwalker Monk. Drake on his Windwalker Monk does such a phenomenal job kiting and surviving, but on the Rogue, it is no different. I mean, there's so many times in this matchup where he's so afraid. I feel like 99% of other Rogues would just go down in these situations, but he actually manages to kite on the Assassination Rogue, get away, beautiful positioning, making it really difficult for them to actually finish, and that's what kept them in the game. KAWHI claiming game number 1 against Cloud9's Outlaw Rogue, and I think that's a big statement.
It was a nail-biter finish, though. I mean, I thought that KAWHI had full control of this game. Like, there was no shot. Like, look at this position that they're in, ahead on mana, ahead on cooldowns. This Wealthy Man running away the entire game, trying to pull off miracle after miracle with these alter times, like, staying alive by the skin of his teeth throughout most of this match. Like, I thought KAWHI had this. And then suddenly at the last second, right when you think they're about to win, Chun-Li almost turns it around. That was, like, one of the most insane moments we've seen throughout both of these weekends. It's right here. Like, how is Chun-Li alive? He pops his Crimson Vial, and because Outlaw has so much HP, it's just ticking, 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 and he's getting so much HP. He's like, you know what? I'm going to kill Drake. Even though I'm at 10% health right now, apparently, I'm going to kidney the Paladin, and I'm going to kill Drake. Like, oh my God. When you're at that low HP, I would assume you're saving your kidney for the Rogue, but Drake kicks the damage that might have finished him, moves back towards the pillar. Meanwhile, Brain is crowd controlled. Prev throws the Fae Guardian's powered shield, keeps Drake alive for another global, gets time for Brain to get the heals, and they're able to finish the game with a silence there. Insane finish to game number 1 here. But it does start to make me wonder, like, can Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin win this, like, consistently? Because that was really shaky at the end of the game to be able to pull that off. And also, I wanted to see the build here to see what legendaries they were playing, because I feel like it's not very often we see Surrender to Madness.
Was Vanish.
Shadow, sorry?
John was Vanish for sure.
Vanish legendary?
At the end there, he double kidneyed at the end.
But when I was looking at the gear, I noticed Flop didn't have any traits or conduits. And I'm assuming that this is accurate, and he just didn't put them in.
Oh no!
And like that small of a difference when you're at 1%.
That's not a small difference.
Like
no conduits and traits. That's
no
huge.
Conduits and no traits as a holy priest. I think how much extra bonus healing on your guardian? He did. Okay, we're getting confirmation he did have conduits. I just, as soon as I looked at it to see what they were playing, I was like, why didn't this pop up? So I guess it's just the gear check is incorrect here. He did have conduits.
I was gonna say, if he did that with no soulbind and
yeah,
no
exactly,
conduits, that would have been the craziest thing ever.
Holy priest is pretty good if he did that.
Yeah, but I mean, he did have it. Really, it's so interesting to see There's not that many people playing Shadow Priest right now. Whenever I talk about Shadow Priest, when I'm streaming or anything like that, everyone just says how bad they are, but they have so much utility. And I think in a composition like this, where you have all that instant crowd control, you can survive for such a long time, and then you put all your damage during those like kind of focused moments with the extended crowd control, it seems to work out really well. And I mean, this team has been doing such a phenomenal job with this composition. They've really made it, their own with the Paladin at least. As well as, the Golden Guardians, of course. But it's just really interesting to see that they can actually kind of go toe-to-toe with all of these rogue mages that everyone else is struggling with, bringing in that Shadow Priest.
I kind of feel like if you're the Shadow Priest, you're kind of like the Robin to the Batman. Like the Assassination Rogue is the Batman. It's like, if Batman wasn't there, you probably don't have your own series, like it's maybe not any comic books written, so it doesn't feel that great to be a Shadow Priest. But, when you're together, people love Batman and Robin. So I see why, like, the Shadow Priest players might be in that position where they feel like it's not the greatest, but you definitely highlight Assassination Rogue particularly. So I do wonder if KAWHI, that shook them up at all at the end of that game. Like, should they play Rogue Mage Paladin instead?
I was thinking the same thing. Like, I agree with you. That was not too convincing.
Outlaw.
Okay. All right.
Even more CC from them.
Well, also another like really durable target. Like, Asa Rogue, the reason why Asa Rogue is hard to play, it's not like necessarily because of how you do damage, but you die. Asa Rogues die. Like, you need to be quite good to survive as an Asa Rogue. And I think that's not having to worry about that. I think that alone is kind of nice, although way less offense, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm really curious to see how this one plays out. Cloud9, they went to Empyrean Domain, so a really large map. Does that signal a composition switch, or are they just going to keep going with Chun-Li on the Rogue? I'm really curious to see what they decide to do. They do have Cubsy, of course, available on the Warlock, but since some of the changes, Destruction Warlocks haven't been picked. I haven't seen a lot on the ladder, and we haven't seen any so far this weekend. So I'm curious to see if anyone is going to play that Destruction Warlock. Still going to do a lot of damage, but unfortunately take a lot more damage as well. So it's going to be kind of a risky pick. They could just go with the Rogue Mage, maybe just discussing their options, trying to think of what they could do to improve their strategy, and basically taking all the time they can. But Empyrean Domain definitely raises some question for me. Are we going to see a comp swap?
Emo too.
Yeah, maybe they picked
I really
Outlaw.
want to see Demo. I swear it's good.
I feel like if there is a team that's gonna run Mage Lock Demo, it would be Cloud9, and maybe KAWHI knows that they have it, and they're respecting the map pick, and that's why they went Outlaw.
Could be.
We'll just have to wait and see.
Wouldn't be really that bad though. The Mage Lock, it wouldn't be terrible.
What was the reason? Here's my question: why was Drake Assassination in game number 1? Like, why not just play Outlaw game number 1?
I guess true. Kind of true. I mean, it's usually the synergy, right? Because now their comp has no closer, is basically what it is. There's no Vendetta could end the game. Now there's no Vendetta.
Blind is your closer. 80-second CC chain, that's your closer.
If it was the closer, these games with Outlaw Rogue would not take 12 minutes. I don't think Blind is the closer.
I think it is a closer, but everyone is tanks. Like, you're trying to take down a Druid with the Frenzied Region. You're trying to take down like other Outlaw Rogues, Fire Mages, blinking your stuns and just alter timing. You don't have to dispel for it. I think like the self-healing. Did you look at the mage self-healing in the last games? It's crazy how much like a mage in like look at Maro's healing. Go back in the VOD later and watch Maro's healing. He did insane healing.
Is that healing even recording alter time healing?
No, it doesn't.
It's actually more than that. Yeah.
Yes, and alter time is not affected by dampening. Alter time is not affected by dampening either. If you alter on full HP and you go to 1 HP in dampening, you're still at full HP when you come back.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think a lot of that comes down to Blazing Soul. So it's like that Blazing Soul Fire Mage talent. Every single time you blink, you get a full value shield. And normally I believe that shield is like a 28 second cooldown for Blazing Bear. 24, it's either 24, 26, or 28 second cooldown normally. But when you pick up Blazing Soul, you basically get 3 times the amount of shields. So that's why that happens, because you have a 10-second blink, and every blink gives you a full shield. That's why these mages are living for such a long time. But Drake's going to be moving forward right now. He will be opening up onto a Wealthy Man. And let's see the setups. I expect the crowd control to be even crazier here from KAWHI. All three of them are playing relentless in this game. Vanish comes in from Drake right now. Prev just throwing crowd control on Chun-Li, trying to slow him down. Prev goes into a full blind, into a silence. Big damage here on Wealthy Man. And yeah, I mean, this is a great initial push here from the side of KAWHI. None of them have really taken damage. Chun-Li trying to set something up right now. He gets a full kidney shot on Brain to the gouge on Prev. Ring of Frost gets stopped there by Drake, really denying that initial setup. And it looks like Prev should be able to hold on. This is the combustion. It's just going to be a fade to the pillar. And Prev easily survives that setup.
Yeah, and Prev now going to potentially get aggressive here. Wealthy Man still has his combustion up, blinks out of the stun. Drake's get disarmed, and Chun-Li just building up uptime here. There's a kidney shot, ring of fire combo, but Wealthy Man does get interrupted there by Drake. Drake now swapping over to Chun with a kidney shot here. Prev is with him, and so is Brain. Double Dragon's Breath from Wealthy Man into a full sheep onto Brain, and now they just need to shut down the master spell from Prev here. They could maybe force something. Ring of fire coming out, re-sheeps coming out from Wealthy Man. He gets interrupted. Flop in the back line here though. Trying to send some heals. Wealthy Man is actually the one taking most of the damage during this exchange. Prev is just keeping everybody on their toes right now. And the Shadow Priest doing tons of damage. Brain in a full blind. How is Prev going to survive this one? Shadow Crash comes out. He's just line of sight. Nice grip there on the Ring of Frost, actually. Grips Brain, avoids the Ring of Frost. Nice disarm onto Flop into a fear. So Flop actually moves in for crowd control there. Ends up getting crowd control himself. And Prev shuts down the mage crowd control on his paladin as well. They survive that blind without using anything. And it's going to be a little while now before Chun can do that again.
So Prev's not even playing Surrender to Madness this game, so he's going to be losing a lot of burst damage, but maybe they don't need it. Maybe this is them just trying to say, like, we can out-damp you. We can live longer and do more damage, so we're just going to play the safe strategy here. And that's why they've changed the Shadow Priest build and changed to the Outlaw Rogue. We'll have to wait and see if they can play out that late-stage game. Flopping a Silence, Wealthy Man down to 10%, activating the Blazing Barrier on the run with the Soul Shape. Drake gets Frost Nova'd. Looks like Drake was able to break out with Vanish. Goes for a gouge on Flop. It's intercepted by a kidney shot from Chun-Li here, though. And Wealthy Man still wants to attack Prev. And trying to kill a Shadow Priest can actually be really difficult. They might not be, you know, that closing damage and pressure to win the game. You're not going to be the one-shotter, but there's so many defensive cooldowns to rotate through that they're one of the most difficult specs in the game to kill. But I guess so is Outlaw. So what are you really going to do here? Go after the Paladin? That's going to be rough. Wealthy Man down at 10% here with another sap on a Flop. Will he be able to get away? He's behind the pillar on the run. Brain is charging in. Hammers down. Block force. Mass Dispel. Connects. This is game 2. Wealthy Man's in a ton of trouble. Flop is still stunned up into a double blinding light. Wealthy Man is burning down. They proc the Cauterize. Silence onto Flop. Are they just going to kill him through it?
What?
They grip him back to the pillar, but he's still just dead. 10% health. They're going to proc him, I think. He's at 10%. Flop doing what he can, but he does no healing cooldowns. He's trying to hard cast heals. If he gets interrupted at all by Drake here, it could be devastating. Drake's right on top of him. Goes for the kidney shot. Endless pressure, non-stop consistent damage here from KAWHI. They are just overrunning Cloud9. They control everything in this game. That was an absolute stomp.
I mean, KAWHI looking really good in this one. And I guess you don't need a closer necessarily when the healer doesn't get to control his character. And that's really what we saw. I mean, KAWHI was already doing the most outrageous crowd control change with the Shadow Priest Paladin Assassination Rogue. You bring in an Outlaw Rogue, you're throwing in off stuns. Because that's the thing about Assassination is a lot of the time you need your kidney shot. You need your kidney shot to do damage. So that's... And kidney shot is not effective on mages right now. It's just not effective whatsoever. So just by going Outlaw, throwing more kidney shots onto the priest, and just not even needing kidney to kill, I mean, we kind of saw the result. Wealthy Man was by himself for the, you know, the better part of a minute there.
Yeah, and it's like I said, this is your closer. This is what's happening right now to Wealthy Man. That is the closer, and you can see it here. This is the last couple of seconds, though. This is before the CC chain. Like this is only the second half of the CC chain. They get the kidney into the gouge, and then look at Drake here. Look at this kick that he does. So first, look at his kidney, just trick it, insta kicks him, and then just runs over to Wealthy Man. And this is after Flop has sat through. What was that? Like blind, sap, hodge, blinding light, disarm, fear, silence, gouge, kidney. Like that was just disgusting.
Permanent CC chain here by KAWHI, and now it's Cloud9. What are you going to do? Mage lock? Like that was... Why weren't they just playing Outlaw in the first game if it looked that... Like, what? What? It was like night and day. The first game was like, oh wait, maybe they can lose. This doesn't look that good. That took them a long time. Goes Outlaw, just control the game the whole time, insta win. Like, okay, I think even in Shadowbreeze Rogue, Outlaw is looking really strong.
Outlaw without Surrender to Madness closed the game faster than Assassination. Just saying. Saying.
That's it. The CC is just so powerful right now, and I mean that really is the name of the game. And I think the one thing I didn't really think about it, but yeah, the main thing is just not needing Kidney to kill. With the Assassination Rogue, it's just you're not super effective against the mage. A lot of the time we won't even see them really commit the Kidney, but it's a lot less awkward with the Outlaw rotation to just throw your Kidney on someone else. Just there's a Rogue, there's a healer, put the Kidney, and they're going back. What? Okay. Well, they're going to be going back Assassination. I guess they didn't like Outlaw. It didn't look too good, so
yeah.
They're going to be mixing it up in their blind pick here. This is very confusing.
He should have gone sub just to beat them as all 3 specs. Like, you think you can play Rogue?
This is crazy. I literally can't believe that they switched back.
Yeah, me neither. They blind locked it.
They think this is better than that on a smaller map. It's only maybe they are afraid of Mage Lock. Maybe they actually only played Outlaw because they didn't want Mage Lock on a big map. So now it's not a big map. They actually want Assassin, which I can't.
But they blind locked it and absolutely dominated with it.
Yeah. I don't fully understand it, but we'll see. Cloud9 actually in game number 1 against this comp did a really good job. Super close matchup. Game number 2, Outlaw versus Outlaw, wasn't really close, not going to lie. So it's really curious to me as to why KAWHI is doing this. Maybe they're like, we could have played the matchup better. We messed up. Like, Assassination's better, but I'm not so sure. One thing, Drake was playing Necro. He was playing the Necro Lord Assassination in game number 1. Maybe he's like, I'll just go Night Fae. Like, let's go Night Fae and we'll just kill them instantly. You know, because it could be, could be better with the Sepsis. I don't see why not. Like, why would you not want to play Sepsis in this matchup?
Unless you're dampening. Unless your goal is to the Holy Priest.
You don't. Yeah.
You have one guy with Surrender to Madness and one guy playing like Necro Tank.
Surrender to Madness isn't bad. Like, he wasn't even playing Surrender. He's playing Megalomania. So Megalomania is actually a PvP talent that gives you Surrender to Madness for free. So you get to play Void Bolt as well as, you get to play Void Bolt. What is the talent that you play? I'm trying to, you get to play Hungering Void. So you get to play Hungering Void and you get Surrender to Madness with the Megalomania PvP talent. So that's what he was doing, but he switched it up. He was playing Void Origins that last game. Once again, he's going to be playing it. So he has it this game as well. And basically what it does is it just lets you get into Void form instantly, and it doesn't go on cooldown with your original Void form. So you can basically back-to-back Void form.
Yeah, but my point is, one guy is playing mega offensive and one guy is not. I feel like if they actually they're playing the same. Drake's still gonna be Necro.
Yeah,
Tank Rogue and Megalomania Shadowbreeze. The Shadowbreeze is the carry. I think he's going this because he doesn't think he's the target. With an Asa Rogue, like he's expecting the Asa Rogue to get set up on over and over. Whereas last game with Outlaw, he probably thought, I'm not going to be able to get away with this because I'll be the target. It's got to be the thought process. But here's the weakness of the Assassination Rogue right off the bat. A lot more flimsy than the Outlaw, as Brain has to trade out Sacrifice immediately on the first setup. In the meantime, Prev going into Void form, ramping up his damage. They're moving forward to get crowd control. They could chain off this VT Dispel on flop. They do. They chain it into a Silence. Drake is moving forward, gets a blind out of Silence. Double Fear, Kidney Shot, hammers down onto Chun-Li here, as Flop has to use his Trinket, Guardian Spirit, as well as Ray of Hope for this Vendetta, as well as Void form activation. Prev now using the Fey Guardian to reduce that cooldown and get even more threat onto the playfield. KAWHI are on match point, and they've been dominating, and Cloud9 really need to step it up here.
Yeah, let's see what they can do at this point. Prev is going to be moving forward. He has a decent amount of damage right now, but it's going to be Drake who looks to be in a little bit of trouble. Prev going for a potential Master Spell here. Doesn't even need to. Just getting some interrupts out of the way. Now going for a Master Spell. Will land it. Drake is on the run. Prev trying to back him up here just a little bit. It's actually Chun-Li just really going full-on aggressive here. Kidney Shot on Drake with a gouge on Prev, but with no crowd control on Brain, I really don't see anyone dying. Holy Paladin's throughput is sky high right now, so without CC, if Brain has mana, and I feel like he's going to keep someone alive basically through anything. Kitty shot right now on Chun-Li as Wealthy Man looking to make a setup, but positioning here from KAWHI is great, and Wealthy Man has really struggled to kind of find crowd control in this matchup so far.
Yeah, Wealthy Man finally getting aggressive here. Combustion gets ripped out onto Drake. Drake trades out Cloak of Shadows, Evasion, Brain in a blind right now, but looks like Brain will come out of that into a kidney shot by Chun, trying to continue the chain, gouge onto Prev, and Wealthy Man blinking in for a DR Sheep there, but not able to find it. Flop looking for the Fear. Brain pre-flesh crafting there, trying to avoid the Shastas. Drake, though, in a lot of trouble here. No sacrifice. Drake, how are you going to survive? And a big heal comes in there in the nick of time there onto Drake, but Drake still dropping quite low here, and he will get kidney shot, but Brain is there to back him up this time around. I think Drake will be fine in this situation, and Brain also has the sacrifice now, but that was a extremely close call. Now Chun-Li taking a lot of pressure here. Siphon's active as well. They need to try to kill that off, and Wealthy Man does. And Prev here trying to just duck around the corner with his healer, trying to just build up some momentum here after that dangerous call there onto Drake. Drake disarming Chun and potentially going to follow that up with a stun here, and actually might just go after Wealthy Man here, just trying to recover. Drake getting stunned now by Chun. Big damage coming in. Silence on the flop. Wealthy Man with the combust here once again. Been able to reset that extremely fast Drake, though. Really fast on that vanish trigger as well. Prev, though, getting swapped in now with the remainder of that combustion. Prev dropping super low. Gets the sacrifice. They don't want to trade out that dispersion if they can avoid it, but sacrifice, that's the cooldown that they wanted to get onto Drake, and now they get it by going after Prev. So still a value on that combustion. Double blind right now onto Brain as well as Chun-Li. Chun-Li getting feared as well. And now finally, Drake just hasn't been able to play aggressive at all in the match. Just constantly forced to run away here. But he does have his vendetta now. So potentially here, Drake could get aggressive onto Wealthy Man. Prev now in a kidney shot. And this is Drake's opportunity to get aggressive silence onto flop. And they're going after Chun-Li. Drake getting sheep, though, into a resheep. Wealthy Man realizing what's going on here. Immediately feels for his rogue. And Chun will survive that setup. And again, much like game number one, this game looks a lot better for Cloud9 comparatively to the last one.
Yeah, I'm wondering why Drake decided to switch from Outlaw here. It's such great control in that last game, but they could still pull this off as Vendetta is rolling. Chun-Li looks to be the target. He gets gripped to safety by Flop. Nice maneuver, but mana is looking tight here for Flop. He's on a budget if he doesn't find a drink here to create the land of plenty, because Brain has got a significant lead at this point, and Flop doesn't look like he's positioning to drink at this time, so he's going to fall more and more behind. They're attacking Prev at the moment, trying to back him away from getting towards Flop for crowd control as Drake is in stealth, waiting to pounce, waiting for his moment. Doesn't want to be a target here while the cooldowns are limited, and the more time that Prev is just soaking damage, Drake's cooldowns are coming back up and available for him. They're going to open up on Chun-Li behind the pillar, but Flop gets silenced on his Symbols of Hope. Big silence there, preventing the mana regeneration and cooldown return of that is very important. But Combustion looks like it gets removed, and there's going to be no connection of damage as a result. Really unfortunate for Cloud9 here, as they are on match point. They need every single point of damage they can get if they want to scrap through in game number 3 and stay alive in this series. Blind Sap onto Brain. Drake pre-feints, Chun-Li swaps back to Prev. I don't know if I like going after Prev in this position, though. Still has dispersion. Flop gets open on with a Garrote, trying to start the crowd control chain there. Chun-Li pre-cloaks and pre-feints the kidney. Nice play on his part here during the megalomania of Prev, the void form damage. Are they just going to be able to kill him through it? Evasion comes out from Chun-Li now. Big heals from Flop, taxing even more of his mana. He's going to go for the Fey Guardians, try and get some mana return on that cooldown, as well as the damage reduction to maintain for the late game. Double DB, triple DB. Drake in trouble here, down at 30%, but Brain connects a heal here with Avenging Wrath. Looks like he wants to charge in. They're pushing for the win here on match point. Flop blocks it with a Trinket, Ray of Hope, and Guardian, but that's vital cooldowns traded here on this push. And Prev's Fey Guardians come up in 13 seconds to start resetting those cooldowns for Drake to go for another big push.
That's a really nice play there by Drake. He gets a Shadow Step blind on Flop, getting his trinket, and then puts himself in a position where with Chun-Li kidneys him, Prev can just grip him away. So making it really difficult for Cloud9 to actually get anything going. Mana recovery here for Flop. Look at him, he's drinking. There's a lot of mana, 60% mana. This is not like KAWHI, making a big error here, allowing Cloud9 to get back in this game. This is potentially match point here. KAWHI just one away from closing it out. Same time, though, Cloud9 doing an excellent job staying alive in this game. Flop getting that drink really puts them in a prime position. Let's see how they do manage to end it. Big damage here on Chun-Li as their crowd control onto Flop. He's in a full blinding light hammer of justice on Chun-Li. The crowd control is endless, but that polymorph denies any follow-up crowd control. Nicely done there by Wealthy Man. If Prev was able to control his character, I tell you one thing, Flop was not going to be able to. So that was really, really crucial in keeping Chun-Li alive.
Really insane read there by Wealthy Man, like you mentioned, actually saving the game there, because Chun was definitely dead, but still a lot of trouble for Chun. There's no trinket on the Flop. What they're going to do is Kidney in a really bad spot. Can they get any crowd control onto him? Ray of Hope connects. 3 men's coming in here onto Drake in that kidney shot. Prev trying to keep him nice and healthy so that Drake can stay aggressive. He gets disarmed. Chun-Li looking to just slow down the momentum here for just a second. Wealthy Man, though, getting cleaved down as well by the Shadow Freeze damage. And Prev here, Combustion gets ripped out here. Prev taking massive damage right now from Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man trying to just hard carry here on the Fire Mage, finally getting purged on that Combustion. Silence coming in. Here's the Kidney Shot. Vendetta is not available, but still a lot of damage coming out from KAWHI. Can they take him down in this stun lock? And Lee drops to about half HP and will survive here once again. And now it's going to be Cloud9 going after Prev here. And Prev, once again, going to activate the Vampiric Embrace, trying to counter pressure, trying to heal a little bit, assisting Brain there. But Brain now in a full blind. Drake being the target of choice here, but Drake preemptively running once again. And they get any follow-up. Full Sheep secured onto Brain. Prev gets counterspelled. He goes for the Master Spell. He gets Dragon's Breath on it. Beautifully done. Into a ring onto Brain. Into a Sheep onto Prev, actually. But he gets garroted on it by Drake. Wealthy Man is playing this game absolutely out of his mind, and right now Drake in a lot of trouble. Double kidney shot coming out from Chun. They're trying to close it out here on the side of Cloud9. They get the sacrifice. They got the objective. Now it's time to run. Flop ducking away for cover. Prev chasing him down, trying to land the fear. Chun with an excellent gouge there, but he crowd controls himself as a result. Double fear available for Prev. He gets sheeped by Wealthy Man, and that allows Flop actually to access some of his holy wards, etc. Prev gonna hold on to his fear instead. Drake now getting absolutely destroyed here in the match. Catches a couple of big heals with that Cloak of Shadows. Should get a restuff there as well. And Drake also had to use his blind in that exchange. So a lot of cooldowns here. KAWHI bleeding on their cooldowns. Still have that Divine Shield. Still have a Blessing of Protection to work with on Brain. But surely, slowly but surely, they are definitely running out of their cooldowns. Wealthy Man and the rest of Cloud9 right now looking good. They have everything. Flop has got mana, and they're trying to continue the assault here.
All right, let's see if they can maintain the assault with a blind onto Brain. Ring onto Prev. Drake isolated for a moment, but now Brain is out of crowd control. Big Divine Favor heal. Vendetta's coming up in 7 seconds. Power play opportunity for Chun-Li. Who is he going to cut down in a moment? Prev is still on the back foot as his Megalomania falls. He takes a massive hit. Is Brain ready for it? No, Dispersion has to be forced from Prev. An opening now creates itself for Cloud9 in the near future, but Brain is getting aggressive. Hammers down onto Flop. Trying to go after Chun. Maybe Chun pre-evasions. They sap Flop. It's a little bit uncertain as to what target they want to commit this next Vendetta to. They garrote out of the sap. The Kidney Chun-Li. Where's the Vendetta? Who's it going to be on? Vendetta activates. It's onto Chun. Flop looks like he's ready for it, though, in position with Ray of Hope and Guardian. Cloak of Shadows just for good measure, and now Combustion and no Dispersion. Big opportunity for Wealthy Man to close out this game right here and now. They're going to pop the Combustion, go on to Drake with it, but no cross crowd control means that they're able to easily survive through that burst. Now Chun-Li is just further and further on the back foot. We saw in game 1, this went down to a rogue race, and it could here as well in game number 3. Flop caught in a blinding light. Chun-Li trinket evasions to avoid while his healer is crowd controlled, but Double Fear continues the chain for a moment. Do they have anything out of it? Doesn't look like it. They're swapping damage back to Wealthy Man,
nice.
Keeping pressure high on the board, but they managed to grip crowd control, trying to pull back to the pillar. Not much left for Prev. Tosses out to Shadow Men, trying to assist Brain with the recovery here at 33% dampening. The teams are looking a lot more evenly matched than so far in the series.
That was really, really nice. Gripping Brain's full blind into a ring of fire, which broke that. I mean, what a beautiful play coming in from Prev. Wealthy Man now being targeted a little bit, 35% dampening. Flop has somehow managed to maintain his mana. The Siphene comes down. Chun-Li kills that off instantaneously. Prev does a really good job just standing on each and every one of those, making it difficult to target. Dispersion will trade for Prev. Likely wanting to get aggressive here. There's full blind right now on Flop. Who are they going to be going after? Is it going to be Chun-Li? Is it going to be Wealthy Man? I feel like they need to kind of go after the mage. I just don't know about this assassination rogue pick coming in from KAWHI. It's very close right now. This is an uncomfortable matchup. Prev is low. He does have the Greater Fade, but Brain doesn't have that much healing, I would say. Chun-Li's going to be chasing him down. Beautiful double fear by Flop. Cloud9 Smells blood in the water. They want to close this out. It's the bubble sacrifice from Brain, that divine shield, freeing him from crowd control, the damage immunity, but now Prev really has almost nothing left to work with.
Yeah, Prev still taking some damage from those last couple of seconds on the combustion. They're still keeping the chain going, still at half HP. Ooh, what a nice kidney shot there on the divine favor there from Brain. And they dispel it to get a sheep onto it. Prev dangerously low right now. He might just go down. Brain has nothing to work with. He trinkets out. Brain trying to keep him alive for just a second. He gets sheep once again. That divine favor still active. He has the wings. He gets the blessing of protection. Brain, can you do it?
He's
the
potted.
Seed. He's potted. I think they actually did bop the seed, but they do take it down. Wealthy Man spell steals the bop right there, and Cloud9 has something to say about that assassination rogue pick. They are going to take that game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't entirely get it. This looks exactly like game number 1, very back and forth, where KAWHI, they had so many close calls. I mean, they did end up winning game number 1, but still did not look good with the assassination rogue. They needed to bring an outlaw rogue of themselves, just like they did in game number 2. They made it look super easy. But because they kind of made this error, or judgment error, I would say, Cloud9 picks up a win, and they're one away from tying it up. Not an easy thing to do, of course, but starting to pick up the momentum in the series, and they look good in that last game. Some really nice defensive plays, nice offensive pressure. And yeah, I could easily see them potentially reverse sweeping here if KAWHI don't adjust.
This is rough. I feel like Cloud9 might have found their thunder here in this series, because they showed a lot more signs of life. I feel like Flop did a better job drinking earlier on to get their team to this point in dampening, where they could just overwhelm Prev and finally close it. What's drawing into question for me is, what is Drake afraid of locking Outlaw into that he wasn't the first time that he locked Outlaw? Is there maybe a Windwalker comp or something that could kill the Shadow Priest that Chun-Li could pick out here? Because it seemed really strange to change that from such a dominant game 2.
Well, this is what doesn't make any sense, right? So, I mean, if Chun-Li, Wealthy Man, Flop, and Cubsy, they had an answer for, the Outlaw and the blind pick, they would have picked it, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. I can't crunch the numbers to make any sense of it whatsoever. So I fully expect Prev, Drake, and Brain to be locking in the Outlaw Rogue in the next game. Maybe they bring in the Mage, like Ceralium on Mage, and just go for like a Mage Rogue Mirror, but I really think just play the Outlaw Shadow Priest. It looked amazing. I really can't think of a reason why not.
Yeah, I think so too. And before we talk about the, what they should pick and stuff, I just want to dial it back 1 second here and just appreciate what Wealthy Man was able to do in this match. Because there's not a lot of time where, we see a mage do these things. Wealthy Man, I would say if he didn't do that one sheep onto Prev, nothing else would have mattered, because they would have lost ages ago. Like that one sheep where he shut down Prev pushing in to get the game-winning crowd control, that was insane. And just in general, he peeled for Chun really well. He found kill opportunities. He set up kills. He just randomly popped his combustion. Even here at the end, when they got the kill, he was continuing the chain. He was continuing the pressure on the Shadow Priest, just doing a really, really great job. And also, the double kidney at the end was really nice by Chun too. His Outlaw Rogue is coming along.
It's looking nice. Hey, I got a kidney for this guy. Hey, I got a kidney for this guy too. You get a kidney, and you get a kidney, and oh, you get a gouge, a full blind for you.
What can I say? I see kidney, I press like.
Favorite
I'd love to see
button
it.
is being spammed right now onto Chun-Li, but they're still not out of it. They have to win 2 more, and I feel like we're going to see the return of Drake's Outlaw here. I feel like I'd be surprised. Yeah, okay, I would. I'd feel surprised.
This makes sense.
Didn't. Why did they do Ask Alaska? Nothing. I don't know. Maybe Prev was bored. He wanted to play Megalomania. He's like, I don't want to be attacked. I want to play Megalomania. Go back, ask or something. I don't understand how you can own so hard in one game and then switch like that when your blind lock owned that hard. So now they know what they're fighting, so they're going to be locking that in right away. And now Cloud9, this is like the final boss. Like, that was the mini boss, the mini Assassin Rogue boss. Now you got the secret hidden boss of Outlaw Rogue that you weren't.
It's not
ready
even
for.
hidden.
I guess not. But for this team, it kind of
They already
is.
saw it. It's like they fully powered up with their Outlaw, and then they're like, "All right, that was too easy. We got to go back to the Assassination Rogue."
What if it's like an anime, with a villain, like someone like Frieza wants to beat them with half their power? It's like, I'm only using half my power. I don't even have to use Outlaw Rogue to beat you, type of deal.
I don't get why Drake doesn't play Sepsis either. Like that, didn't that just seem like a crazy combination? Like the Assassination Rogue with Vendetta and Night Fae reducing the cooldown. Like, why is he... Like, they actually killed mages with that. They were able to actually kill mages with CC on the Priest. But without that, I feel like that's such a massive threat in the match. And not having that available... Like, sure, the Necrolord is like a little bit more defense. But if you want defense, just go Outlaw. If you're actually trying to like run them down, play the Sepsis. I don't understand.
Yeah. I don't know why you'd pick Tank Asa when you have Outlaw available. Like, you should pick
exactly
because you're trying to win the game.
Just play Megalomania Priest and Sepsis Asa and just have 2 carries.
Yeah.
That's what I think. But yeah. Either way, I mean, we want the Outlaw, we got the Outlaw, so yeah.
Maybe this will show
us a completely different line of thinking.
Maybe this game shows us why they switched in the first place.
What do you mean? We saw them win.
I know, but maybe there was something that went like really good for them that shouldn't normally go good, or something that we didn't see, and that might happen this game. And we're like, oh, this makes sense. That's why they didn't want to play Outlaw again. Even if you win, sometimes it might be off the back of some like really big mistake. If the other team didn't make it, it might have felt like you were going to lose. So perhaps there was that.
True.
But
not wrong about
small map. It's going to be tough to drink here, and it seems like Cloud9 are the team that needs to drink. Brain is always getting kind of a lead over time, so it makes sense here for them to want to go to hook point. But at the same time, it might be easier for Wealthy Man to get sheeps. There's not a huge amount of disruption with this team, like 1 kick from the Rogue, so it might backfire.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could. We are going to be going to hook point, very small map, which I really feel for Flop here. We need like a crowd control counter, see how much time is spent in CC for Flop. He's going to be dealing with the Shadow Priest CC, the Paladin CC, the Outlaw Rogue crowd control. I feel like he's going to be in crowd control more than he won't be in crowd control in this matchup. So I think that's really the scary thing. The big thing is disruption, right? Now, we saw it from Wealthy Man in the last game. Even though all this crowd control is available, if they can just stop the chain for 1 second, just a split second, where Flop can fade and connect like, you know, a Serenity or a Ray of Hope or whatever, that's going to be enough for Cloud9 to stay alive. And that's what I think we're going to have to see from Chun-Li and Wealthy Man, is that crowd control disruption, give Flop a moment to breathe, and he can, you know, be a miracle worker for their team. If KAWHI, there's no disruption, then I think they're going to walk all over Cloud9.
Yeah. I think that's a pretty accurate assessment of the matchup. And who do you... I think the RMP, they kind of have to just go after the Shadow Priest. I think that like their main target is Shadow Priest, and the Shadow Priest Rogue, they can probably bounce around a little bit more, but ultimately I think it's for them similar to what we saw. It's just going to be going after the mage, having insane crowd control, and just trying to stay offensive as long as possible. And I wonder what the healers will do as well, because I wonder if they're going to run IQD at all and Relentless now that there's 2 pirates here on dock. Last game, Flop was playing Medallion and Emblem, and I think Brain was playing Relentless. Yeah, Brain was playing IQD and Relentless. So Up is
actually a moment.
Sorry, go on.
I don't know if you guys saw, but there's a moment in the game where Brain got CS'd. He got like divine favor, got spell stolen, CS on his heal. Drake went down to like 1%, like 5% health, and while he was still locked out, he went from 5% health to 100% health. I was like, oh, I know what just happened. Nice little, that wasn't life swap.
Yeah,
he's locked out. It's only one button that could have done that.
I was looking at the Prep cooldown because I was casting when that happened, right? I was like, okay, he just got a big heal, and I was looking. I was like, did he swap him? And I looked. I was like, no, he's not playing swap. I was like, did he? What did Brain do here? Is he Kieran? Did he divine toll? Like, no, he's not. But yeah, that was an IQD then. And IQD always crits when you execute. And I think when you heal, I don't know if when you heal, but it always crits when you execute. So maybe it always crits when you heal as well.
It's nice.
And it heals for a lot. How much did we see last week? What was it? It was like 60k, right?
58k, 60k, yeah, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's.
I wonder how many healers actually went and farmed it.
I'm not farming it, man. I've farmed too many trinkets for Mythic Plus dungeons where it's like I remember who was it? I think it was Zray tried to farm Yeti Iku, the sword from was it Aldazar? Not Aldazar, the other one, King's Rest. And he ran that. He never saw it. The entire expansion. He never got it. I'm pretty sure he never got a Giddy EQ. Like I can't go through that experience again of farming a trinket on RNG and never getting it. I mean, you're the prime one too, Venruki, with your what was it again? Mind quickening gem.
Mind quickening gem.
And it got nerfed after you got it. So was it really worth? Like, let me go farm this trinket against nerf.
My favorite thing about the mind quickening gem was I got it, and then 1 week later it got nerfed to just oblivion. Nobody played it anymore. It happens. At least I got to enjoy it for a little while, and I was fully in support of the nerfs. So it happens, and yeah, I mean that kind of stuff can definitely be frustrating. But if you are lucky enough to get the trinket and you are willing to grind it out, can definitely be a huge asset right now, especially against outlaw rogues. Having Relentless and IQD seems to be the meta against these particular teams. I fully expect Flop as well as Brain to be playing it, but yeah, this small map is going to be very explosive. Like I said, I feel like the person I worry for the most in this match is 100% going to be Flop.
You think they're going to do a healer race?
No healer race. No, I'm just worried he's never going to get to move.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to get blinded into a sap. Maybe trinkets, okay. Blinding light, into a hodge, into a gouge. Oh, Prev's there. Nice little fear. Silence out of that. Like, it's going to be a lot of crowd control. I can just take Flop out of the game. So look out for that. Look out for Chun-Li and Wealthy Man breaking up that chain. KAWHI up 2-1 right now in this series. Cloud9 needs to battle it back. 2 big games, but can they do it is the question. They're going up against the Juggernauts of KAWHI. Their team is looking so good, especially with this Outlaw Rogue.
Yeah, KAWHI here looking to put Cloud9 out of their misery. Flop did swap to that IQD and Relentless, so he's gonna have a little bit, less time spent in crowd control, at least because of that. But Brain is gonna be the one who sits in crowd control first. Gets kidney shot into Gouge. Prev taking a lot of damage here. Combustion active for Wealthy Man, but Prev will play it out cool, line of sighting a Wealthy Man, and he will get rewarded there with not having to use a single cooldown. Brain also not really using anything. Activates the Avenging Wrath to deal with the pressure, and so far pretty decent start here for KAWHI despite getting sapped in the opener like that. And now here we go, Flop in the first blind of the game, Wealthy Man in the first kidney shot of the game. Do they have anything to follow it up? It doesn't look like it. Actually, they dropped the chain there on the side of KAWHI. Usually we see a Hammer of Justice or a sap or something, but not going to be the case here. Drake holding on to his Vanish. Brain actually getting gripped here during that crowd control into the Ring of Fire, which we saw in that previous game as well on a blind. Prev has been absolutely on fire with these grips. And Chun, look at him spacing between Brain and Prev. He wants to stay in kick range so Brain doesn't cast, and that allows him to generate pressure onto Prev here because Brain is just not healing. Plus, they're getting cleave, and they're actually swapping to Brain here. Kidney shot onto Brain. He uses his human racial to break out of the stun. He goes for an absolutely greedy Divine Favor, Flash of Light in the face. Actually, Wealthy Man, I think he actually had Counterspell. I think he almost got Counterspell right there because his Counterspell is still on CD there right now in a full blind into a Ring of Frost. Prev going to be the target of choice here, taking a lot of pressure here, activating the Greater Fade. Goes for the disarm onto Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man gets dispelled right there, going for the sheep, gets kicked here, and Chun-Li gets disarmed. Drake gets disarmed. Prev gets topped. And now finally KAWHI surviving another dangerous situation right there, and finally for the first time have a chance to actually get aggressive in the match. Drake though and Prev once again taking huge damage. Drake has the blind ready. Brain is in a full sheep. Flop is moving in for the fear as well. Can he maybe silence Flop into a blind here? He blinks into Drake's line of sight. He's going to surely get blinded there, and he does. And Brain's pushing in for the Hammer of Justice. And here comes the CC chain. Drake's going to sap. Brain is still there for the hammer, and now they're chasing down Wealthy Man. Prev's in position for Master Spell. Flop is taking his hands off his keyboard. Full Hammer of Justice, and Wealthy Man blinking to his line of sight. Blinding light coming out. Kidney shot potentially. No kidney shot coming out. Flop activates the Guardian, and Wealthy Man will survive that. But that was about 30 seconds worth of CC, and we've seen what can happen when they have the damage to back it up on the side of KAWHI.
Bustion by Wealthy Man here with a blind on Brain, trying to overpower Drake, who trades evasion and feint. Seems like this blind isn't going to get chained here. No, they get the polymorph for the fear on Prev. 3 versus 1 here in game number 4. They've taken us to a game 5. Brain, Divine Shields, and Sacrifice. And this is not nearly as dominant of a game as we saw on Empyrean domain between these teams, and it's looking more and more like Cloud9 could take us to a game number 5. It's going to be another reverse sweep today because it's looking possible. Cloud9 really need that momentum if they want to kind of like bump up their team morale for the rest of the circuit. I think a lot of teams right now might be falling into that abyss if they haven't pulled off enough wins that they were expecting to be able to get at this point. So will they be able to do it? Looks like Flop got a gouge faded there, so nice fade immune on the gouge. Drake now in a kidney shot once again. Chun-Li trying to keep him at bay, trying to get this game going a little bit longer. Mana is even between the teams. Fey Guardians activates. Flop will actually get mana back as a result. We see Ring of Fire down here on top of Drake. Wealthy Man is AoEing with shifting power as well, trying to reduce those cooldowns. Blind on the Flop. This is where we need to see a big push by KAWHI, but they can't get the chain going. Looks like Wealthy Man disrupted it enough here. And without that blind into sap, into silence, into stun, into blinding light, it seems very difficult for them to actually sink their pressure in.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's been looking not as impressive as game number 2. Cloud9, I don't know if they're just warming up, heating up in the series a little bit, but they've been looking really good. Great pressure, great crowd control denial, good kiting from Wealthy Man, even when Flop is in CC. A little bit of a mind control coming in from Flop. He's really looking to mix it up. There's a silence. I mean, a little bit late there, but Wealthy Man taking some pressures. Is there any more crowd control? There's the Psychic Horror. They have a Blinding Light. So it's the Dragon's Breath to disrupt it. That's exactly what you want to do. Wealthy Man with great crowd control disruption. Guess that Dragon's Breath denying Brain from getting the follow-up crowd control, allowing Flop to connect the heals and top him off. And now he can actually reposition. Brain actually sits down for a drink, recovers a little bit of mana, but at the same time, Wealthy Man getting absolutely blasted, gets gripped away. Drake in hot pursuit, though. Chun-Li is there with the kidney shot to slow him down. Central Ring of Fire getting dropped down by Wealthy Man, just putting up that damage over time effect, trying to just rot down Drake in a really tense moment in the match. We have just entered dampening. Flop behind on mana, so that's one thing KAWHI has going for him. These little sips that Brain is getting right now, going for another little sip, but he's caught into a full blind, so good CC there by Chun-Li. It's going to be Prev that is pressured, and he was the one that fell in the last match. Keep in mind, definitely an open target here.
Yeah, Prev getting aggressive though. While that combustion is active, he fears up Wealthy Man, disarms Chun. CC chain is still going strong though. Brain in a kidney shot into actually they do stop Wealthy Man there, but that shit was the art anyway. Wealthy Man didn't really have too much crowd control left to work with, so Prev will recover, only trading out the dispersion there for the blind and the combustion, so not the worst trade. And the thing is though, if Cloud9 can reset those cooldowns before the next dispersion, it will be a really nice situation for Cloud9, and the way KAWHI can stop that is by getting a CC chain themselves and starting to pressure, but I think it might be too late. Nice grip by Prev, and also nice shutdown on that Ring of Frost, and now full blind onto Brain. Brain is going to break out there with the IQD, and Chun-Li here getting disarmed. Drake sheeped in the middle of the map. Flop sitting down for a couple of sips now as well. Drake leaps over, tries to sap him, and Flop holy watch it like a absolute legend. Now full kidney shot here onto Prev. Big damage in that kidney shot as well. Drake getting disarmed. Chun-Li trying to allow Wealthy Man there to stay aggressive, but Wealthy Man is the one falling behind. Flop now using his IQD to break out of the blind. Both of these healers feeling that pressure. Brain moving in. Flop knows it. There's the Hammer of Justice. Prev is in position. Can he get the fear? He's got it. He's going for it. Potentially, he gets feared himself. Uses the Greater Fate. They break it immediately. Wealthy Man with that combustion here. Prev does not want to be in his line of sight. They're swapping potential to Brain there. No, they kidney shot him for CC. Then they kidney shot Prev. Full Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath is not going to be enough. Actually, it will be enough to force out that dispersion from Prev once again. And slowly but surely, the Shadow Priest rate seems to be going in Cloud9's favor. Wealthy Man still holding on to his cooldowns. Flop still has cooldowns and a little bit of mana left to work with, tied up with Brain actually. And it's going to be about this next blind here for Drake. Needs to make something happen, but Chun already has another blind somehow. And Chun just going to immediately send it onto Brain. Do they have a follow-up? Ring of Frost gets gripped again by Prev. They get a gouge though onto Brain. Kidney shot onto Chun. They're going after Wealthy Man with a Shadow Priest disarm. Big damage onto Wealthy Man. This could be his ice block. Blinding light onto Flop. Flop fades it though. And now Prev in a lot of trouble. He might just go down here. Gets double sacrifice on 1 HP and will survive. But that was the last cooldown left on KAWHI. Cloud9 might be taking us to a game 5.
It's looking likely, but a blind comes out on the flop here. A last opportunity for KAWHI. They get a sap out of the blind. They need to stay on target and finish this game. Where's the Master Spell? Master Spell comes out from Prev with Aura Mastery. Beautiful coordination. Looking to close this out and looking to snuff out Cloud9, not give them any more opportunities to come back in the series. But the crowd control chain is now over. Prev is now on the back foot. Has to defensively silence Wealthy Man. They dispel it. They fear off the dispel onto Chun-Li, trying to slow down the damage using crowd control to save and stall because they have no cooldowns for 8 more seconds. Can Prev stay alive? 6 more seconds, 5 more seconds away, 4 more seconds, 3 more, and it looks like Brain bought him the time that he needs on the clock. And now flop with 0 mana, no ice block for Wealthy Man, no evasion for Chun-Li, although he is an outlaw rogue. Perhaps when it ends, we'll see that it'll be off cooldown again. We'll have to wait and see here as Wealthy Man pushes in aggressively. Chun-Li caught in a kidney shot. Wealthy Man here. Flop's got really nothing to work with. So far away from the apotheosis. That's what he needs right now with 0 mana. He's got Guardian Spirit coming up, but now caught into another blind. But Prev is still on defense. He has to disperse during the blind. This is devastating for KAWHI. The crowd control chain is over. There's nothing left on the flop. They're going to have to win with nothing but damage. Can they do it? Can they kill Wealthy Man with nothing but damage in this position? Pushing deeper and deeper to try and finish him, but Brain's in a fear. Prev is low. Brain has almost no mana to go as Prev pops the Greater Fade and tries to line of sight, but he's caught into another stun from Chun. Chun crowd controlling the whole universe right now. Prev is so low, anyone could go down. Wealthy Man blinks in, they proc the pod, they bop the pod. Wealthy Man steals the bop, and Cloud9 should be taking this to a game 5.
Here we go. We got a series on our hand. Cloud9 battling it back. They tie up this series 2-2. KAWHI, they lose with the Outlaw Rogue. They lost the Assassination Rogue. Are they going to just mix it up entirely and bring in the Fire Mage? They have Ceruleum on the bench. They do have some other compositions that they could run. My question is, I mean, are these matchups close enough to warrant a kind of a rematch and to just try it again? Or is Cloud9 just, they've kind of figured this one out at this point? Because that one, it looked good. There were moments where Wealthy Man was scared, but honestly, it felt like Cloud9 had control of most of this game.
Yeah, it definitely felt like KAWHI was more scared than Cloud9. At the end here, it was a bit of a close race, definitely, but still, they had that Guardian Spirit in their back pocket the entire time, and Wealthy Man just able to stay alive on full HP. And this is the kind of the moment I'm talking about. Wealthy Man is low, but they have a Guardian, and Prev is pushing in. He's got no dispersion. Brain's got nothing. Incredible gouge there by Chun-Li into a ring. They're trying to get it, but they silence Wealthy Man. They gouge him as well. Drake doing a great job. And then Wealthy Man again spell stealing the pod from that Blessing of Protection or Hand of Protection, and able to take it down. And all of a sudden, we're going to game 5. And yeah, what other options do we have here on the side of KAWHI? Because they might be handed their first loss in the circuit by Cloud9. And Cloud9, they're 0-0 right now. They need this. They need this bad.
What does this say about the future, too, of these RMP matchups? Because, like, Kearney was saying it. I felt like it, too. Like, KAWHI was a big threat for them with the Shadow Priest Rogue. Well, but if they lose to Cloud9, who's like, I mean, it's Cloud9, but they're, let's be honest, one of the more inexperienced Rogue mages right now. Like, they just got Chun-Li on Outlaw. If they're fighting KUNGARNA RMP, like, I feel like that's a much bigger gap.
Let me say something, though, in fairness to Kearney, because he messaged me and he said, I want to clarify, my opinion was strictly based on the meta during the Cups. I'm not sure how Outlaw will play into Rogue Priest Paladin, considering my team has never wargamed KAWHI. So he was saying that for the Cups. So to be fair to him, Outlaw may have mixed that up a little bit. And I think Outlaw has definitely mixed it up for a lot of teams. It's looking super good right now. Cloud9 with Chun-Li on the Outlaw Rogue is all tied up with KAWHI 2-2. So I'm curious what, like, I mean, Zico, you talked about, like, maybe the advantages that Drake had over Rogue on Chun-Li. Like, how do you think Chun-Li's doing on the Rogue so far?
Well, I would say some of those advantages have kind of came in, like Drake playing Assassination, but they haven't been that big of advantages. I would say Drake kind of styled on Chun in that first Outlaw game, but Chun has been biting back. He's been looking absolutely stellar, definitely underrated on that Rogue. And I think it's because Outlaw Rogue is kind of similar to the Windwalker Monk. So I think in terms of like his game knowledge, what he needs to be doing, when he should go for gouges, when he should go for CCs, that comes naturally to him because he knows, okay, I need to incap at this point if I'm a monk, but instead of just pressing incap, I'm going to roll over and gouge or kidney or what it might be. So I think Chun has been doing a phenomenal job. He's been landing crowd control. He's been putting up pressure, and also when he's been targeted, he's not been afraid to counter pressure and do counter setups and try to play it greedy. So he looks comfortable. He looks warm, and he looks hungry on that Outlaw Rogue, because this is a very big team. If they can take this win, this is a win for everyone in the circuit right now. Everyone is cheering on Cloud9.
Not just doing it
right now. He's saying, "Let's go, Chun! Come on!" Yeah, definitely. I think he's been doing great.
This is unprecedented. KAWHI, like, they never lose. It's like they get, what was their worst position in the last 3 years, like 3rd place or something. Like, they almost never lose. Like, this is the tyrant of North America for a long time, the ruling overlords of North America. If Cloud9 managed to pull this off and beat them in the circuit, like, they're setting a precedent. They're setting a statement here. Like, the gods can bleed. They are mortal. So this could be a very impressive showing.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right with that. I mean, if KAWHI doesn't have an answer for Outlaw RMP, that is not a good sign. That's definitely not great, because right now, I think like 90% of the teams run this composition, or 80% of the teams run this composition. So KAWHI, if Cloud9 is kind of revealing a weakness, it's like, hey, Outlaw Rogue RMP is actually quite good into the Rogue Shadow Priest Paladin. Yeah, I mean, obviously not an easy matchup. You have to play it extremely well if you want to win, but just the fact that there's hope against KAWHI, I think is going to be very inspiring for a lot of teams, but we'll see how KAWHI battles it back. This has happened so many times in the past, I just want to point out, where you win 2 games against KAWHI and then they just stomp you in the 5th game. Like, they're like, no, you made us bleed a little bit, but you are not going to win the war. So I feel like KAWHI in this situation, they always rise to the occasion. Let's see if they can do it here.
Let's see if they can do it. They got great pressure onto Wealthy Man. Flop is in a disarm out of that blind sap combo. Do they have any more CC for Flop? Doesn't look like it. That was incredibly close though on Wealthy Man. He's popping up with the combustion. Trinket and Cloak of Shadows coming out from Drake. He's already used his evasion, as well as that greater fade. And now, all of a sudden, Cloud9 with the lead. It looked like Wealthy Man was the one dying, but Wealthy Man just keeps his cool, barely survives without having to trigger his Cauterize, and all of a sudden, they're the ones who are going to be netting themselves some big cooldowns there from the Rogue. Opportunity there, but it is an Outlaw Rogue, so you want to definitely get him before those stacks. Wealthy Man actually overlaps his grip with his blink with the grip. Flop gets silenced. Wealthy Man on 1% HP. Ice blocks before
MD.
the Cauterize, but the MD comes through. Chun-Li too slow on the stop there. Flop forced to use his IQD there as well, and all of a sudden, the prediction of Ven, the curse, is definitely setting in right now. Cloud9 with 0 cooldowns for the next like 4 minutes, being generous here. And guess how many blinds Drake is going to have in that time set?
I can't do the math on that. I feel like, does Ven play a mage or a warlock? He's these commentator curses. The opposite of what we say is immediately happens here. So combustion rolling here onto Prev, trying to put themselves back into the game, but they're not even getting a dispersion. They're getting nothing off that combustion. This is devastating. Blind is coming up in 49 seconds here. I think it's checkmate here for Cloud9. Hop Flop's caught in a hammer of justice at this point, but maybe it's too early. Why not just wait? Just all in your crowd control all at the same time. Seems weird that they're kind of like staggering in with these little CCs. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Maybe the sphere will be, as Wealthy Man's on the run. Drake reconnects. Kidney shot silence. They're going for it. Game 5. They proc the wild seed. Apotheosis. Big heals coming in on that wild seed, but not enough. KAWHI clean it up. They are not going to let Cloud9 take this series away from them. 3-2.
I told you, this happens so often where KAWHI they'll be down 2-0 or 0-2, or the series is all tied up and someone's trying to reverse sweep them, and then in game number 5 they just really rise to the occasion. Everything's dialed in. It's what makes this team so special, and they end up claiming victory with their Outlaw Rogue Shadow Priest Holy Paladin. But honestly, you got to give a lot of credit to Cloud9. They played a phenomenal series. This is about as close as it gets. And even though Cloud9 is down 0-2 right now, they haven't picked up a point. They have already gotten some of their biggest competition out of the way. So I'd say they're still kind of on the upswing here.
Absolutely. And not to take anything away from Cloud9, but this was the defining moment. Look at Chun here. Chun, where is the stop? Where's the... Oh, did he have fade up? No. Chun, where's the stop, man? You got to stop that MD, bro. That was very crucial because they get the block, they get the cauterize, they get the IQD, and then here, I mean, you got nothing. There's no way. And even before the setup, Wealthy Man also had to use it all the time. So you literally have nothing. And I mean, it didn't even get to the point that we were talking about. We're like, yeah, you have blind in 5 seconds. It's game over on that blind, but it's even game over before that blind. That blind was just coming up. So that game was, and I mean, Cloud9, they didn't have any cooldowns for a long time. But that's the thing. You just fall behind a little bit, and then somebody makes some small error, and all of a sudden it just spirals out of control. And that's what KAWHI does, man. They take your dreams, they never give you an inch, and they just take your dreams and crush them. They just put them in that grinder and just grind them and eat them for breakfast.
Oh, gosh. Go cry in a corner.
North America
now.
screams in terror.
Gosh, guys, are we good? Is this what happens when you guys have to pass a
KAWHI
damn
is
game?
looming.
Okay.
They cast a shadow over the entire region. Everything within that shadow belongs to them.
What's that dark spot, Sid?
Wait, what?
You're quoting Lion King, right?
Am I? Oh no, that's the sun touches.
Everything.
It's like the opposite now. It's like the shadow touches.
Oh, okay. We are the dark spot where the light doesn't touch. Is that what we caught up? Okay, good.
And A region is the dark spot that the light doesn't touch.
Oh god. All right. Well, after
KAWHI.
that depressing match, I guess KAWHI gonna walk away with a victory. And now next up here, we've got Golden Guardians versus Novus. Golden Guardians, like most teams, like we've been running into all day, still haven't found. They're kind of one of the last standing teams. I feel like Supatees that hasn't fully adapted to RMP. I mean, I guess that they've got the possibility to play it, but what do you make of them in this meta?
I mean, last week they didn't really get to play out a lot of full games with some of the comps they wanted to play, and they kind of just got quickly thwomped by Calvish. So,
Thwomped.
yeah, thwomped, just like
I like that word.
like, it was a huge amount of burst damage. So here against Novus, like if they get thwomped against Novus, this is not good for them in the circuit right now. If we refer to Zico's tier list of RMPs, like you cannot get thwomped by Novus here if you want to stay alive in the circuit and qualify to the top 4. So I'm curious to see what comps they break out. Are they going to use Jelly Beans as that marksman? That's what they tried the first game. Or are they just going to bread and butter it? We got to RPS our way
Shaman's
through.
got buffed 100%.
Let's
RPS their
go.
way
Vesper
through
Totem.
here.
It is gonna be Vesper Totem for the record. It'll be Vesper Totem RPS 100%. That's a Venruki guarantee.
Okay. Yeah. Also, I mean, I know we've seen Shaman quite a bit today. What do you think Carl is making of it at the moment, Ben?
He's making dreams come true. Honestly, like I think some of the changes. I mean, the changes aren't that massive. Let's be honest. Healing Stream, not a huge heal. Got buffed a little bit. The Earthen Wall Totem is really nice. Like if you actually connect an Earthen Wall Totem now, it is massive. Like it's very difficult to go down through the Earthen Wall Totem without some of the reductions to it. And I think the tech of the totem, the Vesper Totem, it gives Shamans a lot of like kind of burst healing, which is something that they lack. You know what I mean? Like if you can kind of coast with Riptide, you have your cooldowns, which are really strong, and then you have Riptide and you have Earth Shield, and that's kind of like your kit. You don't really have that burst healing you sometimes need, but the Vesper Totem kind of makes up for that. So could be interesting to see. The only thing that scares me is you can't really use Vesper Totem if you're in crowd control, and good RMP is going to put you in a lot of crowd control. So we'll see what they can get done and how Novus can do. But I do think Golden Guardians will be playing RPS.
All right, well, I'm curious to see what they can do as well. Novus definitely needs those points, maybe not quite as much as Golden Guardians, but you can bet that both of these teams are, can feel the high stakes coming as they near the end of the first half of this circuit. So we'll see what they can do. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, it is Golden Guardians facing off against Novus. See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is Golden Guardians facing off against Novus.
Ooh, look at that. There's no Outlaw Rogues here. We got Palomar rocking the Sub Rogue and Peekaboo on the Assassination Rogue. This is going to be an explosive one, ladies and gentlemen.
There's no Outlaw, but there's the other two Rogue specs. There's going to be a Rogue in every single game I can imagine here. A Rogue will not be losing a series without a Rogue winning during this weekend, it seems, as we see Whaler sapped. WizK sapped. Where are they going to begin this fray and this engagement? Absurge now sapped. Are they going to go Absurge? He's right in the middle of the map. He's got the Earth Elemental stamina. I don't think it's a wise decision, but they're really not taking advantage of any of these saps just yet. Peekaboo pulls the trigger. They're going after Whaler in the backline. A healer raced down by the Golden Guardians. An aggressive stance to take in game number 1, but Whaler appears to be ready, trading out the Guardian Spirit as well as Ray of Hope. But now its whole team is caught in a Psychic Scream on the kidney shot. WizK with a power play defense setup there. Beautiful Psychic Scream. Now they're setting up on WizK, but you really don't want to be going after the Shadow Priest in this matchup. That is an excellent start for the Golden Guardians, and that Vendetta already reduced so significantly, only 40 seconds away with blind available. Golden Guardians are in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are at this point. Very aggressive opener. Let's see what else they can get done. Palmer's going to go for a Vanish. Double Stun's coming in. A potential double Ring of Frost. Big setup here on Peekaboo. He has to trade Trinket, Evasion, and Cloak of Shadows. That was a beautiful setup there by Novus. If they can do a few more of those, I think they could end up closing out this game. Peekaboo responds, reacts to the situation accordingly. And of course, does have his Vendetta as well as Blind. So a few different plays they could make here. Could go after Dopamine with the Vendetta, throw a Blind on Whaler, attempt to get some cooldowns out of the way in that regard. So we'll see if they do that. Dopamine right now goes for the Dragon's Breath, full Polymorph on WizK. And I think Dopamine's actually playing a Dwarf, so maybe that's where the hesitation of Peekaboo actually throwing that Vendetta on him is. So if that is the case, that's a good pick. But Whaler under pressure once again. Big amount of damage. It's going to be a Smoke Bomb dropping in from Peekaboo. It looks like Whaler should be able to hold on here. And I feel like they should still go after Dopamine. Even though he's got the Stone Form, I still think it's worth pressuring the Mage.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to see Dopamine looking for the Ring of Frost. He gets a double right now. What are they going to do with this? Mind Games coming out. Holy Fire, Smoke Bomb, big setup. Sheep Shot onto Absurge Trinket, but he does get the Spirit Link off there. And that was an absolutely incredible setup coming up there. And we're going to see Novus right now forcing out every single cooldown. Palomar 10 seconds away from checkmate with that blind. He's got Shadow Dance. They got every tool that they need. Whaler, though, getting swapped through. Big damage coming in. Can they just take him out? Whaler Trinkets uses the Guardian Spirit. That is all they need. Now they just need to blind. They blind Peekaboo. They're going after Absurge. Double Ring of Frost coming out. They're going after Peekaboo. Here's the kidney shot. Here's the There's no way he lives that. That is a perfect RMP setup. And Palomar right now is looking beefy.
He is looking stylish, both in-game and out. He is styling right now on the Golden Guardians right there. That was an insane setup. They're bumping them. They're trying to earn a higher rank on that Zico tier list right now with that Game 1 performance. And as the Golden Guardians, you got to be devastated because you cannot afford to lose here, because this is just going to spell so much trouble for the rest of the circuit if you don't have a clear answer for RMP. I know we're only one game in, and honestly, if they'd survived that setup, they have blind Vendetta. Like they can pretty much just auto kill Palomar or Whaler at that point if they can connect those cooldowns. But they didn't have another setup to survive, and it wasn't like other times where there might be a significant overlap. So I am concerned here. Novus came to play. Maybe Golden Guardians were too reckless, sending every go on Whaler. I'm not sure if maybe that's their only win condition is rushing down the Holy Priest, and that's what they thought going into the matchup. But it seems like they used to kill mages, used to be all about sending on the mages, so it seemed strange not to commit their resources there. Regardless, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board here, because look at this setup. It's so clean. It's so perfect. No trinkets. They get triple crowd control and just execute a clean kill. They kidney shot Whaler. They're about to go for the win. They get really close to killing him here, and this is why I thought, like, oh man, if they just live this next setup. But they blind Peekaboo. This is to hold him in position, set him up to kill him so he can't pre-feint, get landed double ring, swap with the kidney, and he pre-earthenwalled that. So Earthenwall is not...
yeah,
Earthenwall is not that good. If you pre-Earthenwall at 100% and you die that fast, I don't know if it's... well, I guess sub-rogues kill outlaw rogues too, so it's not like... It's not really unexpected to die through Earthen, I guess.
that is the second time of the game where Polymore vanishes, gets 2 cheap shots, and they get the double Ring of Frost. I mean, there's some really nice synergy coming in from NOVUS that game. That is basically as good as it gets, though. I mean, Peekaboo, nobody has a trinket, and they set that up perfectly. They full blind Peekaboo. Basically, Polymore just set everyone up on a silver platter. Oh, Peekaboo's going to be blinded. These 2 are going to be stunned. Drop the Ring of Frost, 3 versus 1. And yeah, doesn't get better than that. So perfect job by NOVUS. Golden Guardians, what are they going to do? Is it going to be RPS?
Time. Jellybeans, get him back in here. He didn't get a good game. Jellybeans did not get a good game. He needs to be given a good game opportunity.
Just getting so excited.
Not one where Peekaboo
Really
is just yes, Jellybeans. Get Jellybeans in here. Come on. Get Jellybeans in here. Okay, right now.
That's not going to happen. There's no way that happens.
Do you think there's any reason in particular why Abster doesn't play Paladin with the success of KAWHI?
I mean, Shaman just got buffed, bro. He's probably like,
yeah,
I gotta give it a try.
Even before Shaman got buffed.
He was playing it. He played it a few times in the cups.
Yeah, but why not here? Why not in the circuit?
Because Shaman got buffed. You could see that
it wasn't buffed last week when they ran it and lost. No, they played it last week and lost too with like
that's
2
true.
buffs.
But again, what if it's that old archaic way of thinking of like, I gotta play mains type of deal, you know? Like, I feel like.
No, Abster's made a tweet after last week saying that it was just a really, really bad series. He's not played that bad in the tournament in a long time, and he was really upset about how they performed last week. I think he's thinking more about individual mistakes maybe than swapping to Paladin. I mean, it's a valid question though. He has played it, and hopefully he's been keeping up with it as well, because it is, I would argue, it's probably better than the Shaman. At least into fire mages. Like, speaking as a fire mage, if there's nothing that can like block your kill with combustion, you just rinse and repeat, and eventually they have no cooldowns, and you're gonna kill somebody. You know, and that's the problem with Shaman. You have one, guaranteed live, which is like Trinket Link, but that's really it. After that, you can kill the Shaman, you can kill the Rogue, you can kill the Shadow Priest, you can do whatever you want. So, yeah, I think that's one of the drawback.
Into a sub rogue?
Yeah, I want it. IQD. Relentless. Might be crazy, but I don't know. The goes right now, it just feels like they're just getting kind of scripted on. You know what I mean? Just set up, you get a trinket, set up, get a trinket, set up, get a trinket, set up, get a win. And that's just how it seems to be against sub rogue at the moment. Golden Guardians could play Outlaw. What about Outlaw RPS? Make him less of a kill target in the match?
Yeah, I think that's the... no, I think that's the plan. Actually, I think it's either Outlaw, Rogue Shadow Priest Pala, or Shaman. I think we're going to see an Outlaw.
Supatis does not appear to be convinced.
I mean, I guess, but we saw Peekaboo die as Outlaw. The RMP. So, like, is it that bulletproof? Like, is it really that much better? I feel like you lose so much kill pressure without the Assassination Rogue.
Yeah, you could be right. What about, you know what I actually want to see? Not trolling. I want to see BM Hunter Shadow Priest again.
I said that last week, and I think Zico said there's no way.
I don't care. I want to see BM Hunter Shadow Priest.
100%.
Don't you think it could work?
I used to be
BM Hunter Shadow
Fire
Priest?
Mage. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I think the problem with the good thing about BM Hunter Shadow Priest is as long as you can, attack and spam purge something and keep up pressure, your comp is insane. But the moment that stops, you have no real range interrupts. You have, counter shot, and that's it. So I think things that like to cast. Shaman. Yeah.
There's no kidney shot though.
Yeah, well, there's no kidney shot. Yeah, there's no lockdown. That's number one.
Who cares about kidney shotting a mage?
Number
that doesn't do anything.
Number two, there's no peels. And number three, they have very, very low amount of range kicks. Unless they play with a shaman. But if they play with a shaman, then I feel like you can get one shot. I don't know.
I think it's
an offensive comp. If you play it and you can keep your momentum throughout the match, you can maybe run something down. You can probably run a mage down, spam purging him. But if he gets away and recovers, which probably will with the Holy Priest, I think I would need to see it to believe it. In theory, it just doesn't seem that good. You don't have peels, you don't have that much disruption, and your cooldowns have you're kind of long cooldowns as well. Like Link is 3 minute, Turtle's 3 minute. Oh, sorry, Turtle's 2 minutes, and Acceleration is 3 minute, right? Or are they both?
With all the CBR stuff and conduits now, it's probably somewhere around there.
Yeah. What do you play the patented turtle
dispersion
build
as well?
The Master of Disguise Hunter build.
The Casu Tank Hunter. I could work with that.
Turtle.
I could see that work. Yeah, but there was a team that ran it in Europe, though.
I mean, picking a card that doesn't have a rogue on it is also just doesn't seem very logical.
Yeah, if you don't have a rogue, you just don't win, I guess. But, right, I just like... It frustrates me, man, because I see the Golden Guardians, and it's just like, last week Absolute tweets out, that's not the greatest series I've played or whatever. And it's always like, I always feel like they can win with RPS. I'm like, oh, RPS versus RMP, they can win. And then they lose, and it's like, oh, well, maybe they just got unlucky. Okay, and next week they lose. Maybe Absolute just didn't have the greatest week or whatever. And then this game number 1 looked pretty convincing from Novus. Like, it was very clean. Like, it looked very, very convincing against the sub rogue. So I'm curious to see if the Outlaw Rogue will be enough. It will give them a little bit more survivability potentially on that rogue. So Peekaboo will be a little bit tankier. I kind of want to see them play, if only. So if Cross Faction was in right now, it would probably be pretty good, because then Peekaboo could play Human and Relentless, and that'd be pretty good on that rogue. I guess that Orc Trinket's not that bad, but it'd be really, really nice if you could play like an Orc Shaman with a Human Rogue type thing for RPS. Could be super interesting. So perhaps in the coming weeks. But for this game, it looks like we are going to see the Outlaw Rogue of Peekaboo, Absurge on the Shaman, and WizK on the Shadow Priest going up against the RMP of Novus, who had a phenomenal game number 1. Let's see if they can continue that pressure in game number 2.
All right, let's see if they can do it here. Bringing in the Pirates and going to Hook Point. Let's see if that is going to be enough. And honestly, they just need to make sure that they're not stacking like that, because stacking against the Dragon's Breath and against the Sub-Rogue, it's just not a good time. Ooh, Peekaboo almost running into Palomar there. Almost finding each other. WizK with the Mind Seers right now. Dopamine is also in invisibility, looking for the Rogues. Both teams doesn't want to get too offensive. They're actually going after the Rock Elemental here of Absturge. I believe he just used that and sent it to get combat, so they won't get too bad of an opener. But Nova's happy to play it slow here in the opener so far. And WizK actually pushing in, playing a bit of a 2v2 here. Mage Priest versus Shaman Shadow Priest. Dopamine just spamming out some fireballs on the Greater Earth Elemental. And both of these rogues, they don't want to open and get disarmed, basically. And Peekaboo almost runs into Palomar. They're very close to each other. I think he saw him there because they popped sprint. Palomar looking for him. Can he get him? Oh, they're so close. Oh, he gets the sap. And Palomar immediately throws out the blind. And here we go. Let's see, can he get the cross CC? WizK gets feared. He actually defs the fear right there. Sheep onto Absturge. Big damage on the Peekaboo. Peekaboo already in big, big trouble. But he does survive without using his trinket, without using his Cloak of Shadows. It was Absturge, though. He did use his trinket. And that means the next combustion, this is kind of what we were talking. Actually, combustion is ready. Absturge could just die 100-0 in the opener right now. Or at least force out Void Shift, which WizK is not playing. Yeah,
he is Void Shift.
Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah, they could force Void Shift on that next go. Dopamine taking some damage, but right now, double Dragon's Breath, full Sheep, Smoke Bomb, and there is the Trinket of Peekaboo. And WizK is in a full fear as well, so that's the second objective here on the checklist for Novus.
Yeah, trinket after trinket. Novus are in a great position to close this out in 2 more setups. Can they manage to nail them here back to back and take game 2 in such a what could be a fast series here? We're getting Polymorph, just trying to set him up in a good position for Palomar later on, but it gets dispelled immediately. They're trying to get aggressive on Dopamine. Whaler pre-death, the anticipating crowd control rolling up here. Ring of Frost onto the healer. Kidney Shot, triple lockdown. WizK trinkets. Is he going to die through WizK's trinket? Just boom, boom, boom. Setup after setup after setup. First trinket from Absturge, second trinket from Peekaboo, third trinket from WizK. High value, clean setups from Novus. They are 1 setup away from winning this game. What on earth saves them here? I don't think, maybe pre-Earthen as Outlaw is about the only thing. And Absturge needs to stall for 30 seconds here. Can he pre-Earthen, pre-Healing Tide? He pre-Earthens right now. They're going after Palomar aggressively, trying to close it. Palomar trinkets. He knows this game is over. Blind's coming up in 16 seconds. 20-second window right now to win the game here. Can they get crowd control? Whaler's in a blind. They have to wait for it. Peekaboo's chasing down Palomar. Is going to dismantle him, stop him from connecting. Absurge almost has his trinket. 11 seconds away. Pre-healing tides. He's chained the pre-earthen into the pre-healing tide to buy time for his trinket. Peekaboo pre-evasions, knowing that they lose here. 3 seconds on the trinket, 2 seconds on the trinket. They're trying to send the go, but Peekaboo still has evasion up. They can't send it. They're going after WizK instead. They get a dispersion from WizK, but that is a lot better for the Golden Guardians than just simply losing outright. Peekaboo survives the stun lock, uses Feint and Cloak of Shadows, and Golden Guardians have somehow done it. They can maybe take a deep breath here. They have a medallion with Peekaboo's medallion coming up in 18 seconds as well.
I really like those plays by Absurge. The pre-earthen into the pre-healing tide, buying just seconds for his team to get some cooldowns back. I think it was really, really intelligent play, and ultimately why Golden Guardians is alive. And now Peekaboo, he's got his trinket. Absurge has his trinket, and things are looking better. Palomar under fire right now as Peekaboo makes an aggressive push. Whaler down to about 50% mana at this point. They're getting pressure down. A full Hex on Dopamine. This is exactly what you want if you are the Golden Guardians. You have all the pressure and crowd control in their favor. You have a full blind on Absurge, a kidney shot onto Peekaboo. Once again, the pre-earthen wall. Is that going to be enough? Those earthen wall totem buffs. Peekaboo looking like a tank on that Outlaw Rogue. Then ultimately will survive with the feint, shrugs off that go, and Absurge is able to sit that full blind. So great plays by the Golden Guardians, who are finally finding their footing in this match.
Yep, and finally the Golden Guardians, for once, get to play from kind of a position where they are ahead after being behind for such a long time. Dopamine with the combustion, fading, taking a lot of damage right now. Siphon is on him, doing a lot of work. Full silence onto Whaler. Whaler does come out, activates a big heal here potentially onto Dopamine. Once that Ray of Hope fades. No, he actually only gets him to half HP. Whaler now feared into a Panda racial. They're continuing the pressure. Peekaboo in a sheep though, and Absurge actually in a DR fear, but Peekaboo does come out of the sheep. Still a lot of pressure on the Dopamine. They're trying to erase the ice block here. Can they do it? Palomar also dropping dangerously low, but Absurge getting a little bit caught there in open field, but he just runs back to his team at the pillar. Dopamine will survive. Palomar will also survive, and Whaler in a kidney shot, but looks completely fine. His mana, however, not looking great. Golden Guardians definitely keeping up their pressure right now, and you see Dopamine looking for some crowd control, gets it onto Absurge pre-earthen wall once again. WizK in a kidney shot, gouge onto Palomar, very annoying to deal with, but here comes the damage, and Dopamine with a big combustion here onto WizK. WizK without dispersion does use his trinket, Greater Fate as well, I think, in that exchange. Dopamine blinking back now to safety now that they got the trade, but that was Shadow Blades as well. They have Smoke Bomb. They could try to take WizK down in a Smoke Bomb potentially, but even then, there is some answers on the side of Golden Guardians. And let's be honest, Novus needs to do something soon because they are running out of time.
Yeah, let's see here. Whaler 0 mana. Peekaboo trinkets, double fear, setting up, trying to execute the kill here in game number 2, but not enough damage to do it here. Dopamine's just spamming fireball after fireball after fireball, trying to race to the next combustion, trying to keep his hopes alive here because this is looking like a solid game from the Golden Guardians to take. Kidney shot onto Whaler. Palomar rotted down from WizK's dots. Dopamine as well as Peekaboo gets frost nova'd by Dopamine, trying to hold him at bay and prevent him from finishing the game, and it's managed to stall it now for them to get out of crowd control. They're setting up, blind onto Absurge, into Ring of Frost. A little bit of an overlap here onto Absurge, and WizK's just running away. WizK with perfect positioning right there. They do get a double fear. Maybe they make a swap. They're swapping to Peekaboo. Is he ready for the swap? Absurge into another polymorph. 1 second left on the cheap shot. Feint comes out from Peekaboo here out of the kidney, and it should be enough for him to stabilize. And Guardians keeping calm, cool, and collected. They still have a lot of options to keep their team alive here, but closing the match seems difficult for them. They've had Whaler so low on mana and cooldowns forced left and right, but they just can't sink their teeth in all the way.
Yep. We'll have to see what they can actually find, what opportunities in this match to close it out. Palomar right now. Looks like he is wanting to get aggressive. There's a shadowy duel, I believe, just on Absurge, trying to slow down some of those purges to allow Dopamine to recover. So a defensive duel there, but a big setup here on Absurge. Pre-earthen wall again? Again, Absurge, just over and over and over. Absurge really wants to make up for what he called a poor performance last week. His pre-earthen walls actually doing an incredible job denying the go of Novus. They need to get more crowd control. They need to pre the crowd control on Absurge a little bit more, or just wait, because it seems like they don't have enough damage to really push through. Got a full fear right now on Whaler. Dopamine going for potential polymorph here on Peekaboo. Never set up on Absurge. They do get his trinket and astral shift. Maybe they found the opening. This is looking scary. Of course, WizK has the safety net of the Trinket, as well as the Void Shift. So a big defensive cooldown available for the Golden Guardians. But I would say Novus is running out of time. The pressure finally adding up here on Dopamine. He does have the Ice Block. Whaler almost completely tapped on mana. Game's looking good for Golden Guardians. They just need to not kind of trip at the finish line. I am afraid for Absurge right now.
Yeah, Absurge definitely an exposed target, but Dopamine right now definitely feeling the heat of the Golden Guardians. There's a Siphene as well. It does get killed off. Full Ring of Frost onto WizK, Sheep on a Peekaboo. This is the setup onto Absurge, but Dopamine just dying right now, burning down, using his Ice Block on literal 1 HP. He's got no Cauterize. Guardian Spirit is on CD. This game is looking all about done here for the Golden Guardians. Master Spell, as soon as it comes in, actually, WizK is not even going to go for it. They sap Peekaboo. Peekaboo getting disarmed here in the backline. Palomor's trying to stall for his teammate. Dopamine actually recovers to full HP, and Whaler in the backline. I think this is an opportunity for him to drink, but no, Palomor gets caught in the open field into a kidney shot. The Golden Guardians trying to close this one out and tie us up here. Ray of Hope, is it going to be enough? Whaler got silenced on it, and the Palomor and the Ray of Hope are going to go down here in game number 2. Golden Guardians with a little smile there on Absturge. Definitely MVP performance coming out of him. It was looking very dicey in the start there, but the Golden Guardians showing a lot of resilience and bringing it back, stalling for their cooldowns, and able to turn it around.
It was just pre after pre after pre, predicting the setups, anticipating them, and denying them. So solid defense from the Golden Guardians. No significant errors whatsoever. Perfect game, and that's what you need against RMP. You cannot be afforded a single mistake. So can they do it 2 more times in a row here against Novus? But you'll see it here in the replay time and time again, the saves that were made by the Golden Guardians. This moment was when Peekaboo had a bit of a close call, but just faints out of the stun. And right here, pre-Earthen Walls. Absurge has no Trinket here. His whole team is CC'd. If he doesn't pre-Earthen Wall, someone's probably going to Trinket here. Look at that damage. Like, he, instead of being at 30%, he's dead. Or a Void Shift. And then because his team is stable, they can be aggressive. And then they're being aggressive, which means Whaler has to spend more mana, and they can just overwhelm them in the final moments of the game. So really well played by the Golden Guardians. This is the Golden Guardians that you love to see. And if they can maintain this level of play, then they're easily going to be able to take the rest of this series. But I'm sure that Novus are going to have something to say about it, especially because we only started to see those swaps so late into the game. It seems like Absurge is definitely a viable target if they decide to play the Outlaw variant.
This makes me feel like Palomor's just going to go Outlaw. Like, I feel like we're just going to see Outlaw from him as well. I mean, why not, right? Like, they did look good as a sub, but I mean, a sub, this is the way I see the matchup. I mean, sub rogue, if Absurge is making these preemptive plays, it like really disrupts your go, and then you kind of have to wait for stun DRs to do anything. With Outlaw, even if he pre-earthens the go, like, you still just run at them. You know, you're just kind of like the Terminator that can't be stopped. Palmer's not going to be as kind of flimsy in the match. So they could try to go for the setup composition with subtlety, but I think if, you know, WizK, Peekaboo, and Absurge are playing well, they're doing these kind of preemptive plays, going on the Outlaw rogue, it's kind of just like, it's more foolproof. It seems like less things can kind of go wrong in the match for you to win.
Why is Whaler Venthyr still, man? I don't even think he pressed Mind Games once that game. I swear it's a waste. He'd just have another damage reduction cooldown. He'd get more mana back. I don't like that he's playing Venthyr. If he was actually getting the Mind Games off on some of these goes, maybe. But even Kyrian, I think, might be better. But even then, would he have time to press Boon? It just feels like he's not able to get those moments to get the damage out, so it would be better to just have another cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, at least in Europe, like, that's what everyone was running, right? Relza, Meh, etc. They were all running the Kyrian, so it could be something there. At least play Kyrian for the Boon, even if you like the offense, because the Venthyr, yeah, I can agree, it's not getting the most amount of value. But also that game did come down to mana, so maybe even Night Fae could be a little bit better. Just to have more options.
Seems strange. He's the only one. I feel like he's stayed Venthyr no matter what the game is, no matter what the comps are. Just only plays Venthyr. Holy Priest. I've just trying to figure out like, when is somebody else going to be picking this up more regularly, and maybe if they do try it, they usually swap off of it pretty quick. But here we're moving to Tolvaron. It's a really big map to try and bait people into bad position, set up the Holy Priest to drink if it goes into the late game here. Golden Guardians played a really kind of just like standard game where like every setup somebody trinketed. And then after that, they started doing this like pre-play where it was like, all right, pre-Healing Tide here, pre-Earthen Wall here, pre-Evasion here. And I actually really liked that because as soon as you have no trinkets, it kind of baits the RMP to play aggressive because they're like, well, we can win the game now. You have no trinkets. So they're going to take more damage trying to win the game rather than the, like just run away and hide behind the pillar. But the risk you run with using trinket after trinket after trinket is if they do get set up, you're dead. You can't do anything. So it's a double-edged sword here, but I like the way the Golden Guardians played that last game. It's a really standard play, no overlaps, no gaps, and tons of pre-reads on the setup. But they're taking a while here to lock in their comp. They couldn't possibly be considering like a different comp, right? Because they have Nazem on lock. And it's Tolvaron. There's no way, right? Are they actually contemplating that?
There's no way. I want to see Nazem, though. Nazem's actually an insane warlock. Like, I've had the pleasure of playing with him a few times. He's really, really good at the Destruction Warlock, plays a really aggressive strategy, comps like Windwalker Warlock. I would honestly be thrilled to see him play. Because I think that kind of playstyle might actually still be able to work. Like, a Windwalker Monk, Destruction Warlock, Holy Priest might actually be decent, but they're going to go with RMP. I mean, that's really their comfort. Yeah, Palmar just kind of, limbering up right now, realizing he has a very difficult matchup ahead of him. And yeah, Golden Guardians played phenomenal in that last game. Absurge, big shout out to him. Lots of pre-earthens, which allowed them to sit a lot of goes where they wouldn't maybe feel so comfortable. But Novus not even going to mix it up. They're playing sub all the way. So we'll see. Their setups are going to have to be clean. And I think if Golden Guardians plays as well as they did in that last game, it's going to be extremely difficult for Novos. They're going to have to find openings and make sure they don't mess up a single one of their goes.
Which dress do you like more? The one that Mariah Carey has or the one that Palomar has?
Only on the Palomar side.
I think so too. I'm going to say yes to the dress.
All right.
I'm wondering if he wins this, if he has like some sort of catwalk planned or something because of last week.
That would...
Like, is there like a hidden Palomar animation that can be unlocked if he wins the series here or something? Or I guess if he loses too, like win or lose, I'm like expecting some sort of animation. I just don't know what to expect.
Me neither. It's a hidden surprise for all of us to find out at the end of this series. And Novus, I mean, they've been such a fun team to watch, like they just have that vibe of, a bunch of friends, like they're playing on the ladder together. They signed up and did better than maybe expected. And now they find themselves in the circuit going up against, literal veterans, BlizzCon finalists in Golden Guardians. And I mean, they're just always, laughing, smiling on the cameras, like just having a good time no matter what. And I think there's a lot of power in that because the amount of pressure that you feel in the game is not as high because you're with people that you're comfortable with. Like if you lose, nobody's getting super mad or anything like that. You're just vibing, and it can definitely cause some upsets. So we'll see what they have planned here for the Outlaw Rogue, but 1-1 right now against Golden Guardians, and this is Novo's map pick as well. So they wanted to go to Tolvaron, which is not that uncommon, I would say, for a sub rogue. They do like big maps to just run for restuffs on. So it might not be, might be why. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. And I think you make a great point with Novos. I mean, these guys, basically three friends that came together. Their composition's really good right now. It's a composition that they put a lot of time and effort in together and to prepare. And I think it really shows in these games. Going toe-to-toe here with the Golden Guardians. If they could pick up a win against the Golden Guardians, I think that would be massive for their morale. On the flip side, Golden Guardians, I feel like they can't afford to lose this. There's just too many good teams. They're already kind of struggling in terms of points. They need everyone they can get. And I honestly feel like their qualification could potentially come down to this game. Like, if they don't win this series, I feel like Golden Guardians, it is very unlikely to make it into the top four. So they need a big win here. They need to take down Novus. I think they certainly rise to the occasion in that last game, but they got to continue and kind of push forward because this is a massive series for them.
Very important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Series.
The important series for both of them. I would say more so for Golden Guardians, obviously, because a lot of people are expecting them to you know, make it to the finals. There's a lot of people, maybe not. I think expecting. There's a lot of people expecting it, but I think there's also a lot of people that just want to see them there. And you know, later on as well, when we have the cross-region kind of show tournament, I think there's a lot of people that wants to see the Golden Guardians there. You know, Peekaboo versus Waz, that type of thing. And that's only possible if they make that top 4, if they do qualify. So for the Golden Guardians, not having a great start already, this is where they need to pick up some steam because they have a lot more experience than Novus. With that said, though, RMP is pretty good right now in the meta, but everybody's playing it, so they just need to try to overcome that. Obviously, easier said than done, but winning the swing match right here would be a good place to start. Let's see what they can do. Peekaboo gets the sap onto Whaler. And Dopamine is actually in Invis right there next to him now, coming out, putting himself in combat. And Opener is a little bit different. Probably going for the sap, opening up onto Peekaboo here. Very clean setup so far. They get a Ring of Frost onto Peekaboo. Here onto Whiskey, swapping onto Absters. Whiskey gets rung after that. This is an insane swap onto Absters. The Resonator is coming out there as well for Absters. And he's going to have to Trinket, Astral Shift, and basically use his whole spell book aside from that Spirit Link. Now, though, aggression onto Palomore. The side feed is rolling. Full silence onto Whaler. Do you have anything to follow that up? Doesn't look like it. And Whaler, I believe, used his IQD on the blind during that exchange because Peekaboo's blind is on CD. And I feel like Whaler wasn't blinded, at least not when I saw. I think he did use an IQD on that.
All right, let's see if they can get aggressive here and swap to Absterge again. They have blind. They could set up with blind and maybe go Peekaboo as well. Kidney shot on Absterge. They're just going for it. They're just sending the go onto Absterge. Are they going to be able to knock him out with this? This is not the cleanest setup we've seen from Novus so far, and Absterge is going to be able to walk that one off. I think a blind swap is going to be their only option here if they want to still capitalize on this moment in time, but they're not even committing to that. They're just trying to retreat, trying to use Tolvaron to extend the game deeper into dampening, or to dampening at this point. But it looks like Novus want to take a much more slower approach, but they may regret it as Palomar's caught in a kidney shot and Golden Guardians are going for the throat. Whaler is able to stabilize here with Ray of Hope and Guardian Spirit. Massive heals incoming. Now Palomar setting up with a blind on the Peekaboo. Absterge and Apollo. Looks like they want to swap. Absterge pre-Earthen Walls, but they waited the Earthen Wall out. Triple crowd control. They're going for the kill in game 2, and Wizkid blocks it with a Trinket Void Shift. He's going to just Dispersion as well, just in case. I almost wonder if he got the Shadowy Duel off there, if they could have been able to pull off a kill. He used it a little bit later, it seems. But one Trinket down, out of the way. Fortunately, Absterge will have his now in 22 seconds. This is a good position for the Golden Guardians.
I mean, it definitely is. Let's see what they can do. They're going to continue the push. Peekaboo's actually just going to grapple in, gets a cheap shot, or full blind on Whaler. Do they have any follow-up? Peekaboo's just going for it, gets a kidney shot. Will to survive from Dopamine, gets him out of the stun. A full sap now on WizK. Palomar, they're going for Peekaboo. Peekaboo trinkets immediately, and he will survive as a result. He's not going to mess around, but now there's an opening. I mean, Peekaboo with no Cloak of Shadows and no trinket could definitely get swapped to. However, they sent the Combust, so the real threat is gone for quite some time. And now it's actually Palomar on the back foot. Dopamine forced to trade out his Ice Block to continue this push, or deny this push. This is really, really scary. But now they're actually just swapping on a Dopamine. He has no defensive cooldowns. However, Novus turns it around here on Peekaboo. Now onto Absterge. A big setup here on Absterge. He Trinket walls. And that should be enough as the Astral Shift, as well as the Trinket and an Earthen Wall Totem. I think Novus is playing this one out beautifully, kind of all over the map, keeping them guessing. And this is exactly what you want to do if you're playing RMP.
Yeah, absolutely. And guess what else you want if you're playing RMP? Shadow Blades. And Palomar has that cooldown coming up right now. And nobody has a Trinket on the Golden Guardians. And they have a Combustion as well in 20 seconds. So they have all the cards right now to close out the match on the side of Novus. They just need a setup to be clean. How are they going to execute it? Are they going to double sheep shot? They sheep shot Peekaboo. They kidney shot. Dopamine gets feared though. And that is not clean. Starting the setup with a double stun into a double fear on your team. That is not what you want to be doing. And unfortunately, Whiskey is going to have Trinket. And you need all Trinkets to be down when you're setting up these kills most of the time. So Whiskey has an opportunity to Trinket, silence the mage, dispel the Combust, grip. You can do a lot of things to disrupt Trinket Fear, just in general, break up the burst, and that can allow Abster to get his Spirit Link off, or whoever else that they're going after. So definitely not a setup that you could afford to waste right there. And here they're going for the kill. Dopamine gets stunned, and look at that. Whiskey, Trinket, Rip. And now their kill setup with Combust, with Blades, amounts to Whiskey's Trinket. And they obviously, as you can see on Abster, had more than enough damage to actually take him down. And this is all because they botched the previous setup, unfortunately for NOVUS. And fortunately for Golden Guardians, that means that they are back in business. Palamore taking a huge amount of damage right there, using that Cloak of Shadows, as well as that File, as well as his evasion. Now dancing, double Ring of Frost coming out from Palamore. They're going after who? Absterge. Keep on the peekaboo, stun into stun. But look at Absterge, pre-Earthen Wall again. And that's a beautiful Resonator positioning, by the way. Edging it to not break the CC, but still hit Absterge there and make sure that he takes the full damage of that. Both teams so far playing absolutely fantastic, but Golden Guardians with the lead.
Yep, defensively holding strong here with 2 medallions available in a great position to take the swing match away from NOVUS and move to match point. Let's see what they can get done here. Combustion coming up in 22 seconds. They're sending a setup prior to it, trying to get a cooldown. And they do. They get the Trinket Astral Shift outside of the Combustion and outside of the Mind Games. I do think that this is a win condition. If Whaler connects with Dopamine on Absterge on the next setup with no pre-Earthen Wall, they can kill him 100-0. And get value out of that Mind Games. They just need to all be there. They need to make sure that WizK doesn't peel them like he did in that other setup. And right now he's not crowd controlled. He's got Vampiric Embrace rolling. He activates the Fey Guardians to reduce damage as well. Absterge is trying to anticipate the attack here. He needs to be watching Palamar. As soon as he's moving in his line of sight, drop that Earthen Wall Totem, because that stun is likely going to be suspected. Double Dragon's Breath. This could be devastating. They go for it. Kidney Shot. No pre-Earthen Wall. Combustion is ripped out here. Are they going to close out the game? Peekaboo with a hero play. Blinds up Palamar, using his Trinket and Blind to save him. That was the setup for NOVUS to win the game. Peekaboo knew exactly what he needed to do and managed to stall it. Now they need to get aggressive, but Dopamine has Ice Block. There's no mana. Can they keep their pressure? There's Trinket coming up from WizK. He might be able to save somebody on this next setup, but it's dicey, man, for the Golden Guardians to make a push like this. We're already 6.5 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Dopamine... Yeah, Palamore and Whaler, they're going to have to make something happen. They have no mana left. There's not much time. 11% dampening. Absterge pre-Earthens, but he just gets polymorphed on it. They're trying to delay. WizK goes for a Master Spell, another polymorph. I think they're going to make a swap here on Absterge. Do they have the Kidney Shot? Do they have it? The Double Fear from WizK denies. I really think they wanted to make a big swap there on Absterge. You know, the WizK go was just a bit of a bait, a setup, but WizK denied it. He read the situation perfectly. And now can get aggressive here. Polymorph, he's in so much trouble. Kidney Shot is going to go out, as well as the Siphi, and that gets sniped off immediately, though, by Dopamine. It looks like Polymorph will be able to survive. Could have been a lot of shadow step there from Polymorph, but he edges the Smoke Bomb.
Big that bomb. Here on
Peekaboo. Is he just getting 100-0'd? He is. What a setup. I mean, NOVUS, they were on the clock. There was no time left. Whaler had no mana, but they found the win condition. No trinkets available. Peekaboo gets Kidney Shot, and they managed to edge the Smoke Bomb, as well as use the Resonator, get the Mind Games from Whaler, and that was enough to KO. NOVUS up 2-1. And like I mentioned, I mean, this is kind of a disaster here for the Golden Guardians.
Just play Pally.
Yeah.
I mean, I get he's like pre-Earthen Walling, but most of the time it doesn't matter. Like, if it's a bust go, the pre-Earthen Wall doesn't matter. So I feel like if he plays Pally, it would be way better for them.
Maybe Pally would be better, but you gotta give NOVUS some credit here. I mean, look at his resonators that they're dropping. Look at it; they're always just edging them like that. Absterge trinkets out as of that setup that was right in the opener, and then later on, hopefully we have a replay on that, but maybe we don't. But we're gonna see another edge like that. And look at the setup; they get blind on Absterge, Kidney, and look at the bomb, edge bomb, and look at the resonator as well. On the edge right there, exploding with the Smoke Bomb. But he was in Smoke Bomb.
Yeah, he couldn't do it. That's what I'm saying. It's insane.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, Absterge had 5 seconds on his trinket. I think he had 3 seconds on his trinket when he died. 3. It's just so close. But the margin for error when you go up against a good Rogue Mage Priest is very low. So, I mean, I don't even know. I don't even feel like Golden Guardians had a bad game. And this is why I get so scared for them as this composition.
Yeah, I agree with Sid. Maybe the Paladin should come out, because that's the thing. All these swaps that are happening, all those swaps that are coming into Absturge, those normally wouldn't happen with a paladin. Not as frequent and not as deadly. They're like, you open Absturge, you get his trinket. The next time you stun somebody, it's Void Shift plus trinket. The next time you stun somebody, it's Peekaboo's trinket. And then after that, they actually botched their first kill setup where all the trinkets were down and they had a big kill opportunity like that. And then they still forced everyone's cooldowns again and found another window where they could get the kill. So, and that's all because of Shaman. That's because you don't have enough breakers. You don't have enough things to rotate between. And a paladin does, you have your trinket plus your bubble plus you can pre-sack a go, pre-earthen walling a go compared to pre-sacking a go. It's like night and day. So there's just a lot of more tools on the paladin to deal with this. So you can actually survive more rounds, which allows your Shadow Priest to rotate more Master Spell cooldowns, rotate more dispersion, more void shifts, more grips, and it just helps your comp in general survive for a longer amount of time. So I do want to see the paladin as well. The shaman, let's be honest, has the shaman won today at all? We've seen LA lose, we've seen Enhance lose, we've seen multiple Resto Shamans lose. Like, it is what it is. It's time to bring in the paladin.
Paladin. What about Holy Priest? What about Double Priest?
It could work, but the thing that's scary with Holy Priest is that sub RMP loves killing Holy Priest.
Yeah,
I feel like Holy Priest will die the same.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. I'm not sure at this point. Yeah, for Golden Guardians, maybe we see Jelly Beans be tagged in. It looks like we are going to be going to Dalaran Sewers. It's so frustrating for Golden Guardians because, Novus is doing a really good job. These consistent setups on Absturge. I don't think they actually went after Peekaboo like twice in that game. Once when he got feared to the other side, kind of in the wizard corner, and they made a swap to him. They got a trinket cloak. And then it was actually Peekaboo who traded out his trinket blind to keep Absturge alive when he didn't have a trinket. So really lethal setup on Absturge. Peekaboo saved the day with his trinket, but then all of a sudden Absturge has no trinket, Peekaboo has no trinket, and Novus has a clear win condition, which is exactly what we saw. So Novus is impressing me with their ability to find these setups, these wins. I'm concerned for the Golden Guardians. The small map should help. It seems like on the smaller maps, it's much more difficult for Novus to kind of maneuver around the map and create space and get re-stealths. Whereas on the smaller maps, Golden Guardians just kind of all over them the entire time. So I think going to Dalaran Sewer is definitely the correct move. But even if they win here, we are going to a large map, and I kind of wonder what they're going to do.
Absolutely. And just what you were saying about Novus, they have been very, very impressive. I think this is a team that will grow because there's two Novuses. There's a very their skill ceiling, like their skill cap when they're playing at their absolute best is really high, but when they're playing at their worst, it's also kind of low. So it's some inconsistencies right now in Novus, and I think that's what's going to get kind of ironed out with time as they continue to play. Because we saw it in the last game, all trinkets are down. Palomore charges in, stuns up one guy, stuns up the next guy, his team gets double feared. But then we see Palomore at the end as well, stunning up or in the first game as well, stunning up two people right next to each other into a ring, blinding the guy they're going to kill before he does, I think these guys, they just need to get on the same page and get those super, super clean setups that we've seen so far that have been very impressive. We just need to see those more often and make sure that also they're not going when Whaler isn't ready. If Whaler is still in a small CC a lot of the time, you might need your Chastise to get that clean triple CC. It might be worth to make sure that he's also with you getting aggressive. So I think Novus, with time, if they're together next year, I think they could be one of the really, really strong RMPs.
Is RMP still going to be a meta comp next year?
Well, let's see. It's a meta comp is the dawn of time. So I would, if I had to guess, I would say yes. But you never know. Maybe the Draktyr comes in and just absolutely farms.
It's going to be RMG.
It's going to be EMP. Oh no, that would have been cool. RME, EMP sounds way cooler than RME. I wish. Is there a comp that would be
Electromagnetic Pulse?
Yeah. I'm excited for the evoker name. Is EMP? What would God comp with an evoker? Could be EMP cleave.
Now they're gonna do. You know the WoW community. They always have the most ridiculous names for comps. They're gonna be some. What are the dragon comps gonna be called? They're probably gonna name them after like
Deathwing when you play Death Knight Evoker.
Double Dragon.
Yeah, Wind Monk and Evoker, Double Dragon. Death Knight
Evokers.
You can already see Khaleesi Cleave. He played triple Evoker.
Could happen, right? It's actually possible.
Triple Evoker. There's no way. I guess we are seeing Double Outlaw. It's possible.
We've seen Triple Monk before. We've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen Transformers Cleave. We've seen Monka S Cleave. We've seen a lot of triples, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Transformers Cleave, that's the triple druid.
Wait, when did we see triple druid?
I think it was like in Legion or something. It was a while back.
I remember never saw triple druid.
We've seen Transformers Cleave say, come on, man.
No way. There's not been triple druid.
100%.
No. Someone find a bot of triple druid because I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second. But here we go. It's match point. Novus, just need one more game. This could shatter the Golden Guardians for the entire circuit. If you lose to one of the bottom seeds, you cannot, especially when it's playing a comp that you're going to have to face every single day. They're setting up onto Whaler. They're going all in, throwing a Hail Mary on match point. Whaler's just going to walk it off. This is buying time for Novus to get a clean setup. Where are they going to go with it? Absterge is ready to pre-wall. They're still after Whaler, actually. Can they just kill him here on match point? Whaler greater fades. It looks like he used Will to survive as well to escape that Shadow Priest stun. They're getting way more aggressive on the Holy Priest. They've mixed up the matchup a lot. Novus need to adapt to this, find their footing, and get these setups going.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do. It's a pre-Earthen Wall Totem once again. I will say Whiskey was kind of the hero there. Big setup on Peekaboo, and he's forced to trade out his Trinket. Cloak of Shadows once again. These setups are lethal, but Abster still has his Trinket Link, and Whiskey, of course, has the Trinket Void Shift. So still a few responses, but keep in mind there is a Smoke Bomb. So there is always the potential here that Polymorph can just get a huge setup on Peekaboo with Smoke Bomb. They could drop him. It's going to be a pre-Healing Tide Totem. Polymorph's just going to wait. Are they going for it? Cheap shot into cheap shot. Polymorph, big setup here potentially, but Absurge manages to actually survive, and I actually really didn't like that they rushed that. I mean, Absurge did a really good job using the preemptive Healing Tide Totem. That was able to actually ramp up, and I feel like that was kind of just like a wasted go there by Novus. I really think they rushed that setup.
Yeah, Novus rushing it a little bit there, and it's going to allow Peekaboo to get those cooldowns back. Remember, when you're playing that RMP with the sub-rogue, you are on the clock. You got to make sure that you're having those, every single go, you're forcing something. Full Fear, Whaler, Door of Shadows away. Maybe looking for a little reset. Doesn't want to be in the middle of the entire fight right there. Ooh, that Siphon is going to get good value here onto Dopamine. He actually ulti times back, but he doesn't kill it off. Now he does kill it off. Dopamine realizing the danger he was in right there. Whaler, though, in a silence, getting a little bit cleaved here by Peekaboo on that Pirate Rogue. Peekaboo with the blind, looking to set that up potentially here. How are they going to do it? Kidney shot onto Absterge. Big setup coming in here. Absterge forced to Trinket, Astro Shift. They catch him right outside that Earthen Wall Totem. Expertly done there. And that's going to force out his Trinket. That's going to allow Palomor to get a full blind here in about 15 seconds. Peekaboo, though, is still going strong here. He has his blind available, and he's looking for Whaler there. You can see Whaler is aware of it. He's trying to stay far away from Peekaboo and try to burst out some heals. And there it is. Peekaboo runs in, gets the blind there onto Whaler, and positions himself potentially for the sap here. I do believe he vanished right there, and he does get the sap. Going after Palomor, going after Dopamine. Dopamine needs to activate that all the time and go back. He's being way too greedy, and as a result, he gets purged off. He kills off the Siphon, though. Full blind onto Absterge. You're looking to set up onto Absterge potentially with that, but that blind gets absolutely wasted so far. Ring of Frost coming out, though. They do not get it.
Caught.
Dragon's Breath, and that's going to be the cauterize triggering for Dopamine. Finally, they're going after Absterge now. This is the big kill go. Mind games. Whiskey is locked. Beautiful Fear onto Whiskey as well. They have the damage to 1% HP from Absterge. Trinket, Link, Whiskey with the Void Shift there with this Trinket. Beautiful stuff there, forcing out literally everything. The only one who can save the day on the next setup from this RMP is going to be Peekaboo. He is going to be the man to watch here. We've seen him do it before, and he's going to have to do it again. They got Combust. They're going for it. Full sheep, full kidney shot. Peekaboo is there, but he can't do anything. He disarms, kidney shot, but it's not enough. And that is going to be Palomor giving you the deaths there. That's right. Palomor, the man in the dress right now, taking control in the circuit.
Oh my good, dressed to impress here. Taking the Golden Guardians out. This was an insane series by them. I feel like if you want like most improved team, like I mean, one of the one game, you know, in Tovaron, I think it was, one of the setups was a little bit kind of like but like everything outside of that was clean from them. They're looking like a menace on this RMP, and this is absolutely devastating for the Golden Guardians because they're going to face RMP almost every series. Like, when are they not going to face RMP? Like KAWHI, maybe. They could even fight. They could fight. Like they could fight RMP against them. To be honest with you, like let's take a look. Liquid can run RMP. Cloud9 can run RMP. I mean, we could take a look here at the replay before all that happens, but it's just these consistent setups coming in here on Absurd. I think this is the one where they kind of force everything. So let's see exactly how this one plays out. It's a polymorph onto Peekaboo and interrupt on WizK. The mind games is what is so devastating here. And it is going to be kind of a panic situation. Absurd trades out his Link. WizK trades out not only his Vampiric Embrace, but his Trinket Void Shift. And now you can see WizK gets interrupted on the Master Spell. They're kind of just preemptively setting up Absurge. Here it comes. Double Dragon's Breath. Polymorph on WizK. Kidney Shot on Absurge. 3 versus 2, I guess. Peekaboo, I mean, tried to do everything he can, but the damage is overwhelming. Novus has a lot of clean setups there and are able to just walk away with the win. I mean, really, really impressive performance by them. I mean, Golden Guardians, they're not out of it yet. They're not out of it yet by any means. They can still rise up, but this is definitely a difficult loss for them.
Novus did it all while in a floor-length dress also. On the side of Polymort.
Polymort dominating in that dress.
Oh, yeah.
Style on the kids, you know? Like,
yeah. No, I mean, you were asking earlier, Zico, who wore it better, and I think that's the answer right there. Is definitely Polymore. So glad to see, to what you guys were saying earlier as well, that they are having fun and getting those wins in. They didn't have any wins last weekend, so I can bet that they're super happy to get that point under their belt. But yeah, you guys are right. Golden Guardians are not looking good at the moment. They are going to be playing against Team Liquid tomorrow, too, towards the end of the day. So curious to see how they do against that team. But speaking of Team Liquid, that is the last matchup of the day that we do have. UNITAS, they've been adapting very well to RMP. Not really a surprise there. We know that Aiden is a very accomplished rogue, and he has played Outlaw many times in the past. So making that transition over to playing a different spec didn't seem too difficult for them. And then Team Liquid has kind of been, raising their level of competition lately as well, Supatis.
Yeah, I feel like Unitas and Novus are both improving dramatically here as rosters coming together, reforming, finding new members as well. But this opponent specifically has a comp that nobody else apparently has, which is the Double Outlaw. And I do wonder if Team Liquid will lead the series with it and what Unitas decide to do with it if they do.
Yeah, I hope we see that. That would definitely change things up just a little bit. But we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be the last matchup of the day, Unitas versus Team Liquid. We'll see you soon. last match of the day about to kick off. It is Team Liquid versus UNITAS.
All right. Well, yeah, I will say it's been a day of rogues. I think a rogue has won every single series that we played today. And now Team Liquid looking to even amplify that more by bringing in 2 outlaw rogues. So very interesting. They're going to be playing double outlaw rogue Holy Priest going up against UNITAS playing sub RMP. And I think the subtlety rogue has been one of the few specs that we have thought has looked kind of good into the outlaw rogues, especially with RMP. So let's see if they can get it done here in game number 1.
All right, let's see. How are they going to open up here? Aiden immediately open up to Sea-Doo. Big damage coming in. Sea-Doo, what are you going to do? Doesn't panic. He just trades out the Greater Fade. And he seems to be completely fine in that situation. Now, the blinds are already being committed here. Trill already expending his blind. Sam I Am still has his. And they are going after Aiden, actually Abrua here. And Abrua taking a decent amount of damage. Aiden getting disarmed right now. Abrua still dropping quite low. Aiden a kidney shot. Sam I Am in a Dragon's Breath. And full blind onto Corlic. Abrua, it is time to kite. Corlic immediately using the IQD to break out of that blind. Barely even a minute into the game here. And Abrua still under heavy fire. Kidney shot, smoke bomb onto Sam I Am. Doesn't look like he has a way out of the stun. He finally uses his human racial. He uses his trinket as well with that Eternal Aegis. Cloak of Shadows, Vanish. And of course, the Crimson Vial as well. And now big damage onto Abrua, Dragon's Breath on 1 HP. And that Guardian almost triggering there, but Abrua does manage to prevent it from triggering full blind onto Corlic now. And Abrua still on half HP. Do they have a sap for this? It doesn't look like it, but they still get the Ice Block here. Team Liquid with a big win in the offense.
Big win certainly here, and this double outlaw is looking just as threatening as it was in previous weeks as they lead the charge here in game number 1. UNITAS, are they going to be able to surmount this composition as the boarding party is ready to raid, already getting Ice Block out of the way, and the ship is sinking for UNITAS. They're taking on water. How much longer can they last? Sam getting stunned up. They're setting up a miracle swap onto Sam. Is he going to get KO'd behind the pillar? Oh, but he's cheat death. He's cheat death. He immunes death at 1%. You thought you could kill an outlaw rogue. No, cheat death is going to be on top of everything else, keeping Sam alive at that moment. And now a full blind on Corlic, chasing down Abrua. Sap out of the blind. This is it, I think, for Abrua. Cauterize is going to trigger. What a turnaround. Mind controlled by Sea-Doo away from Corlic during the gouge. 1 second left on into a kidney. There is limitless crowd control, and the seed will get popped. Team Liquid have arrived.
Oh, surprise! Team Liquid coming with a double outlaw rogue, the cheat death, making some adaptations. It's just really, really interesting to see, and you got to give a big shout out to Sea-Doo for that mind control play at the end, bringing Abrua away from Corlic, allowing him to kind of burn down while mind controlled, and it's a clean game number 1 from Liquid.
Yeah, that was absolutely beautiful. Liquid making quick work of UNITAS here in game number 1. And this is their patented double rogue. So far been a pretty solid answer to Rogue Mage. And on the blind pick, at least in the past, Team Liquid has just picked RMP as well sometimes. So it might be what they do, or they might just blind lock double rogue here, knowing that UNITAS plays pretty much always Rogue Mage. But this was the swap on Sam I Am. Look at that Resonator. That Resonator is what the Sheet Death absorbed. How insane is that? If they proc the Sheet Death, the Resonator probably would have taken him down, but the fact that it absorbed the Resonator was just such value. And then here it comes the mind control of Sea-Doo onto Abrua, perfectly times it, pre-cast it before the Cauterize triggers, and then Corlic getting stunned for days, and they just Shadow Step over, and they take down the pod, and Team Liquid up 1-0.
Very impressive first game.
I mean...
Trill, pink logs. What else? Just another day for our Mr. Warcraft over here doing 700k damage.
I feel like, you know, we've talked about like Team Liquid is like really leveled up in this meta. You know, in the past they haven't been able to play RMP. You know, they've struggled with some RMPs. Then they bring in Trill on the rogue with Sam I Am on the mage, and it's looking good. They finally have RMP. They're like, well, what if we can actually top this? Like, what if there's something even better? Yeah, they're one of the few teams playing the double outlaw rogue, and it's looked good. I mean, I don't know what you two think, but so far, all the matchups we've seen of double outlaw rogue versus RMP, it seems like at least an even matchup. And normally they win, which is even better.
I think you play double outlaw, the whole circuit, never change. Every single series, every single game.
The whole circuit.
I'm sorry, Mez. I'm sorry, Mez, but it's time to queue with me, okay? Let your team play the better comp, okay, Mez? Because this double outlaw, I think, is the best comp in the game. I should think you should beat everything.
Yeah,
I honestly kind of agree. I really...
I think double outlaw, they haven't even like scratched the tip of the iceberg yet on how much things that they can do with this comp. I think if they just play this day in and day out, they're going to discover some crazy things, some crazy synergies, some crazy strats, like, you know, not necessarily always blinding the healer, maybe blinding the DPS and just going healer. There's a lot of things that you just need to grind games to like get the data points on. And I think it's looking good.
Just lock it in, dude. Just lock it in. Go on, Team Liquid. Blind lock it in. Show the confidence. Come on. You're the best comp of the game. It's the best comp in the game. Now I want to see Team Liquid against KUNGARNA.
They won again yesterday, actually.
I want to see double outlaw against their RMP to see what happens. Yes.
There's no reason to change. I literally think I think this comp can beat anything.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking.
There's nothing.
Like, I think it can. I can't think of a single comp that would just farm double outlaw.
What about like TSG?
Probably not.
0% chance. They're just evasioning the whole game and kidneyed and dismantled if they're not going the route.
Yeah, the Warrior and the Death Knight are kidneyed the entire game. They're both dismantled. They're both gouged. Like
Priest flies up in the air. You guys can hit the Outlaw Rogue's evasion.
Yep. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the fact that Team Liquid is doing this, putting on a show with the double Outlaw Rogue, UNITAS playing RMP. What are they going to do? I mean, there's a really close call on Sam. Let's not kid ourselves. Sam I Am almost went down. He would have if he didn't have the cheat death. So there is the possibility for UNITAS to win this, but I think Team Liquid, as long as they're playing kind of as clean as they are, they definitely have a really fair shot. I mean, there's a reason why they're locking in this composition and not just going for kind of a straight up mirror.
If they didn't die in the worst case scenario, like behind the pillar, out of line, bad spot, like, no, you play this 100%. You just make sure that doesn't happen again. As long as you have the cheat death, like, you can do whatever you want. Go wherever you want, do whatever you want. If cheat death procs, all right, you got to stay a little bit close to the shoreline because your life vest is not inflated, so you got to be careful. But as long as that cheat death is there, like, they can go wherever they want. They're gonna have the little floaties ready to save them.
All right. Well, Team Liquid, we are going to appear in domain, so it's going to be a large map. Team Liquid did a really good job with the crowd control they were able to put out. At the same time, UNITAS. Now, I think we did see some pretty good kiting from Abrua there, some solid alter times, which kind of extended the go, but you can just see triple human, triple relentless. UNITAS has to find these openings. They basically have to condense a ton of damage into a really short window because everyone's playing relentless. Everyone, is going to be able to break out of crowd control with the will to survive, the stuns, and then, of course, Sea-Doo on top of that is going to have the IQD to break out of even more crowd control. They might actually just go after Sea-Doo here. He was not playing the Resurrection Legendary last game. We'll see if he has this game. And keep in mind, Aiden is just going to be eating full blinds. So if they do go after Sea-Doo, it's just going to be Aiden in blinds into potential saps. No, that double Dragon's Breath from Abrua shut down the sap. Very well done there, denying Trill from getting the follow-up crowd control.
Beautiful stuff here by Abrua, and Abrua is already running for dear life right now, blinking across the map with that soul shape, going for the sheeps here, gets one onto Trill, very far away from Sea-Doo. He could stun Sea-Doo maybe and go after him before he can get that dispel, but they're not able to find it, maybe still on DR, and Trill now still in a Nova, so good control here, but these strokes are going to connect. Abrua going for a risky blink here, trying to potentially land something onto Sea-Doo, but now he's rewarded with a full kidney shot that he can't blink out of, full smoke bomb as well now being dropped here, and doesn't seem to be doing too much. Actually, it's Aiden is the one playing that smoke bomb, so that's a bit of a defensive bomb right there. Abrua will survive. Doesn't trigger his cauterize, doesn't trigger his block just yet, but Corlic gets kicked. Mind games coming in though from Corlic onto Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo might just get dropped here. Sea-Doo, very, very dangerous positioning there, but he will survive, and he will get that Ray of Hope, Guardian Spirit combo off. Apotheosis to reset some of his cooldowns. And Cedo actually getting blinded right now. He has the IQD potentially to use, but looks like Trill is just going to trade his trinket there with the Eternal Aegis and be completely fine. Now they're going after Aiden here with Sam I Am. And look at that damage.
Goodness.
Just two Outlaw Rogues just absolutely tearing in here. And look at that, another kidney shot onto Aiden and into a mind control. And now they're just going to go back onto Abrua. A lot of consistency from this double rogue. Trill actually vanishing. Look to sap somebody here potentially. Not able to find it just yet. Goes for the disarm instead. Continuing the pressure here onto Abrua. And so far for Abrua, this game is going great. Sam I Am, though, in a lot of trouble, getting gripped away from the combustion of the Abrua. Abrua, though, still doing a lot of damage. Orlick with another beautiful mind games, but Abrua's falling behind. Might have to use the Ice Block. Barely gets out of that stun and gets a sheep onto Trill. Barely hangs on here with the Guardian Spirit. Sam I Am, though, will take a lot of damage. Cedo has the Guardian Spirit in a couple of seconds here for Sam if he needs it, but instead, they just grip Sam back. And they're just going to top him behind the pillar, hold on to that cooldown, maybe fear Aiden behind the pillar there. No, Cedo not able to get that. And instead, he's going to get cheap shot. They're looking for the sheep potentially, not able to find anything out of it. And Sam I Am in a kidney, but will survive ultimately due to the lack of CC on Cedo. Korlik did sit through another long CC chain there. But ultimately, Abrua will survive that. Still ongoing, actually. Kidney shot onto Korlik. Abrua, I might have spoken too soon. No. Ray of Hope will connect. And Abrua should be fine, unless it's negative. I don't know if Korlik was able to get any heal into it. It did power through with some Serenities. And as a result, Unitas are back to full HP.
Okay, Unitas, how are you going to pull this off? Sam stunned up at half health. Going to pop the Cloak of Shadows to stay aggressive onto Abrua. Try and just gun him down. Managing to get a lot of pressure here and just a chastised fear by Cedo, pushing for the win. Holy Fire going to connect on the kidney shot from Cedo. He just ice blocks it. Mass Dispel will remove the ice block. They're just pushing through, but now pressure onto Aiden as well. Where did Aiden's health go? He's just getting cleaved by Blade Flurry right now. Just getting AoE down by Mr. Warcraft himself, treating Unitas like a Mythic Plus trash pull right now, just cleaving everybody apart. Mana is the only thing really looking maybe okay for Unitas, but I feel like these Holy Priests, even when they hit 0 mana, just keep going and going and going. Sam is trying to push forward, gets Dragon's Breath deflected into a Polymorph. Cedo looking to Dispel, gets Polymorphed on the Dispel. Abrua doing what he can to slow down the damage on himself, which is looking desperate. They're setting up on Trill, Chastise on Cedo. Can they take out Trill? Now they're leaving Sam open. Maybe they're worried that Sam won't do as much damage as Trill. We'll have to wait and see, because Abrua is not comfortable at the moment, down below half with a full blind on the Korlik. Is he going to fall here in game number 2? A sap out of the blind. Does he have a way to escape it? They're going to proc the Cauterize with the Shadow of Death. He is on the run, burning down. The seed is likely to proc. Can they finish the seed as well? The Guardian Spirit it. They're trying to hold it alive, but it's so low, 10%. Is it going to get popped? It gets Ray of Hope. I think the seed is actually going to survive here. Abrua comes back to life.
Now they go after Cedo. A big swap on Cedo. Can they take him down? Kidney shot into cheap shot, but the damage just isn't there, and Abrua has been brought back to life for what? He could just get cracked once again. He's so low, and he is dropped.
What?
I mean, Team Liquid are on fire right now in these games. Samham's a little bit low, but kidney shot on Aiden. I mean, this is just looking pretty one-sided. I mean, there's been some nice swaps on Cedo, but never any moments in the match where it looks like Cedo's actually going to go down. Team Liquid comfortably up 2-0 right now, bringing double Outlaw into this day of kind of RMP. Very interesting to see.
Yeah, interesting is a good way to describe it. Honestly, I feel like Unitas had a decent game here as well. They were able to get some good swaps onto Cedo. They had one really close swap with the mind games and everything, almost taking him down there. They had some good attempts as well on the rogues, but this is actually the swap I was talking about right here. You look at that, Cedo barely hangs on right there. I think it was his human racial that he popped there to survive that one. So another swap like that, Cedo is absolutely toasted, but then, I mean, the CC chain is just crazy. Here's Holy Fire, the full kidney shot Abrua, Shadowy Duel comes out, and at that point, Abrua has to ice block, and Abrua here, look at Korlik sap, and blind into sap, into sap, into sap, into actually comes out, keeps the seed alive, and at that point, I thought, okay, maybe Cedo is going to fear Korlik at that point, so they don't, they don't get a global on the seed. But even with Abrua coming back to life, it's just more of the same here. Look at those rogues harassing Korlix. Sam I Am is there, ready to kick him, ready to kidney him for just a second, while Trill just gets to parse 100. And now all of a sudden, Team Liquid up 2-0, and if you're Unitas, you got to be a little bit demoralized.
You're getting bodied right now by the double outlaw rogue. Like your ship is half underwater right now. Like there's might be too many holes at this point. I'm not sure if they can seal it up in time. It's a grim future here as Team Liquid seem to have arrived at full power here with this double outlaw rogue, bringing all of the firepower of all of the fleets of the 7 seas right now to just completely destroy maybe like the full power of Sinbad here on their side.
It's crazy. I mean, I think going into Game 3, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind we're going to see double Outlaw Rogue once again. Sea-Doo actually showed me a screenshot. He showed me a screenshot of his inscrutable quantum device hitting for 31,000, and that's what actually procced Abrua. So he's the one that executed him with the trinket, 31,000 from range, proc the seed, and what caused that to all kind of spiral out of control.
I'm just saying. We're gonna live in a world soon where DPS users are gonna be playing with that trinket because that trinket is just insane. You get void shift. You can void shift your teammate. I feel like everyone should be playing. You should be playing triple quantum device. I'm not even trolling. I feel like everyone should be playing triple quantum device. So what if you're less tanky? You have a lay on hands, literally.
Probably matchup dependent.
And you can kill people with it.
Into RMP, I think it makes sense. But if you're gonna fight like DH Aflock or something, I don't think you would do it. But no one's gonna play that.
Yeah, maybe not. But like I think it depends a little bit. Yeah, like what class you play. Like if you're playing a Shadow Priest into like Rogue Mage or something, like sub RMP, probably don't.
I wonder if
actually maybe you could play
Golden Guardian should have ran it. Like Peekaboo should have ran it.
Yeah.
On the Outlaw Rogue, he could have lay on hands Ab Search.
Yeah, 100%. It's good.
Might actually be worth it, but
I think it
you got to war game that type of stuff. I feel like you can't just break that on a tournament, especially if you're on match point. Like, there's no way a Brewer's team is going to run triple. I don't think IQD would be good for Unitas, for example, on their DPS. I think they need the extra damage.
Yeah,
and I think they need to keep sending goes on Sea-Doo. It's
like 8-1 Outlaw. All right, 3 Pirates.
I feel like it's worse. I feel like it's worse for Unitas.
We're gonna find out. Like, I can't help. I feel like I'm crazy for saying this. And listen, I know Fire Mages are good. They're very good. Okay, so before anyone roasts me, I know Fire Mages are insane. But I actually feel like I would rather have 2 Outlaw Rogues on my team than a Fire Mage and Outlaw Rogue in this matchup. I feel like you're able to just get out more consistent damage. It's like a little bit less burst damage, I would say, but your crowd control is just instant. You don't have to worry about actually like landing sheeps. It's just all instant. Blind, Vanish Sap, full kidneys. You're not going to be getting trained down by 2 melee, so you can actually get up your damage. Like,
what even happens when 2 Outlaw Rogues fight 2 Outlaw Rogues? They just train the healer? I feel like nobody else can die. Like, you have to just train the healer at that point, right? Like,
I want to see it.
How does that even work?
I'm going to say this right now. All the Warlocks who've been sitting on the bench,
yeah,
go Outlaw right now. Every single one of you, the Conquest boxes are in. Go make an Outlaw Rogue, because this could just be, I mean, this could be like one of the best comps in the game. Like, outside of RMP, which obviously has done really, really well, double Outlaw Rogue legitimately seems like it could be one of the strongest comps in the game, if not the strongest comp. So I want to see every Warlock in the game right now, or at least on the tournament teams, learn Outlaw Rogue so you could play it, because it seems worth it.
Yeah. I think a quick message to all the bench warmers out there, Warlocks, Chaz, Subsy, all of you guys, it's time to make your Outlaw Rogues and become one here with Team Liquid, because this double rogue looks absolutely disgusting. And let's see if they are just going to 3-0 Unitas RMP here, and might very well be the case here. Brua going to be blinking out here, popping the combustion early on, trying to get some pressure onto Sam I Am. Kidney shot on Sam I Am actually, but Sea-Doo not in crowd control anymore. Going to be able to keep Sam I Am alive, and well, and he also didn't use his cloak right there. Sap onto Korlik. Damage coming out here onto a Brua. Kidney shot, he's going to trinket that kidney shot. That was a half kidney shot. Trill is still all over him. And they get anything else to do, but kidney shot maybe for Korlik right now. It would be insane if they could get that. And Trill will leap over trying to do that, but instead he's just going to gouge Korlik. and Brua will survive with that trade. But now Sidu in a blind into a sap. Sam I am going to be the one taking damage. He's in the ring of fire. There's the Cloak of Shadows. There's the Vanish. Sam I am going to be completely fine with that. Korlik actually using the IQD there on something. I think it was a blind from Sam. He did use his IQD there. Sidu in a full counterspell. Sam in a full sheep. Trill not really taking damage, or Aiden a mind control while Sidu was locked out. Really, really nice. Using both of those schools. Full kidney on Korlik. Do they have anything out? Trill has a blind, but he gets gouged, and that gives Korlik an opportunity here to respond. Korlik going for the flash heal. Do they have the blind Trill? Trigger kidney shot there. Otherwise, he could have blinded that and potentially secured the win there. And they still have that in their back pocket. Anytime they get a Brua low, they can just send it. And there's the Chastise, and just the Chastise into the blind. Abrua is on fire. As shortly as his ice block, they can just connect here. Abrua ran really far away. There's an ult time as well. Abrua really trying to hold it, but can he greet it? He cannot with 2 rogues on him. Korlik will top him, but Unitas with literal 0 cooldowns left. How are they going to survive, Sid?
Team Liquid's pirates are moving with the same force as the Ghost Pirates in Lord of the Rings, just going to be wiping out everything in their path immediately. I don't know what they can really do at this point. There's just no burst with the Outlaw of Aiden. He's desperately trying to get something going, but Abrua has nothing on match point. The Wild Seed is likely to be procced. He's at 1% in Soul Shape, trying to escape in his little Vulpin form. Run, little Wolfie, run! He's actually full HP. I can't believe he's full HP right now. I thought for sure that was the Wild Seed proccing onto him, but he's interrupted again. Sam just chasing him down relentlessly. Double Frost Nova trying to hold them at bay, but I'm not sure if it's enough. They just proc the Wild Seed off nothing. They kill him outright, and Team Liquid look unstoppable.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like Team Liquid, they kind of experimented with this composition, and it looked okay, but this seems like they're well practiced now. And I mean, let's not kid ourselves. This is a very good RMP. This is a very good RMP in North America. And yeah, Team Liquid kind of crushed them. They didn't kind of crush them. They absolutely crushed them.
Number 2 on my RMP power rankings, Unitas right now. Looking to maybe move down a spot here as Novus looking to potentially climb here, gaining some momentum after their series against the Golden Guardians. But Team Liquid, let's take a look at how they just were able to do it here. I mean, look at this, and Abrua as well. Look at the fantastic kiting from Abrua here. He's running, he's on fire. Every single one of these replays, Abrua is on fire, running for dear life here. But ultimately, these pirates will connect, and they will sail their ships all over this little fox. And there's a grip, but look at that Sidu with the quantum device as well there for the killing blow. I'm pretty sure. I think he was the one who procced him once again there. And Team Liquid.
It's fitting, right? For Team Liquid with the Pirates, it's fitting, right? Because like you sail the seas of Team Liquid. It's Team Liquid waters.
Sid, it's only Saturday. Am
I burning too many of these?
No. I think it's with everything that's happened today, I think it's very appropriate. We got room for more tomorrow as well.
I have an out-of-pocket question then. What would double outlaw versus double outlaw look like?
That's what we were talking about. I was gonna say
before I came in?
Yeah, in the series I was saying I think it's just train the healer. You're just running at each other's holy priests. How does anything else die? I mean, or it's the biggest blender you've ever seen, and they're just blade flaring each other like Beyblades. I don't know if that ends up happening here, like in the middle of the map. That might happen, but
I want to see it.
They're the only team that plays it. Nobody else does.
Oh, you can. I don't know. Maybe in the Cross-Region Tournament against Delirium, where they were the European team that played double outlaw, right?
I don't think Delirium's making it. They're little rat warrior. That ship has set sail. I don't think.
That ship has set anchor.
I'm actually not joking when I say I think more teams are going to play double outlaw. I think at this point, if you're one of those players that have been on the bench, you literally need to learn it because it's a very potent spec, and playing double outlaw just seems like outlaw just works with a lot of different things, including an additional outlaw rogue. So I think at this point, it's definitely worth investing the time into. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of it.
Yeah, I'm interested. I mean, you've already adopted one outlaw, right? How many teams have learned outlaws? So just learn another one, and then maybe you can have series that end as quickly as Team Liquid was able to shut down UNITAS. So I don't know. Personally, I'm kind of surprised that UNITAS wasn't able to get at least one game off of Team Liquid. But one thing's for certain, that that is a very, very viable composition for Team Liquid. So I'm excited to see moving forward what they can do with that comp and if it's able to take them all the way. Because right now, they had a very solid showing so far. So I'm excited to see what else that can work against. But UNITAS not looking good at the moment. What do you think, Supatees? What do you want them to do? I mean, I feel like there's nothing more they can besides double outlaw, I guess.
Hope it gets nerfed. Either play it or hope it gets nerfed. I mean, what else? What else can you possibly do? Especially as their team, like they had a warlock, but Demo, maybe Demo Mage Lock on a big map. I feel like the pet would just die though. I feel like you could just train the pet and then kill the lock.
Mercy, go learn outlaw, right?
I think it's yeah. You got to pick up the pistols. You got to get some planks of wood, or you're going to be walking the plank and build your own ship. Like, yeah.
I legitimately do feel like Demo is another one of those specs right now that's really good, but people aren't playing it. We could see Demo. I'm kind of not convinced of Shaman right now. I had high hopes for Shaman, but after kind of seeing it play out today, I don't think like the Shaman cleaves are going to be able to kind of withstand RMP, to be honest. So yeah, I think at this point, the only things I could really see changing outside of like RMP and the double outlaw is maybe the Demo Warlock could get used. I'm trying to think of what else could potentially rise up and do well in these matchups.
What about Frost DK?
Fire Mage.
Frost DK is very, like, its go is very strong. So whenever it can do like a setup, it's really, really strong. But it seems like it's one of those things that if you like kind of adapt to it, it's just like it doesn't have the frequency of damage you need to really compete with Outlaw, I think.
Only DK.
I think that
yeah.
Right.
Well, usually Frost DK is like the anti-melee. You just like make every melee slow and miserable. But
yeah, I think you just die though. You
just
dismantled and stunned and dead. Like
yeah, they take a lot of damage. So yeah.
It got kind of nerfed. I think AMZ recently got nerfed pretty hard too. If I remember right.
It's not a super big factor in the matchup. I don't think there's a lot of magic damage from double outlaw, unless the pistol shot is. But
I guess if it's for melee. Sorry, I was thinking ranged. I don't know why. Never mind. AMZ wouldn't matter.
Fury Warriors have been really keeping Death Knights in check. Like if a Fury Warrior sees a Death Knight, it's just like salivation at the starting room. Just who you're attacking the whole game and just chewing up. I think Outlaw can do the same too, though, to a Death Knight. But the team that's running double outlaw is also the only DK team. So it's like, even if that is an option, they're like preemptively prepared. If someone else plays double outlaw, somehow Frost DK is actually the answer. Guess whose team has the best Frost DK? Like, they're ahead. They're predicting the future. They're prepared.
I mean, there's a few players that have a DK over here. A couple in the European region. Maybe it's a spec we see. Come out here in the EU realm. But I mean, either way, this is kind of the same story over here. KUNGARNA absolutely dominating with RMP. SK Gaming also tied right now with 3-0. And then we've got Delirium and My Way both not having found a victory just yet. My Way still struggling with that jungle composition. Delirium kind of trying new things here and there, but just not able to make it work with their composition. And I guess they're a little bit disadvantaged as well. They only have, that 3-player roster, as does My Way currently, right? They're still playing just 3? Or do they have a 4th on their roster? Oh, we don't see.
Nope, just 3.
Yeah.
My Way's 3.
For them, it's jungle. So it's like they basically can just play jungle. I don't think we're going to see any outlaw from them, and they kind of just have to figure out how they can kind of adapt at this point. I mean, you can look at the rosters here for Europe. We have KUNGARNA playing RMP. We have Bugs playing RMP. We have Just Funny playing RMP. We have SK Gaming playing Rogue Mage Druid. Maybe RMP, but we have Zeepai on the Outlaw Rogue. LF Org doesn't have a Rogue. They're the only team we've seen so far that doesn't have a Rogue. And a Delirium, of course. So Delirium and My Way. So we have LF Org, Delirium, and My Way.
What's their win rates?
I don't. We should look, actually.
0-3 and 1-2.
Delirium 0-3, My Way 0-2, LF Org 1-2. So
what team did LF Org beat again? Did it have a Rogue? They beat an RMP, didn't they, as Turbo? It was really close.
Maybe no money, just funny.
I think it was.
I think that's right.
But that was last week, and Chain Harvest nerfs came in, so maybe that actually impacted in hits more negatively than the changes did for Outlaw. I think it
actually did. I think it did. So, yeah. It's kind of the story of RMP in Europe right now. I would not be surprised if we see 4 RMP teams. Maybe LF4 can get in. I would say out of all the teams right now, I think LF4 probably has the best chance of making it into the top 4. Without using RMP. And then in North America, I think it's kind of a similar story. Like, even the teams that aren't playing RMP can play Rogue Mage. You know, like KAWHI, for example. They play Shadow Priest Rogue, but they also play Rogue Mage. So it's just a really powerful composition right now. And honestly, I feel like Liquid is probably in the best position because it seems like they have the best answer for Rogue Mage, which is just double Outlaw.
It's so silly, like, you know, oh, here's RMP, no one knows how to beat them. They're good because, like, mostly because of Outlaws. So let's just double the Outlaws and then we can finally beat RMP. So it's like, I don't know. Do you want to count that?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, you know, it's definitely an interesting development. I feel like we're seeing a lot of, you know, just different solutions that players are trying to come up with. So tomorrow on Sunday, we'll see if we see anything else brought to the table. Double Outlaw again. You know, it's always going to be a question. But here is the schedule tomorrow for Sunday. We've got 3 EU games tomorrow and then 4 NA games at the end of the second half of the day. So we'll see how the teams do end up in terms of standings, because after tomorrow, that is 2 weekends out of the way. We're about halfway through for teams, you know, to try and make it into that qualifier, that grand finals that we were talking about. So competition definitely tough, on both regions as well, Sid.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if teams pull out double Outlaw and EU. It feels like EU is always kind of like, they don't want to move into that kind of, you almost call it a meme meta. Like, I'm sure people are thinking like, oh, double Outlaw is just a meme, but meme might come back to bite you in the cross region.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see. So that being said, that's going to wrap up Saturday for us. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. And we will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, youtube.com/Warcraft. It's going to be 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. If you're subscribed and notified, that's super, super helpful for yourself and for us, of course, just to show some support. Also, make sure you're following us on Twitter at WoW Esports. There's a lot of good information there all day long as well, if you want to, you know, follow along over there on Twitter. So thanks for being here. We will see you guys tomorrow, once again, 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST. See you soon.